Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 201, A Failed Experiment. Here's the first bonus chapter of the week, brought to you by Daniel B. from the USA as well. This one was a much longer than a usual chapter, so it took a while. BTW, there was a mistake in the last chapter. THA stated Lorist's age as 20. Lorist is 28 years old as of the current chapter. Also, I just read a review of TRL on novel updates by Afa Retail that summed up all my feelings about the novel in a neat little essay. Thank you so much for the review, and it really gladdens me that you like the novel as much as I do. Black-colored powder could be seen gathered in a clump around which an oil-soaked rope circled. The rope stretched meters away like a long snake, with Lorist near its other end holding a lit torch and looking at the black powder clump as if he was deep in thought. This was his final attempt at that experiment. Lorist lit the oil-soaked rope with his torch, and the flame traveled down the rope, quickly surrounding the clump of black powder. PSSSHHH. After letting out a sound and a flash of light, the black powder vanished altogether. The result remained the same, causing Lorist to sigh in resignation. If he was back on Earth, that clump of black-colored gunpowder should explode. The danger of the explosion was what caused him to stand so far away in the first place. However, Lorist really couldn't understand why the gunpowder mixture from Earth, based on sulfur, nitrate, and coal, didn't react as intended on Grindia. Lorist had collected the nitrate off the corners of the walls. As for sulfur, it was obtained by refining a herbal plant on Grindia, which the herbalists used to make snake repellent to be sold to adventurers. The plant could be commonly found at places with volcanic activity, and it was priced rather cheaply. As for coal, they were even easier to obtain. After getting the ingredients he recalled from his past life's experience, Lorist mixed a huge bucket of black powder and began experimenting with smaller portions before deciding to use them all up to carry out his final experiment. The results were still the same, with the powder emitting a flash along with a hissing sound without anything else happening. There was no explosion or loud noise. The air around the ignited powder didn't even heat up and expand. That shouldn't be the case, Lorist thought as he scratched his head. Back when he was studying at Moronti City, he had heard that the Dwarven Kingdom soldiers' main weapon was a firearm. Even though the power of those firearms were only slightly stronger than that of ballistas, they were still firearms nevertheless, and Lorist felt that as long as he could synthesize some gunpowder, he would be able to shake up the era of cold arms and usher in a new age of domination of the Norton family. What he didn't expect was that actually making functioning gunpowder was more complicated than he had imagined. The recipe he remembered from his past life was of no use whatsoever, causing Lorist much frustration. Are those weapons used by the dwarves really firearms? What do they rely on to propel the projectile? This wasn't Lorist's first attempt. 2 months back, Lorist's attempts to make glass, porcelain, paper, and cement had all failed without exception. That caused him to realize that on Grindia, the chemical interactions between the particles were different than that of Earth. Originally, he thought that making glass would be the simplest to achieve. As the owner of a crafts workshop back in his past life, Lorist was extremely well versed working glass. He could fashion all sorts of shapes to make animals or other artistic pieces with glass blowing. On the Grindia continent, the Tarabo Kingdom is famed for their production of green glass, so Lorist felt rather confident that glass would be the first thing he would be able to replicate, as the materials were simple, requiring mainly quartz. But the results were like a strike on the head for Lorist. On Earth, after the quartz was melted, it would take a colloid form. After that, it would be relatively simple to use glass blowing techniques to split off a part of the molten glass and press it flat to make glass panes. That was the simplest method of making glass. However, in Grindia, Lorist discovered that the melted quartz turned into liquid form instead without any viscosity whatsoever, and it would cool easily into droplet-shaped pieces. Even though they were hard, they were too fragile, and there was no way to apply glass blowing to shape the material. Not knowing why that was the case at all, Lorist went to seek out Charade, as he felt that it was probably an issue with his materials. Perhaps, there was another material that he needed aside from quartz to make glass. Charade on the other hand was far too busy, as he had been assigned by Lorist the daunting task of settling down the 200,000 plus commoners that had just entered the Dominion and couldn't be bothered to listen to Lorist's ramblings. Seeing Lorist trouble him for such a trivial matter, Charade was enraged. Even though he was so busy that he was almost at the brink of death, Lorist had so much free time that he even tried his hand at glass making. Additionally, glass making is a highly protected secret of the Tarabo Kingdom, and Charade was merely born there and wouldn't know that method anyway. In the Tarabo Kingdom, if one were to be found to be snooping around for the method of production and recipe for glass, one would no doubt be hanged. Lorist laughed bitterly and told Charade that the green glass that cost only 10 coppers in Moronti City would be sold at 1 large silver each after the Kenmays family shipped it from over there, with the price hiking up to almost 10 times the original amount. Each gold Ford could then only be used to purchase 20 pieces of green glass within the Northlands. Upon mention of money and cost, Charade started to treat the matter seriously, and he quickly wrote a letter to his father, who was a merchant operating in the Tarabo Kingdom, and requested him to pay attention to what the glass factories usually purchased. As it doesn't directly involve seeking out the formula for glass production, it wasn't that risky. Additionally, once the materials were known, the mysteries of glass production could then slowly be researched. Thus, the progress on glass research was put to a halt. After that, Lorist tried to begin making porcelain, only to fail again. In his past life, he had made replicas of various antique porcelain vases, and Lorist was pretty sure he remembered the method for that quite clearly. As there has yet to be any porcelain products in Grindia, Lorist figured that he would try his hand at it and possibly come up with a new industry for his dominion. At first, the porcelain vases and tiles he fashioned seemed fine. But after 7 days of drying, the results disappointed Lorist greatly. Take for instance a porcelain bowl. It should have been smooth and rounded. However, the surface of the bowl he made had a rugged surface and would crumble on touch, completely different from how porcelain should be. Lorist continued the experiments for 1 whole month and had no choice but to give up in the end to acknowledge his failure. The same was the case with the attempt at reproducing paper. 2 years ago, right after the northbound convoy arrived at the Dominion, Lorist gave Old Man Bach some instructions on paper production based on the information he remembered from his past life. But throughout these 2 years, the most they could come up with was borderline useless paper that was only good for use in the toilet. That kind of toilet paper was already being produced at Moronti City, with the main ingredients being reed and rice stalks, which is priced at 1 copper coin per stack. Lorist on the other hand tried using many other different materials, but the result was still the same soft and mushy paper, with the only benefit being that it was slightly whiter and finer than the paper produced at Moronti City, but cost way more to make with a far more complicated method of production. Even if that paper could sustain the demand of toilet paper within the Dominion, causing the commoners to no longer have to use wooden rods to scrub their bottom clean after using the latrine, it didn't solve Lorist's need for the white writing paper at all. And lastly, there was concrete. In most fantasy stories, transmigrators like Lorist usually brought with them 3 of the greatest inventions, namely, glass, cement, and gunpowder. After the failing at glass production, Lorist figured he should give cement making a try. As the Dominion was still in development, there was a great need for green vine glue, and the 100,000 buckets produced yearly at the Black Edge Mountains was not enough, causing Lorist to have to order 100,000 more from the Kenmays family. This year alone, the demand for it was 180,000 buckets, and that was no small burden for the family to bear. That's why Lorist wanted to see what he could do to decrease the reliance on green vine glue for construction. The production of cement was actually rather easy. Lime and clay were first to be calcined before being powdered and mixed with sand and water. After the cement set, it would become concrete. Lorist had a few of his subordinates experiment around and managed to make a pile of cement. The problem was, the cement made was unable to harden. Even though it was mixed with water, it still didn't harden after 3 days passed and would crumble into pieces upon being kicked at lightly. But one of his subordinates brought a bucket of green vine glue and added it to the cement mix before molding it into a few sculptures. After only half a day, the sculptures did harden and were as sturdy as iron, being also far sturdier than green clay structures. But the reason Lorist wanted to reproduce cement in the first place was to replace green vine glue, not green clay. And now, his latest research venture into gunpowder had failed as well. Was it because the chemical reactions of this world was markedly different from those of Earth? Lorist stroked his cheek as he began to sink into deep thought. "My lord, what is it that you want to do?" Howard asked. "Oh, nothing. I was just trying to make an explosive," Lorist replied. "Explosive? What's an explosive?" Howard asked, confused. It was at that moment when Lorist realized that there wasn't a term for explosion in the lexicon of the Grindian language. While there were similar terms like eruption or bursting open, they didn't quite describe the phenomenon of explosion. How do I describe it? An explosive is a thing that explodes, and an explosion describes a phenomenon in which an object bursts outwards in all directions from the inside when it expands too suddenly, releasing a huge burst of energy and damaging the surroundings in the process, Lorist defined. "Oh, there's that sort of thing." While Howard couldn't quite imagine it, he didn't forget to carry out his duty and reminded, "My lord, we should be heading to the ballista workshop of Grandmaster Felon soon. We are scheduled to meet with him today." "All right then, let's go," Lorist said as he suppressed his frustration for now and got on his mount. The only good news amidst his chain of failures is that the catapult he designed has been successfully implemented by Grandmaster Felon. The presentation was scheduled for noon that day at the ballista factory situated near the Blatt Edge Mountains. "My lord, based on the design blueprints you provided, we have ran all sorts of experiments and finally decided on the appropriate dimensions of this catapult that can throw a 50-kilogram rock at least 600 meters away." "Congratulations, my lord. You have successfully invented a new ranged weapon. This is the first catapult in the history of Grindia," Grandmaster Felon said excitedly. However, the catapult in front of him looked rather displeasing. Not only was it huge, it was also incredibly heavy and looked far too different from the design Lorist drew on the beast skin blueprint. "My lord, we had no choice but to do that. If it is not at least that heavy, we will be unable to ensure its stability," Grandmaster Felon said after understanding Lorist's hesitant look. He quickly explained, "My lord, the hardest part of your design to implement is the arm of the catapult, which has to be both tough and elastic. If the arm is too thick, it would cause the base of the catapult to rupture, but if it is too thin, it will break easily. We've tried making over 200 different catapult arms with different wood and discovered that the one we're using now is the most suitable. However, it still has to be switched out after 10 shots or it will crack and snap." Lorist nodded without saying anything else. What came next was seeing the catapult in action. That catapult had a rather simple construction and used the principle of levers. The huge catapult arm was suspended on a crossbar with the thick end of the arm bearing several heavy, filled boxes to serve as a counterweight with a leather pad tied at the thinner end in which a rock could be placed. A rope was used to fasten the thin end of the arm to the ground, and after loading the payload, the rope would be cut and the thick end would be brought down by the counterweight, sending the thin end rocketing into the air and propelling the payload forward. Lorist was finally assured as catapults were actually rather useful. Even though they weren't that accurate and the firing range wasn't always consistent with a margin of error of around 100 meters, it was considered a success as it was able to hurl rocks weighing near 100 kilograms into the distance. The next logical step was to find ways to improve upon the current design. Lorist understood that the task of improving catapults couldn't be given to Grandmaster Felon as he was not a good and insightful researcher despite being a good implementer. Lorist still felt that the most suitable person for the task is Grandmaster Sid. Even though he was an armorer, his mind was quite flexible from the fact that he also designed the various water-powered machines that occupied the space below the waterfall. It was that aspect of the Grandmaster that truly caught Lorist's eye, and Lorist figured that since he designed those machines, he could try working on the catapult since it was a machine as well. After a while, Howard brought Grandmaster Sid over, and as expected, the Grandmaster was instantly deeply occupied with trying to understand the principle of the lever and began his research immediately. Directly following that, Lorist also invited Old Master Julian over and included him in the catapult research group along with Grandmaster Felon and Grandmaster Sid. The reason Lorist had Julian in the team was because he hoped that the Old Master would be able to use the elastic steel he researched as material for the catapult arm. The base standard Lorist set for the catapults was for them to be at least as easy to aim and operate like the steel ballistas, requiring less than 10 operators per unit. It also had to be able to fire 500 meters away with a payload of above 25 kilograms and couldn't be too large lest they hinder the march of the army. Within the Rose Palace located at the capital city of the Iblaya Kingdom, Windberry City, the second prince made his return. The Rose Palace, formerly known as the Rose Provisional Palace, was called as such because the second prince felt that a true palace fitting for a descendant of the Christian imperial family like him should be built at the imperial capital. That's why he called the palace he built at Windberry City a provisional one, to symbolize his ambition to one day retake the imperial capital and return there. Even though the second prince had made his way back, all the servants within the palace were unnerved because their master had completely changed in both act and appearance. He was volatile, unstable, decadent, manic, and developed chronic alcoholism. Every day, he would seclude himself within his royal chambers and drink as much alcohol as he could while fooling around with women, losing himself in hedonistic pleasures of the flesh with abandon. With his 100,000 strong army gone within but a single battle and his peerless blade master being slaughtered right in front of him by a thick and long ballista bolt, the second prince was shocked completely out of his senses. He never would have even dreamed that the Norton families might would be that staggering and that Baron Phelim and Baron Chazin, whom he thought he had control over, would rebel. When he was on his way back to Gildusk City, the second prince got news that the Duke's dominion was under siege by the forces of those two families, forcing him to have no choice but to head to the dominion of the Kenmays family and leave the Northlands using the suspension bridge. Originally, he thought he could borrow 3 legions of soldiers from his father-in-law to fight his way back into the Northlands. But he wasn't aware that Duke Fisibalin had already lost all hope for him, as there was no way he could use 3 legions of soldiers to take the Northlands, given that he had already lost 100,000 within a single clash. That was something that would only happen in the second prince's dreams. Duke Fisibalin had made up his mind to not let his 3 legions, which he had spared no effort to build, to march to their deaths with the second prince. Having been refused entry to the city by his father-in-law, the second prince secretly made his way back to Windberry City as news of his complete defeat spread throughout the kingdom. Without any more soldiers under his command, none of the nobles of the kingdom treated him seriously. This sudden chain of events had caused the second prince to lose all his ambition and hole up within the Rose Palace to drink away his pain all day. Sounds of music and laughter could be heard from far away. That was the hall where the queen stayed, and a ball was being held there. That damned woman! The second prince cursed with bloodshot eyes. While nobody even bothered to check out on him, his consort was actually hosting a ball that would progress into an orgy afterwards. The second prince really wanted to carry his sword and slaughter the rest of the frivolous men and women there. "Fuck off!" he roared as he kicked a nude woman lying by the table aside. That was the maidservant who served alcohol to the second prince, but she had just been forcefully ravaged by her master to the point that she was barely able to move. The woman was relieved that her life wasn't taken and hurriedly crawled aside. The second prince then took a few more gulps of alcohol and tried to drink himself to the lowest depths of drunkenness so that he could take his mind of the matters. "Your Majesty, you cannot continue to waste away like this," a voice rang out from the corner of the hall. "What do you think I can do at this point? I've left all my wealth at Gildusk City. All the resources I took from the Madras Duchy is gone. And the First Legion I spent 3 years building is gone too. No money, and no soldiers. Am I still fit to be king? Nobody looks at me in the eyes anymore. I'm finished. I've lost everything." The second prince muttered. A tall figure appeared before the second prince. That was his swordsmanship teacher, and the only remaining blade master by his side, Blade Master Zarinan. Your Majesty, no matter what, you're still a king. If you don't stand up again, the kingdom will truly lose its future. If you don't have soldiers, you can always recruit more. If you don't have money, you can always find ways to make more. Don't you still have your 2 iron mines? You can think of cooperating with that trading guild from the trade union that came back then and let them handle the iron mines. That way, you will have a source of income and can begin building another army. No, no way. Half the produce of those mines must be provided to my father-in-law to replenish his own troops, said the second prince as he shook his head to freshen himself up. Teacher, you are right. Since that old guy no longer cares about whether I live or die, then why would I help replenish the equipment of his forces? Tomorrow, I will send someone to seek out those from that trading guild and begin a cooperative relationship with them. As long as I can get the money to rebuild my army, I will even deal with a demon. Oh, and teacher, can you please make a trip to the Northlands? I want the head of the Norton family's leader. If I don't kill him, I will never be able to eat and sleep in peace. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been chased out of the Northlands and lose everything, said the second prince with a manic look in his eyes. Your Majesty, assassination is not an action befitting of a king. There has never been a case where a king ordered the assassination of a Dominion lord. If word of this gets out, I don't care, roared the second prince. I must kill him. Teacher, you must bring me his head. I want to use it as my wine cup. Teacher, you can definitely fulfill this sole wish of mine just by making a single trip. Even if it's not for my sake, think of your junior apprentice brother, my uncle Lewis, who died so horribly. Don't you want to avenge him? Did you forget what your own master said about looking out for your junior apprentice brother? The large man turned silent, and after a long while, he opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, I shall agree to go to the Northlands and bring you the head of the Norton family head. But I hope that you will never make a request of me that's so unfitting of a king again. Chapter 202 Assaulted Cliffhanger 1 of 5. Hi guys, here's the second bonus chapter of the week thanks to Daniel B. from the USA. There's another release coming in 10 minutes, so make sure to not miss it. The arc finale is here and it will be a rather long chain of cliffhanger chapters, so bear with me. The fair, slender figure twitched continuously from Lorist's thrusts accompanied by ecstatic moans. In the end, amidst the loud, long moan, Lorist's hot desires were emptied onto Irina's body. After giving birth to her child, Irina got more plump and she was no longer small girl she used to be. Lorist took a page out of Hennard's book and made Irina his concubine as well as included her son into the family registry as his first successor candidate. He continued to toy with Irina's breasts while basking in the climactic afterglow. After a while, she pushed Lorist away and said, "My lord, let me get some water to wash you down." Lorist said, "There's no need. Just stay put here before we go for another round." "Well, my lord, can't we leave it for tonight? It's still only noon right now, ah." Irina's words were cut short as Lorist once again shoved his manhood into her body. After giving birth, Irina insisted on staying at Maplewoods Bastide to raise her child and refused to follow Lorist back to Firm Rock Castle. She said that it was because she had spent all her life there and had long been used to the scenery and wasn't willing to go to somewhere foreign. Naturally, Lorist didn't force her to come along and allowed her to do as she pleased. However, whenever Lorist went to Maplewoods Bastide, he would spend a few nights there and get intimate with Irina as well as check on his newborn son. In the 10th month, Lorist was much freer than he usually was, mainly because the failures in his experiments had demotivated him quite a bit, causing him to stop his research efforts temporarily. After resting for almost a week at Maplewoods Bastide, Lorist was reminded by Howard that he had to head to Bladedge Mountains to bring Telesty back to Firm Rock Castle. So, Lorist bid farewell to Irina and his son and left for the mountains with his guards. Telesty and her 10+ students had picked a spot to build the academy that was not that far off from Wild North Town. There was a hill there where chrysanthemum plants prospered as well as a serene stream flowing nearby. Telesty liked that place a lot because of the beautiful scenery and ordered her guard escorts to set up camp there so that she could give her students some lectures on nature. Just as Lorist arrived at the campsite, Elisa rushed straight to him and gave him a firm hug before she said, "Uncle Locke, you're finally here." Lorist stroked the girl's head affectionately and brushed some grass off her hair as he said, "You rowdy lass, where were you messing around it? Your hair is full of grass." Elisa giggled and said, "The Chino twins are real idiots. They couldn't even differentiate between chickweed and fiddle-leaf plants and insisted that they were the same and could both be eaten." They were then given a long lecture by teacher. Chickweed was considered to be a medicinal plant that was slightly toxic while fiddle-leaf could be consumed as a normal vegetable. As the two plants looked rather similar, it was quite common for careless or uninformed people to think that they're both the same thing. "Since Elisa is so smart, you can definitely tell them apart, right?" Lorist said as he laughed. "Of course. I'm definitely the fastest to learn. We had to differentiate such a large pile of plants and I was the one who finished first. Teacher even praised me for that," Elisa said proudly as she waved her arms to indicate how big the pile of grass was. "Wow, Elisa is so amazing. I'm sure you'll definitely be a great scholar like your teacher when you grow up," Lorist praised. Elisa then pouted and said, "Humph, I don't want to be like teacher. She's so timid." One time, she was so terrified after seeing a grey mountain rat that she screamed like her life depended on it. "I want to be a female knight like Auntie Pesha when I grow up and ride on horses elegantly and kill magical beasts with my lance in one strike." Oh! Lorist was quite surprised to find out that Pesha had actually gained such a young follower as he wondered how that busted but slow-witted knight managed to impress Elisa. Then again, he felt that it wasn't a bad idea for Elisa to go on the path of a knight. Given her boyish, rowdy personality, it was hard for Lorist to imagine her as a serene scholar like Telesty. "Go greet your brother. Have you forgotten about him after not meeting him for a few months?" Lorist said as he ticked Elisa's nose. "Humph, you're a bad uncle, always messing with my nose like that." "Brother," Elisa said as she jumped towards Howard who was standing behind Lorist. "Teacher, look who I brought here," Elisa exclaimed as she pushed open the flap of the tent and squeezed through the entrance. Lorist also followed her into the tent. Telesty, who was in the middle of writing and drawing something, raised her head and said with a smile, "Locke, you're here." "Yup. I'm here to bring you back to Firm Rock Castle. The weather will start getting colder in another month and your trip with the kids have taken quite some time already," Lorist said as he approached the easel and assessed the drawing. "Is this your design for the academy?" Lorist asked. Telesty stood up and hugged Lorist before giving him a light kiss. She then said, "Yes, that's just the first draft of the design I have in mind. I will have to give it to Grandmaster Siroba later and let him modify it before the blueprints are to be drawn." "All right. We'll leave tomorrow then. We'll first head to Poplar Coast before going to Black Mud Marsh. Grandmaster Siroba should be at either of those places right now. I also have to check out on the development of the construction of the roads over there before we return to Firm Rock Castle together," Lorist said. "Will we be bringing the children along with us?" Telesty asked. Lorist thought before he replied, "Let's bring them with us. Since I have so many guards with me, they will definitely be cared for well. Also, the construction effort there is quite a large-scale project and it can't hurt to show these children the might of manpower which can even shape the landscapes and change swamps into homes." Poplar Coast had already been turned into a bustling construction site through the recent developments. With more than 20,000 laborers working on building the new town, the foundation for the town walls had already been completed. Currently, the workers were digging out a moat and using the mud they unearthed to make bricks for the wall. The one in charge of the site was a thin, dark-skinned, middle-aged man whom Lorist remembered to be one of the staff promoted by Supervisor Hansk. He wasn't sure whether the man was promoted due to his own merit or the lack of staff to supervise the site. "My lord, the work here is progressing smoothly and we will finish the first part of the construction of the wall before winter as well as the warehouses. Next year, we can begin gathering various resources for further work," reported the man respectfully. "Not bad, you've done great. Continue to work hard." "Oh, and, is Grandmaster Siroba here now?" Lorist asked. "My lord, Grandmaster Siroba just left 2 days ago to Tortoise Hill. I heard that something about the drainage system is problematic and requires a redesign," replied the man. "Oh," Lorist mused as he nodded. "The day is still young, so I won't stay here to interrupt your work. Please get me some clean water and fill up my water flask. I'll head to the Black Mud Marsh right after that." "All right, my lord. Please wait for a bit, I'll call someone to get the water." Slightly further away from Lorist and that dark-skinned man, a few large pots could be seen at a resting spot. Within the pots were large bull bones floating amidst the soup. That was actually one of the benefits the Norton family provided the laborers. No matter who, one could have some soup to drink the moment one turned thirsty. Not only was the bone soup thirst-relieving, it was also rather nutritious. The ones taking care of the pots of soup were a fat man and his similarly plump wife. They added some more salt into each pot after a few bowls of soup were served from each. A tall old man could be seen standing near the pot taking small sips out of his bowl of soup. "Old man, do sit down and drink slowly. You can even stay here tonight and I'll get you some bull bones to chew on. Don't think that just because they're meatless, they're not good. Just crack the bone open and the good stuff's in the marrow. It's also very nutritious for a person of your age," said the fat cook warmly as he handed the old, largely built man a piece of black bread. "Have this, old man. Dip the bread in the soup and it'll soften right away. Fill yourself up with it for now," said the cook before he went to stir the pot of soup a little more and called his wife to remove some firewood so that the fire doesn't burn too strongly. After that, he went back to the old man's side and sat down. "I've seen types like you quite often in the recent times. Seriously, I'm not kidding. From time to time, some family members of the war prisoners will come here to seek them out and hope to find their husbands or brothers here. Most of the family members of the captured Northlander soldiers would be able to meet up without issue. But since you said that you're from the Winston province, this will be a little bit more difficult. Most of the soldiers of the 2nd Prince's 1st Legion are people from the Winston province. But after the battle with the forces of the Norton family, they lost more than 10,000 men. That's why, old man, I pray that you are ready for whatever outcome and hope that your grandson didn't get unlucky. Then again, the Norton family forces are not like the forces of those other savage and violent nobles. They don't kill senselessly or take the belongings of the commoners. That, I can assure you. Like my wife and I, even though we were forced to move here, we didn't have much to complain about. Before that, we were working as cooks for our previous master and we would be beaten and scolded for the smallest mistakes. Only after we came here did we experience true freedom. When the construction work of this town is complete, the Nortons said that they would even give us homes and farmland. I am prepared to start a small restaurant to live the rest of my days in peace. I never would have dreamed that we would be able to spend days like this in the future. If you could read, you can easily check the registry to see if your grandson is listed there. But sadly you don't and you only know that he is called Silo without knowing how it is spelled. There are many people with similar or identical sounding names, so you have no choice but to travel from one place and another to find him. Since he's a prisoner, he should be at Black Mud Marsh. There are 3 spots there and you have to spend some effort to find him. In fact, this is the wrong place for you to come to. The people here are laborers and they are paid for their work while those laborers at Black Mud Marsh are war prisoners who are serving their 3-year term without pay for their own freedom. Who's that? Asked the tall old man as he raised his head and looked at the distant group of people and carriages. The fat cook stood up and exclaimed happily, "That's the Dominion Lord. It's so rare for us to be able to see him. I think he's passing through this place to head to the Black Mud Marsh for an inspection. Which one of them is the Lord? Is he sitting in the carriage? Asked the tall man. No, he's the one riding a horse at the very front. Our Lord doesn't like to wear full metal armor. He has long black hair and eyes, so he's quite easy to recognize. Look, it's that one wearing the black cloak. I've seen him once before when he was inspecting the commoner camp back at Firm Rock Castle, said the fat cook energetically. Oh! Mumbled the tall old man as he stood up. It was at that moment when the fat cook seemed to visualize the tall old man as a razor-sharp sword. However, Lorist had already traveled far with his guards. The tall old man sat back down and looked no different from his frail self before. Thank you, my kind friend. Oh, I really worry for my pitiful grandson. If something bad happened to him, I really don't know if I can bear to continue living. Ah, you said just now that there are 3 spots at the Black Mud Marsh where I might find him, right? Can you tell me more about those places? Asked the tall old man. Hey, old man, were you a mercenary when you were young? Asked the cook, troubled. For some reason, he perceived that man beside him to be a sword. Realizing that the tall man had a large build and was even strong enough to head to the Northlands to seek out his grandson, the cook reasoned that he must have been a mercenary during his younger days given his demeanor. The tall man nodded and said, That's right. I was a mercenary for 40 years. Because my grandson's parents died early, I had to head home to raise him. But that kid couldn't resist enlisting into the king's army and said that he wanted to become a knight. After hearing about the king's army's defeat, I rushed my way here to see if I can find my grandson. The cook said, Don't be too agitated. Old man, I'm sure that Singwei will protect your son from all ills. I think that our Lord should be heading to Black Mud Marsh to make his inspections. The nearest part from here is the part where the Black Mud Marsh meets the Blood Edge Mountains. The next part would be at the central road of Black Mud Marsh, while the last part will be near Tortoise Hill. These 3 places are where the prisoners were sent to work. However, I think that most of the laborers should be at Tortoise Hill. I heard that the work there is in a bit of a rush as it's really important. Oh, then I ought to head to Tortoise Hill to check first. If he isn't there, I'll go to the other 2 places. Thank you for your bone soup and bread, said the tall old man as he stood up and prepared to leave. The fat cook hurriedly stopped him and said, Old man, it'd take you forever to get there on foot. Do you see the carriages filled with stuff over there? Those are the resources that are scheduled to be delivered to Tortoise Hill. I know a few of the coachmen and I will ask them to let you ride with them at noon. Oh, I am incredibly grateful, said the tall old man with thanks. What's there to thank for? I understand how hard it can be to have no one to rely on outside your home like this. I'm just doing what I can to help. I hope you will find your grandson soon and maybe settle down here to spend the rest of your days in bliss, said the fat cook with a smile. Lorist brought Telesty and the children with him to first check out the land reclamation operations at the intersection point between Blood Edge Mountains and Black Mud Marsh. After staying for a day, they continued on to the Middle Road construction site. The work there was progressing rather slowly, mostly because it was frequently under attack from iron spine crocodiles. While not many people got injured, the work was slowed nevertheless. The moment Lorist arrived, he managed to see the 3 super ballistas show their might by shooting a 20-meter-long iron spine crocodile to death. This was the largest crocodile he had seen so far. The children all gathered beside the huge carcass excitedly, and the rowdy Elisa was the first to climb up on top of the carcass along with the Chino brothers. Lorist decided to make that iron spine crocodile into a display specimen and thought that the huge beast would be more effective in frightening others than the gigantic mammoth specimen he had. For that, he stayed there for 2 days to arrange for it to be carried out before heading to Tortoise Hill. Potter Fang, who was in charge of managing the prisoner camp, was there to receive Lorist on his arrival. Seeing that the mud wall had been completed with the rest being on schedule to finish before the arrival of winter, Lorist was extremely satisfied. When he reached Tortoise Hill, Lorist headed straight for the army camp while Telesty sought out Grandmaster Siroba by herself. Lorist took strolls around the area and bossed people around, satisfying his desire to act like a true Dominion Lord for once. On the third day, Lorist decided to head to the other end of Tortoise Hill where the stream was located to hold a grill party in the wilds. As Lorist arranged for his guards to hunt some food for the party, Telesty taught her students to draw the various sights of nature. Holding two fat, juicy pheasants as he walked out of the forest, Lorist walked to the side of the grimacing Telesty and asked, "Hey, what's wrong? You look down." "It's nothing. I was just brainstorming for the design of the Academy's insignia," said Telesty. "Haha, what's so difficult about that? Reedy, go to the carriage and get me that small box at the lower storage compartment," Lorist instructed. Without delay, the box was brought to Lorist right away. Lately, Reedy had been struggling to memorize the diagram Lorist gave him and even frequently forgot the things he had read before. Sometimes, he would zone out and look like an immobile scarecrow. Lorist opened the box and said happily, "Here, my dear, look at my collection." Within the small box was a thick velvet cloth that covered many different Academy badges. "Look here, these are the Academy badges I've collected during my time at Moronti City. These two here are respectively the badge of the Dawn Academy and my dual gold-ranked instructor badge," Lorist said as he caressed his two most precious badges before caving into the urge to put on the two badges on his clothes. He said excitedly, "Back then when I wore these badges and entered the Academy, the students would all make way for me respectfully." Before he finished, a loud cry could be heard from afar. "Stand there, old man, Ack! There's an enemy attack!" "Ugh!" Lorist turned back only to see a tall old man rushing out from the forests with a long sword in hand heading in his direction. Behind the man, 3 collapsed guards with blood gushing out of their throats could be seen. "Norton family leader, I will have your life!" roared the tall man as his body became one with the sword before he approached at a terrifying speed. Chapter 203 Grueling Battle Cliffhanger 2 of 5. And here's the third bonus chapter of the week brought to you by Fabio F. from Brazil. Thank you so much for the support and look forward to the rest of the story next week. Back when the distance between Lorist and the old man was around 50 meters, the 3 guards that had stepped forward to intercept him, only to have their throats slashed open with only one stroke, allowing the old man to further close the distance to 30 meters. When the old man's body seemed to fuse with his sword, he closed the remaining distance in a flash with the after images of his sword filling Lorist's line of vision. Lorist's expression changed immediately. At first, he wasn't too bothered by the appearance of that man. But the instant Lorist felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain emanate from that old man encompass him, Telesty and Reedy, Telesty fainted immediately with a pale look while Reedy fared slightly better and only spat out some blood and retreated 3 steps. Lorist drew his sword and rushed forward after saying only, "Bring her away right now." Clang! The fearsome clash of the swords shook Lorist's eardrums as he was knocked roughly 10 meters away. He felt a sudden ominous feeling in his chest and staggered, almost falling directly to the ground. Exhaling thoroughly, Lorist straightened his body and looked at the tall old man as he mused, "A blade master." That old man himself was stunned that Lorist was able to take one of his sure-kill blows, but that allowed Lorist some time to recover. "A blade master, hey? Let me guess who you are," Lorist said as he stared at the tall old man. "You can't be Duke Fizibalin. A person of high status like him won't resort to underhanded measures like this to assassinate me, and neither does he have a need for that. If he wanted to crush me, he would simply lead his frontier legion here and settle it all on the battlefield. Blade Master Xanthi on the other hand is a woman and I've met her before. As for Viscount Christoph who is a subordinate of Duke Fizibalin, he shouldn't look as old as you do and he's also a knight who won't be willing to carry out a dirty assassination. Since there are only 5 Blade Masters in the Iblia Kingdom, that leaves only the 2 serving the second prince. Since Luens is already dead, you should be Blade Master Zarinan. Given the second prince's temperament, it's not surprising for him to send a blade master to dirty his hands with something like assassination. While the other kingdoms and duchies might have blade masters as well, I doubt that they'd want to assassinate me given that I've no qualm with them. Am I right, Blade Master Zarinan? The guards not far away had already been alerted and Els was the first to rush over. But Lorist was worried as he knew that the guards that were at most at the silver rank definitely wouldn't be a match for that old man. No matter how many guards showed up, they were only as threatening as a flock of chickens to the Blade Master who could kill them with a casual sweep. Just as Els and a few other silver-ranked guards were about to rush towards the bold old man, Lorist barked his orders to stop them. Get back! He's Blade Master Zarinan and you're not his match. While doing that, Lorist signaled for his subordinates to seek out Jisk so that he could pressure the Blade Master with ranged attacks. Even though Jisk was only at the gold rank, his archery skills would still be able to pose a threat to the old man. Otherwise, Lorist's subordinates could also mobilize the Karo ballistas which even a blade master would find hard to fend off en masse. The observant Els understood Lorist's intentions right away and shouted for his men to stop. As he retreated, he instructed his men to put Lorist's plan into action. Relieved, Lorist inspected his surroundings and saw that Howard had already led his sister Elisa and the other children away from the stream near the hill and was on the way to the Tortoise Hill army camp using a detour. Reedy on the other hand had two maidservants take care of Telesty and sent them away from the zone of conflict using a carriage. It is not my wish to cause unnecessary deaths. It was wise of you to stop your men from giving their lives needlessly. Your guess was right, I am Zarinan and I have come on my king's orders to claim your head for him, said the old man all of a sudden as he took big steps in Lorist's direction. Is that so? Then let's see if you are able to take my head with you, Lorist said with a cold smile. With both his hands gripping his sword, he had already made his preparations to engage. I really didn't expect that you were able to receive my sure-kill blow. It seems that your defeat of my king wasn't a fluke. However, it's a shame. If you won't serve my king, then you shall die. Jerking his body forward, Zarinan held his sword high. Countless illusory lightning bolts seemed to materialize around his sword and enveloped Lorist from all directions. While Lorist sounded relaxed before, he wore an incredibly solemn expression. With his two hands grasping his sword and ready to guard his body, he proceeded to flick, wipe, parry, block, slash, drag, stab, obstruct, withdraw, sweep, hack and pierce, using the simplest basic sword movements to defend against the torrent of rapid sword strikes of Blade Master Zarinan. Clang 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 clang. The swords clashed so often that it almost sounded like it was metal was raining heavily from the sky. From Lorist's dynamic vision, the sword strikes seemed like countless bolts of lightning that increased in intensity with each following wave. At that moment, Lorist seemed to have turned into a reef amidst the roaring sea, almost being submerged completely by the incessant waves. Compared to Blade Master Xanthai's light and agile attacks, Blade Master Zarinan's sword strikes were both vigorous and heavy despite being as fluid and quick as Blade Master Xanthai's rapid attacks. Lorist only had one word within his mind at that moment: despair. It was as if he was thrust into a world of unlimited blade storms that barraged him with one strike after another non-stop. During that long and grueling time, Lorist could only painstakingly defend. Break! Lorist suddenly roared as he knocked himself and the Blade Master apart. After making some distance quickly, Lorist struggled to stand with a pale, white look on his face and some blood in his mouth. The silver wire mesh armor he wore had a long strike across it that revealed his bloodied black undershirt within. It was then when Lorist recalled the words of the princess. She said that while Lorist did defeat Blade Master Xanthai, her teacher and godmother, he definitely wasn't a match for her grandfather and wouldn't be able to survive more than 100 strikes from him. Duke Fizibalin was a rank 3 Blade Master while Xanthai was only a rank 2. As for Blade Master Zarinan, he was a rank 3 Blade Master just like the Duke. Gosh, the gap between rank 2 and rank 3 Blade Masters is really too wide. Even though I was able to keep up with Blade Master Xanthai, I have almost no chance to retaliate against Blade Master Zarinan and was busy defending for my life. When Lorist thought that he had discovered a weakness in the old man's strikes, he decided to land one strike in himself to force the old man backwards, only to discover that the opening had vanished and that he had fell into that old man's trap. Had Lorist not reacted quickly enough to parry with his sword and retreat with all his might, his body might have already been cut in half. Lorist smiled bitterly and thought, today will definitely be tough. I can only circle around that old man from a distance for now and hope that the Karo Ballista Brigade arrives quickly. Brilliant swordsmanship. Your moves are not bad, and it is definitely hard to imagine that someone at your age is able to fight with such astounding skill. If my master was still alive, he definitely would have taken you as his disciple and spent all his effort cultivating your talent. Perhaps, you might even become a sword saint some tens of years later. But it's a shame that you've chosen to go against my king. You will definitely die today. Zarinan exclaimed before he rushed forward with his sword again. Lorist retreated one step after another and noticed that the stream was already behind him and there was no way to run. With a flash of inspiration, Lorist leaped into the stream directly. When Zarinan reached the stream, he found that Lorist was already on the opposite bank on the other side of the stream 5 meters away. If you let me kill you obediently, I will make sure that you don't suffer any pain. There's no point in running away since I'll definitely get to you, said the old man as he shook his head, as if he thought that Lorist's final death struggle was irrational and unsightly. Oh, is that so, old man? Well, why don't you come over here and try then? Even if I were to die, I will make sure to take a nice bite out of you. Don't forget that you couldn't do anything to me either just now, so it's still unclear who will win. Let's see who'll be the victor in the end, Lorist said as he gritted his teeth. Blade Master Zarinan did not say anything and leaped before landing lightly on a rock that was 3 meters away from Lorist. With a grunt, Lorist kicked his right leg out and sent some internal energy-infused stones and cobblestones on the bank, propelling towards the Blade Master. Right after that, he jumped forward to take the offensive since he wasn't able to do much by defending. At worst, he would take the Blade Master down with him even if it cost him his life. Zarinan didn't expect that Lorist had that move up his sleeves. While his face was covered by the dust and grime Lorist kicked off, he managed to block half of the stones that were infused with internal energy. But those that he didn't get to deflect hit his body and tore his clothes apart, causing him to feel immense pain. That was especially the case with the few cobblestones that brushed by the old man's face, causing 2 long, bloody scratches to form. Without waiting for Zarinan to react, Lorist pounced forward like a tiger and attacked without bothering to defend. His sword strikes seemed to overturn the Milky Way itself as they shot forward unimpeded. It was a double-edged sword style that harmed both him and his opponent, causing the old man to struggle haggardly. Clang 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 clang. The swords collided with each other rapidly once again. Ugh! It was already Lorist's 3rd time being struck flying, and this time, he didn't remain standing and instead crashed right onto the bank of the stream, dyeing the water of the stream red with his blood. Zarinan on the other hand retreated a few steps back. He wasn't in the best condition as his left arm and right leg both bore wounds from which blood spurted out. But worst was his left cheek, which was a complete, bloody mess. Even half his ear was shaved completely off. After trying hard to stand back up straight, Zarinan felt up his injury on the left part of his face and said in a venomous tone, "Good, good. Nobody has managed to wound me in the past 20 years. I really didn't think that you would able to hurt me for real. Anything that can go wrong truly will go wrong. Kid, I bet you can't move now, right? When I get you, I will definitely make you regret that you were born. I will deal with you ever so slowly that you will cry for mercy to have your life ended in one swift blow." Lorist struggled on the ground for a few moments before finally getting up, half kneeling. His body was covered completely in slash wounds, some of which revealed even the whites of his bones with the blood washed off by the stream water. "Kill! A silver-ranked guard with only the thought of saving his lord charged forward with a silver blade glow emanating from his sword. The old man lightly waved his sword and the head of the silver-ranked guard landed into the stream, further coloring the water red with blood. However, 10 other guards rushed forward after the first was killed. These guards had been making their way forward when Lorist was busy attacking Zarinan, and they planned to overwhelm the Blade Master with numbers without regard for their own lives. Despite that, within a few moments, around 40 of the guards landed straight into the stream, turning the stream into a bloody river. These self-sacrificing guards of the family only managed to buy another 10 minutes, during which Lorist recovered some energy and managed to stand up. However, it pained Lorist to witness the deaths of those guards. Silver and iron ranked alike, they all rushed towards Blade Master Zarinan. That was not bravery. It was suicide. Of the company of 100 guards Lorist brought along with him, half of them had already died from Zarinan's blade. Further off in the distance, an alert horn signal could be heard blowing at the army camp near Tortoise Hill, and the regiment of soldiers would be able to arrive within another 30 minutes. But that was time Lorist didn't have. Release! Els commanded loudly. Tens of arrows and crossbow bolts headed in Zarinan's direction, as well as a few other thrown axes and javelins. Unfortunately, Lorist's guard unit wasn't the longbowman unit, and they only brought with them a few hunting bows and crossbows that didn't shoot far, failing to effectively suppress Zarinan completely. Standing on top of a corpse of one of the guards that attacked him at the stream, he deflected the various projectiles headed his way easily with a few waves of his sword as he laughed eerily and said, "Hee hee. Your family's soldiers are rather loyal. Since that's the case, I'll kill them off first before I deal with you." Els and the rest were only around 50 meters away from Zarinan, and that old man would only take 10 minutes to kill off the whole group. By the time the reinforcements coming from afar arrive, Zarinan would have long captured Lorist and fled. Lorist stood up straight with all his ability and thought, "No. I can't let that old man kill Els and the others. I'm already heavily injured and I doubt that I can deal with that crazy old man. Better think of another way, quick." Looking back at the forest behind him, Lorist feigned laughter and said, "Kill them nice and slow, okay? I'll take my leave first." Using all the energy he could muster, Lorist rushed straight into the ancient forest behind him. Zarinan turned back and cursed. Killing those guards was only a small matter to him, but if he were to let Lorist escape, that would pose to be a large problem. If word got out that a rank 3 Blade Master let an iron-ranked Dominion Lord escape, then what pride or face would he have left? Additionally, this was his first assassination attempt, and if Lorist really did manage to get away, Zarinan definitely wouldn't get a second chance at killing him. It was obvious that Lorist would increase his defenses so that the old man would never be able to get near him again. If Lorist chose to mobilize 3,000 fully equipped veteran soldiers to get back at Zarinan, he would have to run and hide for his life even if he was a Blade Master. Zarinan hurriedly changed his direction and charged like a ghost within a blink of an eye into the forest Lorist had escaped into. Seeing the old man enter the forest, Els and the other guards slumped to the ground. Despite facing a Blade Master, one that had massacred half their unit at that, the fact that they were able to continue to launch ranged attacks was already an amazing feat. Half of their bravery had come from their long and arduous training to instinctively follow orders, while the other half stemmed from the depths of their beliefs that they had to save Lorist no matter what, even at the cost of their lives. After tens of minutes, the Karo Ballista Brigade arrived rather late along with Jusk, Potterfang and more soldiers. Reedy hurriedly jumped onto one of the Karo ballistas and cut off the support of the steel ballista, before planting his sword on the chariot's floor and taking 3 ballista bolts with him before he rushed straight into the forest. With a flash in his eyes, Els said, "That's right. Take the steel ballistas off and form small teams of 3 ballistas each before following them into the forest." Jusk dismounted and tugged on Els harshly before asking, "Where's my lord?" Els pointed at the forests and said, "My lord has lured that old assassin there. That old man Zarinan is actually a Blade Master, and I think he was sent here by the second prince. Quick, go look for my lord. He seems to be badly injured." Jisk mounted swiftly and spurred his horse forward as he said, "Depart," before charging into the forest with his mounted archer brigade without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 204 Bloody Battle Cliffhanger 3 of 5. Hi guys! Here's the first regular chapter of the week continuing the cliffhanger from last week. Enjoy! After Blade Master Zarinan zoomed into the forest, he quickly discovered the footprints and blood tracks left by Lorist. With those as his lead, he believed that his prey wouldn't be able to escape him. Even though he was indeed surprised by the skill in the sword showed by that kid from the Norton family as well as the weird energy that he used that caused him to gain 3 extra wounds, Zarinan was sure that his counterattack caused quite a bit of damage to Lorist. Even if those tens of strikes weren't critical, they should be enough to ensure that Lorist no longer has any ability to resist. All of a sudden, his left cheek pulsed in pain while his left arm and right leg felt a burning sensation near the wounds. Blade Master Zarinan knew that blood had stopped flowing from the wounds only because he used battle force to temporarily seal them. But right now, his 3 wounds started bleeding again. After cursing venomously, the Blade Master brought out a small, circular, silver box and felt relieved that he had some medicine left. Back then when he departed for the Northlands, even though he didn't think that he'd get injured, he brought along some healing supplies just in case, much to his relief. Taking off the circular cover, some semi-translucent, green-colored gel could be seen within. Blade Master Zarinan applied some of the gel on his wounds before tearing his undershirt into a few smaller cloth pieces to bandage himself up. He only relaxed after he felt the cooling relief of the gel on his wounds. "Very well, Norton kid. When I catch you, I will make you beg for death." After following the footsteps for another 100 meters, he heard a stream flow not far away and suddenly felt that something was off. Quickly stepping forward past the shrubs to check, he noticed that the trail ended at the edge of the bank of the stream. This forest was actually near the Azure River, which led straight to the ocean and was located near some hills. So, it wasn't weird for there to be a long stretch of the bank there, where footsteps were harder to spot amidst the scattered stones. That caused Blade Master Zarinan much frustration as he didn't know whether Lorist walked upstream or downstream. But he was certain that Lorist was still nearby and could possibly even be behind the boulder near him. "Don't let me catch you! Or I'll definitely skin you alive!" roared Blade Master Zarinan angrily. After cursing, he listened intently and hoped that Lorist would be unnerved by his scream and run further away instead of staying put. But unfortunately for the Blade Master, apart from startling some birds within the forest, his screams did not have any other effect. "I don't believe that he can get that far away from me just because he entered the forest only a few minutes earlier," Blade Master Zarinan mused. Right now, he could only use his Blade Master senses to search his side of the bank to look for Lorist, whom he presumed was hiding nearby. Blade Master Zarinan had heard about many assassinations back during the time of internal strife within the Empire. Most of them happened between the first and second princes. It wasn't known which one of them began using such measures first, as both of them did things openly with a chivalrous style and it was weird for them to utilize underhanded assassination methods. But after one incident or another, both of them went all out. Since the first prince was cruel and insidious with the second prince being venomous and cunning, the two of them considered each other to be their biggest rival and were willing to do anything at all for even the smallest advantage and frequently hired lowly mercenaries to carry out their dirty assassinations in hopes that they would be able to wipe their rival out without a huge conflict. Those years were rather rowdy and most people have lost count how many times the first and second princes were involved in assassination attempts. The only thing Blade Master Zarinan knew for sure was that the second prince used to send mercenaries on assassination missions with the promise that if they succeeded, they would be able to become true landed nobles and leave their lowly status as mercenaries. However, not a single one of those mercenaries returned alive. Given that the second prince had 2 blade masters protecting him, the first prince was also quite cautious for his own well-being. Bribing the servants and attendants to apply poison for assassinations is one of the most commonly used methods. Blade Master Zarinan remembered very clearly that time when the first prince got hold of the most beautiful female dancer and sent her to the second prince through another noble who attended the second prince's banquet. The dancer's soft and gentle movements along with her slender figure caused the second prince to be rather excited to the point that he brought her to his chambers before that banquet even ended. But what the dancer didn't expect was that Blade Master Zarinan was hiding within the second prince's chambers even when the two of them were having intercourse. When the second prince finally released his pent-up desires on the body of the dancer, she believed that the time was right and removed a beast-tooth hair clip from her hair. What was worth noting was that the hair clip's blue-colored needle was coated with deadly poison. Just before the needle pierced the second prince's neck, Blade Master Zarinan stepped in and stopped the dancer. The second prince who got out of his bed no longer had his previous gentle expression. The dancer then suffered a horrible fate which included being ravaged by hundreds of ravenous guards for 3 days and nights. Despite receiving medical care every time she was abused, she still died eventually. The moment news of her death reached the second prince, he had the dancer minced into little pieces to be fed to wild dogs. That was the only assassination attempt that got so close to taking the second prince's life. Angered, he began his revenge against the first prince and the two of them continued to plan one assassination after another, with neither having any success. Later, the mercenaries who were recruited for these missions knew that the chance of success was so low that they didn't bother to participate for the sake of their own lives. Eventually, the two princes had to stop because there wasn't anyone who bothered to carry out the assassinations for them. But the one who suffered most during the assassination spree of the first and second princes was the third prince because while the first and second princes only had to deal with each other's assassins, the third prince was assaulted by killers from both sides because they didn't want the third prince to profit from their mutual destruction. And so, the poor third prince suffered a spear stab when he was asleep once and even got hit with a poison arrow in the following attempts. Even though he was rescued and attended to in time, he was reduced to only being able to lay resting in his bed weekly. This time around, it was like the second prince returned to those days by sending his only remaining blade master to assassinate Lorist. It was apparent that his hate for Lorist was bone deep. Given his temperament, the second prince thought that the sole reason he lost his whole army was due to Lorist. Having been chased out of the Northlands and humiliated so deeply, there was no way he would be able to rest well until Lorist was killed. The second prince believed that as long as Blade Master Zarinan was sent, there was no chance of failure. The Sword Saint of the former Chrisan Empire had already fallen 30 or so years ago in the last battle between the Empire and the Ford Trade Union. Right now, among the many Blade Masters of the kingdoms and duchies, Blade Master Zarinan was the only one who was closest to the level of a Sword Saint and his ability could be described as being on the borderline of the Sword Saint level, with him requiring only a final piece of insight to break through the bottleneck. It was within the realm of possibility for him to ascend to the level of a Sword Saint within as soon as the next 10 years. Apart from a few gold-ranked knights, the Norton family didn't have any other Blade Masters. That's why there was a 90% chance for Blade Master Zarinan to succeed retrieving Lorist's head. While the second prince was practically insane, he had his own reasons for doing so. First, taking Lorist's head was a form of release for him. Second, it would be a good show of force for the other Dominion lords. Even though he no longer had an army, he still had a Blade Master by his side, so that would cause the other nobles to think twice before they decide to not follow the second prince's orders, lest they lose their heads as a result. As for the vengeance of the Norton family that would come after the assassination, the second prince treated it as nothing more than a joke. He believed that as long as he could maintain his hold on Windberry City, he could simply wait for his father-in-law's reinforcements to defend him from the forces of the Norton family. If they were to resort to assassination, that would basically amount to suicide as the second prince had Blade Master Zarinan by his side, keeping anybody with ill intentions far away from him. Even if the Norton family's forces were so strong that they would cause the second prince to lose hold of Windberry City, he could still escape to Duke Fizibalan's dominion under the protection of Blade Master Zarinan. And if the Norton family forces give chase, it would be even better because the second prince would be able to sit back and watch the forces of the Nortons clash against his father-in-laws. To the second prince, it would be ideal if both of them depleted each other's forces so that he would have an opportunity to make a sweeping comeback at their expense. Blade Master Zarinan also held the same thoughts as the second prince and believed that he was only making a simple trip to the Northlands and that taking the head of the Norton family leader was merely a small feat. He thought that his trip would only take him 1 short month and treated it like he would a relaxing walk in the park. Even though the second prince was merely his swordsmanship disciple, Blade Master Zarinan had long considered him to be his own son. As the Blade Master was obsessed with researching the way of the sword, he didn't settle down to form a family. Apart from his junior apprentice brother Luance, the second prince who had begun learning swordsmanship from him since the age of 8 was one of the few people who were closest to him. Even though the second prince developed various ill habits and attitude problems, he still maintained a good degree of respect to Blade Master Zarinan, and after spending time with each other over the course of 40 years, the two had already developed a pseudo-parent-child relationship. But Blade Master Zarinan never would have imagined that the Norton family leader would be so hard to deal with. Not only has he not succeeded yet, he even suffered 3 injuries from that kid's strikes that were infused with a weird force. While Lorist himself wasn't faring that well either and even escaped into the forests with a body full of wounds, if Blade Master Zarinan failed to claim his head, then this matter would become a mark of humiliation that would earn him to scorn and ridicule of the others for the rest of his life. Not far away in the distance, sounds of people shouting and horses neighing could be heard. They were the reinforcements of the Norton family forces who had begun their search within the forest. Blade Master Zarinan himself did not really mind them. If he were on a flat plain, he might have needed to retreat when faced with thousands of men and horses. But in the dense forest like this, the Norton family soldiers did not really pose a real threat to him, and he could just kill as many that dared to come at him as he can. However, he still had no idea where Lorist was hiding and wondered if he chose the wrong direction and deliberated whether he should go the other way upstream. In actuality, the displacement from Lorist to Blade Master Zarinan was only around 30 meters. He wasn't hiding behind the boulders around the bank or the forests. When he arrived at the bank, he saw a hanging vine and quickly climbed down it. After that, he swung himself on top of a branch nearby to make his way as far from the bank as possible. When he felt tired, he sat on the tree branch and rested after he felt that he was safe enough. As expected, Blade Master Zarinan began searching around the boulders near the forests and bank and focused all his attention on the ground in hopes that he would be able to locate some tracks without bothering to raise his head to check above. Breathing a relieved breath, Lorist tended to his injuries after he recovered some more energy. When he was escaping, he had temporarily tapped his pressure points to stop the bleeding, but when he climbed up that tree, his wounds started bleeding again. It was a terrible thing to be bleeding within the forest, as some magical beasts that have great sense of smell would quickly be able to locate oneself based on the smell of blood. It was even harder to hide from the magical beasts than from the eyes of Blade Master Zarinan. Lorist on the other hand carried far more healing supplies than the Blade Master did. There was a hidden pouch on his outer robe in which 3 or 4 different types of medicinal ointments were kept. The only troublesome thing was that he had to remove his wire mesh armor to access them. In his last clash with the Blade Master, he had received more than 10 sword strikes and his wire mesh armor had been torn to shreds, with some of the wire even piercing into his flesh. Lorist gritted his teeth and managed to remove his wire mesh armor with much difficulty, causing his shirt to be stained red by his blood once again. Since his clothes were also wet, Lorist removed them altogether. After that, he tapped a few more of his pressure points again to stop the bleeding and began to apply some medicine before taking out a curved needle and some goat intestine thread from a small silver box. Following that, he broke off a piece of tree branch and bit on it with his teeth and shivered as the searing pain from sewing his injuries shut assailed his mind. After cleaning his wounds, he wrapped up his injuries and began to sweat profusely. Lorist was also feeling rather lightheaded when he retrieved a small silver flask from the pouch of his outer robe which contained some rank 2 recovery medicine and poured 2 drops of it into his mouth. Following that, he shut his eyes and rested for a bit before feeling refreshed when his body began to regain some energy. Loris then put his outer robe back on before wrapping another piece of cloth torn from his undergarment on his body. It was then when he heard the sounds of conflict and death coming from the bank of the stream. When Loris stood up on the branch and looked, he was shocked to see that it had already turned into a bloody battlefield with hundreds of family soldiers and war horses lying dead all over the bank who were defeated by only one enemy, that ghostly blade master which seemed to appear out of nowhere before disappearing altogether. However, Blade Master Zarinan at that moment looked exceedingly haggard with his hair being all messed up and a few more additional wounds that were previously not visible on his body. There was even one arrow stuck onto his back. No matter how many he killed, when faced with waves of Norton family soldiers who did not fear death, Zarinan himself couldn't afford to let his guard down and had to give it his all to deal with them. Just now, the soldiers Blade Master Zarinan were fighting were a bunch of mounted longbowmen. The 100 or so arrows that flew his way weren't much of a threat as he even began to slaughter away at the bowmen. But before he managed to kill the bulk of them, a green arrow caused him quite a lot of harm. He initially thought that the green arrow was similar to the others and he used his sword to lightly block it, only to feel the battle force infused within the arrow explode all of a sudden, causing his long sword to be knocked away. With tens of arrows still heading his way, he had no choice to dodge, but he was still struck by one arrow on his back nevertheless. Having fallen into that trap, Blade Master Zarinan's rage rose sky high and he proceeded to seek out the person who had gotten the better of him. It was then when he noticed that the one who fired that green arrow was a gold-ranked marksman and every time he drew his bow, it made the Blade Master feel that a formidable enemy was coming. With much difficulty, Zarinan managed to wound the gold-ranked marksman, but just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, another gold-ranked knight parried it away and had his subordinates rescue the marksman. It was only then when Blade Master Zarinan truly understood why the second prince's army of 100,000 had been crushed utterly by the forces of the Norton family. The soldiers he faced were so well trained that he had never seen any like them and they rushed at him courageously without the slightest hesitation. The gold-ranked knight who had received his finishing blow to save the marksman also had pretty solid swordsmanship that allowed him to defend against close to 100 strikes from Blade Master Zarinan with much difficulty before he was finally struck once. Despite the two gold-ranked knights' injures, the Norton family soldiers weren't the slightest intimidated and continued to rush frantically at Blade Master Zarinan. They were even willing to trade their lives for the chance to land the shallowest injury on the Blade Master. A few of the soldiers even gave their lives just to hold the Blade Master in place after abandoning their weapons and hoped that their comrades would avenge their deaths. After killing more than 300 men, Blade Master Zarinan already lost count. His battle force was also slowly running out. Even if he was a rank 3 Blade Master, his battle force was still limited in amount and could not be used indefinitely, he could only last longer than the average gold-ranked knight. When faced with the Norton family soldiers' frantic assault, his battle force was drained even more quickly as the armor the soldiers wore required more battle force than usual to cut through. After that, the tens of ballistas that joined the fray caused Blade Master Zarinan even more grief. He never would have expected that the bolts fired by the ballistas would have even more force than the arrow fired by the gold-ranked knight, causing him to suffer 2 more injuries as a result, with one of the bolts brushing against his left arm and the other boring its way through his right calf, leaving a gaping, bleeding hole behind. The heavily battered Blade Master understood that if he did not make his escape, he would be overwhelmed by the Norton family soldiers. So, while he still had some battle force remaining, he rushed deeper into the forest and headed towards the location where Loris hid unknowingly. Blade Master Zarinan resolved himself to give the Norton family soldiers a good lesson when he recovered some more battle force and cursed internally throughout his escape. He then leaped over the shrub that was blocking his way and made his way up one large tree with the last remnants of his battle force before sitting limply on the tree branch. Blade Master Zarinan was rather satisfied with the large tree as it had thick branches and dense foliage. There was no way anyone would be able to locate him from beneath the tree. After that, he looked around to inspect his surroundings, only to see a pair of eyes burning with anger and a sword gleaming with cold light heading his way, accompanied by a vicious scream. Bastard! Give me your life! Chapter 205 Executed Cliffhanger 4 of 5. Here's the second regular chapter of the week. I'm terribly sorry how long translating this has taken me, but I hope I will be able to make it up with bonus chapters on the weekends. This chapter, and the next, is so long that I couldn't translate it in one sitting. I hope you will be patient with me. Clang, clang, clang. Ugh! Cried the Blade Master as he fell from the tree. That old guy didn't think that he would actually make his way to where Lorist was hiding. If he still had enough battle force, he would have been elated, but right now he deeply regretted his actions instead and felt that he shouldn't have wasted so much time and energy on the Norton family soldiers, causing him to fall prey to this sudden surprise attack when he was at his most vulnerable. Despite that, Blade Master Zarinan still managed to react at inhumanly quick reflexes. However, as he had used up his battle force, he only managed to deflect 3 of Lorist's sword strikes before he revealed an opening for the 4th, which left a wound on his left chest. The old Blade Master's rich battle experience dictated him to fall off the tree without resisting to avoid having his chest pierced through completely. Otherwise, he would have been nailed to the tree by Lorist's sword. Thud! Blade Master Zarinan smashed flat onto the ground by the tree. Ack! The old Blade Master coughed out a mouthful of blood and he looked incredibly bloody, especially since his left chest had been pierced quite deeply. Even though he had removed the shaft of the arrow that had planted itself on his back, the arrowhead was still within his body and the fall just now caused the arrowhead to burrow itself even deeper, sending waves of pain that caused the Blade Master to grit his teeth hard. Raising his head, Blade Master Zarinan stared at Lorist, who was still on top of the tree, with a sharp gaze and said, "Kid, so you were hiding here and even know an ambushing trick or two. But as long as I don't die, I will definitely get my payback from you." Lorist was also breathing raggedly while he clutched the tree trunk and leaned his body on it. The attacks he launched just now had tugged onto his wounds and caused him to sweat profusely from the pain. Seeing Blade Master Zarinan below the tree, Lorist's mind filled with rage as he said the following with a cold, icy tone filled with killing intent, "You think you'll get away alive? Dream on! You will die today no matter what. Come haunt me as a ghost if you want your payback so much. Darn it all! All the way from Moronti City to the Northlands, I've never suffered anything as bad as this. My injuries aside, the family forces also got so many casualties," Lorist thought as he recalled the corpses of the hundreds of soldiers who sacrificed themselves littered all over the stream, causing anger to flare in his mind once again. Given that the Blade Master was at the brink of death, Lorist felt that it was time for him to end it right that instant. Just as he was about to leap downwards from the tree, the sounds of Norton soldiers searching the forest could be heard in the distance, causing Blade Master Zarinan, who was on the ground, to quickly roll and crawl away from Lorist's leaping range. After standing back up, he said coldly, "I'll spare you for now, kid. Catch you later." After saying that, he stumbled his way deeper into the forest and tried desperately to make his way out regardless of the thorny shrubs that nicked away at his skin. Good soul! Aren't you a fucking Blade Master? You're even willing to ditch your pride to escape!" shouted Lorist from the top of the tree. But Blade Master Zarinan didn't pay him any regard and continued to make his way forward while shielding his head. Having no other choice, Lorist jumped down from the tree and rushed towards the Blade Master, ignoring his injuries. If he had waited for his soldiers to come first, it might allow the Blade Master to escape. He figured that it was best if he ended the Blade Master while he could, lest his family suffers even more harm later on. The old Blade Master had to die. After tens of minutes, Reedy came over with tens of other guards who brought along with them 4 steel ballistas. Apart from Reedy, who was blessed with extraordinary strength that allowed him to carry 1 ballista by himself, the rest of the guards had to carry each ballista with one person holding the front and another at the back, with the third ready to load and fire at a moment's notice. It didn't take long for the guards to identify the footprints and blood trail left on the ground, and a few of them climbed up the tree to find the wire mesh armor Lorist discarded, a few scraps of cloth and a silver medicine box that was completely empty. "My lord is still fine," Reedy said, glad and reassured. "This silver box is the one our lord carries around in his hidden pouch for use in emergencies. It seems that he has managed to treat some of his wounds. Let's continue our search and see if we can find any more clues. Over here. There are tracks here left by two people who passed through not long ago." Without delay, one of the guards who used to be a hunter found the trail left behind by the two. "Look, cloth scraps of different types can be found on the twigs. It seems that they've passed through the shrubs and are headed in the direction of the wildlands. One of you shall inform Sir Els about this. The rest shall go along with me to follow the trail," Reedy decided. The sky was darkening gradually and Lorist didn't know how long he had been chasing behind the Blade Masters nor how many mountains or streams they passed through. His chest felt as if it was on fire as he struggled to take in one breath after another. The Blade Master in front of him also began to slow down and was only barely stumbling forward. Old man. Did you freaking dope yourself with some kind of drug? You're still able to run so far," Lorist muttered as he struggled to keep up. Not far away from him, a stream could be seen. Blade Master Zarinan rushed towards it immediately and dipped his head right inside, anxiously taking in one mouthful of fresh water after another. Lorist also followed suit and stopped at the bank around 10 meters away from the Blade Master and began drinking away. The cool and refreshing water seemed to put out the burning feeling within his chest. After filling himself up with all the water he needed, Lorist looked at the Blade Master and cackled as he said, "Run, old guy. Continue running. Aren't you supposed to be good at that?" Even though Zarinan wanted to get up, he found that he had not a single shred of energy left. After trying for a few times, he realized that he wasn't able to move and said, "Kid. Don't be so full of yourself. I bet you can't move anymore either. Just wait until I recover some battle force. I'll show you." Lorist tried hard to sit straight and thrust his sword into the ground to stabilize himself before saying, "All right. Then let's see who's able to recover faster, and who will be the first to die." Blade Master Zarinan stopped talking altogether as if he wanted to save the slightest bit of energy that the act would cost him. And so, the area around the stream returned to its former tranquility. Lorist also stopped talking as he had already begun to calm his breathing so that he may recover his energy sooner. Time ticked by slowly and after a few moments, Lorist stood up and retrieved the sword he thrust into the ground before heading towards the Blade Master who laid sprawling by the bank of the stream. When he was around 6 meters away from his nemesis, just as he was about to rush in, Lorist's expression changed suddenly and he began to retreat cautiously. A gigantic, beige-colored python could be seen within the stream, slowly swimming towards Blade Master Zarinan. Seeing Zarinan in front of it, the python prepared itself to land a savage bite. Perhaps, it considered Zarinan as a free meal that the heavens had gifted it with, an unmoving prey, just like a sheep with its legs broken so that couldn't escape and could only be swallowed whole while still conscious. A gold flash of blade glow flared, after which the python's head got split into countless pieces. Blade Master Zarinan had already stood up. As his glowing sword cut the gigantic python into shreds, the blood spurting from its body colored the whole Blade Master blood red. At that moment, Blade Master Zarinan was incredibly frantic as the battle force he had spent so long to save up had been wasted on the gigantic python. He had originally intended to give Lorist a surprise attack the moment they were close enough. But Lorist had already leaped forward. After seeing the old man having enough energy to cut the gigantic python apart, he understood that his energy recovered at a rate slower than that of the old Blade Masters. Had it not been for the brave python that sacrificed itself, Lorist might really have fallen into the Blade Master's trap. But since the latter's battle force had obviously been used up on the python, Lorist hesitated no more. Clang 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 clang. The crescendo of clashing swords built up slowly once again. But this time around, The one who was knocked flying was Blade Master Zarinan. While the 2 extra shallow cuts he got wasn't of much consequence, he was sent flying by Lorist's vicious kick and landed on the ground before curling up like a cooked, red lobster while coughing out blood non-stop. Lorist held his sword with both hands and propped himself up with it as to not fall down. The previous flurry of attacks had completely burned him out, and it was already fortunate that he didn't collapse right away. With sweat flowing all over his body carrying traces of blood and a few reopened wounds, searing pain began to assail Lorist's senses. Blade Master Zarinan struggled to get up before making his way towards the forest in the distance at a staggeringly slow pace while coughing out blood. Lorist was already using the last remnants of his energy to control his breathing. He couldn't even move a single finger and could only look at the figure of the old man fade into the forest. By the time Lorist recovered enough to move, he followed the blood trail into the forest. The sky had completely darkened by then and the growls of beasts could be heard not far away. What Lorist had to do now was not to find the Blade Master, but rather to find a spot for himself to spend the night safely. He eventually encountered a large tree and climbed up on it. The tree trunk was so thick that would require more than 10 people linking hands to be able to circle it completely, and that was just what Lorist needed. Knocking onto the surface of the trunk with the hilt of his sword, he heard an echo which indicated that the insides of the trunk was almost hollow. Infusing some internal energy into his sword, Lorist pierced it into the tree and cut out an oval shape with his other hand clutching the bark before pulling it apart, revealing an empty hole within. This was one of the survival skills Lorist learned back in the days he worked as a mercenary in Moranti City. Usually, trees of that size would have holes of differing sizes within which could be used as a temporary shelter. The hole within that tree wasn't too big, but it was just enough to fit Lorist within. After climbing inside, he made 2 breathing holes on the bark piece he was holding before carefully closing it back and blocking the makeshift door with his sword. That way, the bark door wouldn't fall outside the tree to the ground. Within the darkness, Lorist felt deathly tired. But he understood that there was no way that Blade Master Zarinan would lose his life in the forest that easily. He knew that he had to end the old man's life once and for all when he was at his weakest. After I take care of the Blade Master, I will definitely go to the second prince and to him my thanks. Lorist then sat down cross-legged to begin activating the aquametal technique by circulating his internal energy despite the pain it caused him. Only by doing that could he recover enough strength and internal energy by dawn to seek out the Blade Master. The forest at night was a rather noisy place with roars and growls of beasts all over. Sounds of knocking and scratching could frequently be heard from beyond the tree bark door. However, the spot Lorist found was rather special as it was above the 1.5 meter mark of the tree trunk. While that was not an obstacle at all to humans, it was definitely inaccessible to 4-legged magical beasts. When Lorist saw the sunlight seeping through the seams at the entrance of the hole, he knew that dawn had come. After a night of circulating his energy, the internal energy in his dungeon had recovered up to 1/3 of its full capacity. Feeling assured that he felt no presences outside, Lorist pushed away the bark door and made his way out of the hole. I definitely have to find that old Blade Master and kill him today, Lorist pledged to himself. The beasts that crossed the forest during the night had long messed up the tracks the Blade Master left behind. Lorist could only use his senses and intuition to continue his search. Meanwhile, Reedy looked at 4 dead guards while shaking his head in futility. During the night, they set up camp on top of a mound and were attacked by many magical beasts that came without pause. Even though they managed to fend them off in the end, they still suffered heavy casualties as a result. Looking at the 4 remaining unharmed guards, Reedy said, "You guys, bring the injured and the dead back first. I will go look for my lord myself. Don't worry, I grew up in the wilds and it's easier for me to travel alone. I will leave some tracks for you to follow when you're done." Currently, Lorist had just found Blade Master Zarinan, who didn't make it far during the night. The old Blade Master had also hid atop a tree throughout the night, but he didn't crawl into a hollow one like Lorist did and instead climbed all the way to the top and cut off the tallest branch and carved a spot for himself to lay within. The difference between his experience the night before and Lorist's was that he was continuously harassed by magical beasts. From time to time, magical pythons and different kinds of magical panthers would launch attacks on him, with many other carnivorous magical beasts waiting beneath the tree as they chewed away at the beast flesh chunks cut off by the Blade Master. That was why Lorist was so easily able to spot Blade Master Zarinan, who was perched at the very top of the tree from rather far away. As if he had a premonition, Blade Master Zarinan turned to look at Lorist from the distance. Even though he had been bothered by magical beasts throughout the night, given his abilities as a Blade Master, he had still managed to recover up to half of his battle force. Seeing Lorist appear before him even though he didn't explicitly conduct a search, the Blade Master roared before he jumped from the tree he was on to the next tree in Lorist's direction. Lorist quickly drew his sword and awaited the clash. Both of them understood that if they wanted to take each other's life, it had to be done on this very day. If they let each other go, there might be little to no chance for them to have another encounter in the future. Blade Master Zarinan only cared single-mindedly about bringing Lorist's head back with him because he wanted to release his frustration and humiliation from being injured by Lorist so badly and to fulfill the mission given to him by the second prince. Lorist on the other hand only wanted to kill the Blade Master for a simple reason: he had to avenge the hundreds of heroic soldiers who had sacrificed themselves, and what better time to do it than right now, when the Blade Master was gravely injured. Clang 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 clang. During this clash, the one who was forced to retreat backwards was Lorist. It was a shock to him that the Blade Master managed to regain so much vigor within only one night, as if the wound to his left chest and left arm, the hole in his right calf and the arrow wound on his back didn't affect him at all after he bandaged them up for a bit, forcing Lorist to struggle bitterly to defend. Good soul, even though you're already almost 80, you cursed old man, how are you able to recover faster than me? Lorist barked, not understanding what was happening. Hee, kid, did you think that people call me a quasi-sword saint for nothing? I only need to take one more step to actually become a sword saint. To think that you would be so dumb to seek me out only to have your life ended here. Zarinan said gleefully while he took one step forward after another. Grr. Behind Lorist, a savage magical bear around 4 meters tall appeared and waved both its paws in a slashing motion towards Lorist. Still able to retain his calm, Lorist quickly fell flat on the ground before kicking his legs and pushing himself backwards through the 2 hind legs of the upright standing bear. Ugh, it stinks. Having whooshed through the bottom of the magical bear, Lorist almost felt like vomiting from the stench. But right now, he couldn't be bothered to care about such things and pushed himself up from the ground with both his hands and sending his legs kicking against the bear's back, sending it stumbling forward towards Blade Master Zarinan. The old man, who was elated just before after seeing that Lorist was about to be crushed by the bear's paws, was shocked to see it coming in his direction. But as he was not as agile as Lorist, he was forced to deal with the bear first. After expending lots of effort, the Blade Master cut the bear into pieces. But before he managed to catch his breath, he saw Lorist stare at him with a sly smile. Without saying anything else, Blade Master Zarinan turned to run immediately. Good soul, is that what a quasi-sword saint should be doing? Lorist complained as he began to give chase. Now that he had a chance, Lorist immediately grasped it. As the old man's right leg was injured, it was hard for him to dodge and evade the bear, so he could only waste his battle force to take it down. Lorist believed that he only had to strike the old man from a distance before retreating repeatedly to take the old man down. Even though the Blade Master only had one leg to give him the push, he was still able to move relatively fast, and Lorist still wasn't able to catch up to him despite that. Thus they ran all the way to a cliff below which a jade-green river could be seen. Well, keep running. Oh, wait, you've made your way into a dead end, didn't you? Lorist said as he gasped for air after the tiring chase. The old man was also breathing raggedly, but he revealed a ghastly smile and said, Hee, did you really think I was trying to run? This spot is a good one. Over here, you won't be able to circle me around, and strike me before shrinking back repeatedly. I finally found the ideal place after so much effort. Kid, this is where your life ends. Even before he finished, the old man sent himself flying towards Lorist. Clang 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 clang. This time around, their positions were reversed and Blade Master Zarinan was gradually forcing Lorist towards the edge of the cliff. In a few more steps, Lorist would fall all the way down to the river below. Hee, kid, there's no doubt that this will be your end. All of a sudden, the old Blade Master froze as his sword fell from his hand towards the ground. An iron ballista bolt had pierced through his stomach at that moment, leaving behind a large, gaping hole. "Milord, milord!" Reedy cried as he hurriedly rushed forward to support Lorist, who was about to collapse at any moment. Letting out a breath of relief, Lorist slumped into Reedy's arms. Just as he was about to say something, his expression changed all of a sudden as Blade Master Zarinan, whom he thought was dead, jumped towards the both of them while crying out, "Let's all die together!" Both the palms of the Blade Master struck Reedy's back, sending him flying towards the edge of the cliff with Lorist in his arms. In a desperate move, Lorist hurriedly raised his sword and pierced it through the old man's heart, but it was already too late as he was dragged down the cliff in Reedy's embrace. Chapter 206 Enslaved Cliffhanger 5 of 5. Hi guys, I know it's late, but here it is. The first bonus chapter of the week is brought to you by Pierre B. from Germany, Jacob D. from Poland and Aaron T. from the USA. Thank you for your support. There will also be another release today in ± an hour. Stay tuned. One guard rushed into the tent hurriedly with a grim look on his face. "Sir, we followed the trail Sir Reedy left us and arrived at the edge of a cliff where we found the steel ballista he left behind, the Blade Master's corpse and Milord Lorist's sword. But Milord and Sir Reedy were nowhere to be found. The marks left on the edge of the cliff seem to indicate that they've both fallen into the river below." The 4 gold-ranked knights within the tent, Fierce Tiger Lows, Malak, Belnik, and Freyar, all stood up and said in unison, "Bring us there." The nearby area around the cliff had long been searched thoroughly by the guards, and when the 4 gold-ranked knights arrived, they were greeted by the sight of Els, Yuri, Jim, and a few other silver-ranked knights looking at the flowing river beyond the cliff. "So this is that Blade Master?" Milord said he was called Zarinan. "Was he sent here by the second prince?" Lowe said as he inspected the corpse on the ground. "That's right, Knight Jisk and Knight Potterfang had both been injured quite severely by him. The family forces also lost more than 400 good men because of him, among which 11 were family knights," Els said as he approached with a grim expression. "Did you not locate any trace of our lord?" Malak asked. "No. He must have fallen straight into the river. This river flows inland towards the wildlands and connects to the Azure River over there. I've already sent someone over to search," Els said. "We must definitely find our lord. Have the other search parties come here and make sure to search both sides of the banks of this river carefully. I shall take the lead, so you guys can send this corpse back first and look after it. We'll deal with it after Milord returns," Belnik decided grudgingly. Lorist was currently experiencing a fever and he only managed to regain consciousness for a bit, only to barely hear some people say, "Woke up. This guy. Incredibly lucky. Fell straight into the... Tell the young mountain chief." Feeling someone place a cool water sack at his mouth, he took in large gulps of the liquid within before losing consciousness. The next time he regained consciousness, he realized that he was within a large cloth sack which was being shaken around really hard. Lorist realized that his whole body hurt so much that he almost felt numb from the pain. The insides of the sack was filled with the stench of blood and sweat that caused Lorist to feel like vomiting, but he couldn't even if he wanted to. His head hurt so much that it felt to him like it was about to explode while he kept on sweating. Even though he wanted to cry out, he couldn't do so as his throat felt inflamed and painful with his lips so dry that it cracked. His whole body was also bereft of energy. The cloth sack continued to shake indefinitely and before long, Lorist realized that the people who were transporting him seemed to be in a rush and believed that he had been stuffed into a sack and hung to the side of a horse, just like how the merchants hung loads on both sides of work horses. As the shaking continued, Lorist fainted once again. The next moment Lorist opened his eyes. He was no longer within the large cloth sack and could see the star-filled night sky above him. The chatter of people and horses could be heard nearby, and it seemed that they had stopped at some kind of resting stop. Lorist found that he was tossed amidst a pile of grass and left there just like that. But he couldn't move a single muscle, not even being able to raise his head, and could only stare at the night sky quietly while laying sprawled on the ground. "This doesn't seem good. I think I've fallen into the hands of the mountain barbarians," Lorist hypothesized after hearing the noise around him. But what made him curious was why he was rescued and taken away. According to his understanding on mountain barbarian culture and behavior, when the barbarians met a heavily injured person in the wilds, they would usually kill that person to end the suffering, or rob that person and leave without doing anything else, instead of wasting effort and resources to save that person. He also wondered where Reedy, who had fallen off the cliff with him, had gone. Was he similarly rescued by the barbarians? If so, where would he be now? Lorist could barely remember that he was fed some kind of bitter medicine when he was still half conscious. While the medicine did seem to treat some of his injuries, it made him completely weak and powerless, with his dantian being completely empty without a single shred of internal energy within. Right now, Lorist was even weaker than the common person and couldn't kill a chicken even if he wanted to. For now, he could only lie unmoving. Even though he wanted to activate his technique to recover some internal energy, he found that he wasn't able to do so as his body didn't react at all and only let out a bunch of sweat. Sounds of giggling approached from the distance as two male and female barbarians approached Lorist. Perhaps they found the place to be nice as it was quiet and sheltered. Not long after, the male barbarian began to make his move, but the female barbarian said something that Lorist wasn't able to hear. But he was able to hear clearly the male barbarian's reply, that one is gonna die soon, he can't do anything. We don't need to care. Come on. Even though the female barbarian wanted to push him away, she was pressed to the ground by the male barbarian and the humping soon ensued. Lorist smiled bitterly as he couldn't even turn his head to look even if he wanted to. That was what the male barbarian meant when he said that Lorist was on the brink of death. The two continued their vigorous exercise and they had already switched to another position, with the male barbarian having his mate get on all fours with her backside raised. Incidentally, the female barbarian faced Lorist and saw his opened eyes when she raised her head. "He's awake, he's awake. I have to tell the young mountain chief," said the female barbarian before she pushed the male barbarian away and ran off into the darkness. The male barbarian remained in his ready-to-thrust position for a few moments before looking at Lorist and cursing savagely when he left. After a while, Lorist was surrounded by a bunch of people whose faces were painted with various patterns, causing Lorist to recall a documentary he watched in his previous life about a few explorers who made their way into a cannibal settlement within a forest. There was a shot where the primitive people gathered around the camera and it was exactly like the scene he saw before him, as if he had become a meat dish ready to be served. Do the mountain barbarians eat people? Lorist wondered as he tried to recall everything he knew about the barbarians. It was said that during the winter seasons, if the mountain barbarians lacked food, they would cook up the people who starved to death and consume them for sustenance. Given that winter was already on the way, were the barbarians going to bring Lorist back as reserve food? At the very least, Lorist felt that it was fortunate that he wasn't about to be eaten by the primitive, hairy-looking cavemen as they were often depicted in media of his past life, but mountain barbarians who differed little in appearance to himself. Those barbarians also seemed to be more cultured than those he saw in documentaries in that they would season their food as they were cooking it, unlike the cavemen who probably didn't even know about washing their food before tossing it into a cooking pot. Lorist shut his eyes and ignored the incessant chattering of the barbarians. Even though they also spoke the same common Grindian language, after a millennia of living in isolation within the mountains and forests, their language evolved in their own way and included much vocabulary specific to their weird barbarian dialects. Coupled with the slightly different intonation and pronunciation they used, it almost hurt Lorist's head to listen to so many of them speak at once. All of a sudden, the voices quieted down and Lorist opened his eyes curiously, only to see that the heads that gathered around his face had dispersed with only a young female mountain barbarian within his line of sight. She had a head of long, brown hair with a shiny, golden tiara on her head. Had it not been for the 3 streaks of painted tiger stripes that covered her face, she would have been considered quite the beauty based on her facial features. The female barbarian stared at Lorist for a while before asking whether he could already talk. Another bushy-haired barbarian appeared beside her and it was unclear whether that person was male or female. That person began to feel Lorist up and took out a stick on which some disgustingly sticky substance was stuck and poked on Lorist's mouth with it. After being carefully inspected, Lorist was almost choked to death from the stinky breaths of that barbarian. Before long, the barbarian raised his or her head and said roughly that Lorist wasn't beyond saving and mentioned that the reason he couldn't move right now was because of the side effect the medicine they fed him, and that it would wear off naturally after a while. The crowned barbarian woman looked rather happy to hear that and instructed them to save Lorist's life. Before leaving, she looked at him and said, "This is my first Flatlander prisoner who has an important position. I will bring him back for Daddy to see." The things that happened soon after caused Lorist to feel extremely embarrassed and angered. After the crowned woman left, 5 to 6 female barbarians beside him stripped him naked. One of them was surprised when she saw Lorist's flaccid member and pointed at it with her finger while saying something that basically amounted to, "If his member is already so big while soft, then wouldn't it be quite impressive if hardened?" And so the few barbarian women crowded around Lorist's lower body and prodded his junk from time to time. Lorist was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. Fortunately, his junior didn't react as Lorist himself didn't have any shred of energy left. Otherwise, he was sure that he would be group raped by the barbarian women. The one who got Lorist out of his predicament was the bushy-haired barbarian from before, saying something that caused the barbarian women to leave him alone, but not before they each grabbed his member one last time before leaving, angering Lorist so badly that he almost fainted. After that, the bushy-haired barbarian got a huge basin filled with a greenish-black paste and proceeded to apply it all over Lorist's body, with extra layers padded onto Lorist's injuries, before feeding Lorist a bottle of sticky, bad-smelling, black-colored medicine, causing Lorist to faint from all his built-up anger. The next time he awoke, he felt his whole body hurt and itch as if he had been encased in concrete. The soreness, numbness, and pain he felt in his wounds were especially unbearable. Even though he wanted to scratch them, he wasn't able to as he was still so weak that he was unable to move. At that moment, a female barbarian with thick lips appeared beside him and her face was full of circular, black tattoos. Seeing Lorist wake up, she fed him a large bowl of meat soup. Not long after finishing the soup, Lorist felt his stomach hurt badly. In the end, he could no longer hold it in and emptied the contents within his stomach while lying down. As if she knew that Lorist would have that reaction after drinking the soup, the thick-lipped woman had made sure to stand far away before it all happened. When Lorist finally stopped, she called 2 male barbarians to bring Lorist to the side of a stream and they placed him on the cobblestone bank before washing his body clean. Even though the cold water made Lorist shiver quite badly, he couldn't move at all and was at the mercy of the thick-lipped female barbarian. When he was finally washed clean, the barbarian woman wiped his body all over with some kind of beast skin before letting him dry under the sun while she began toying with Lorist's member, causing him to wish for death to spare him from the embarrassment. As the thick-lipped barbarian played around with Lorist's thing, she even mocked the other 2 male barbarians, saying that their manhood wasn't nearly as big as Lorist's, causing the 2 of them to feel rather dissatisfied and begin lifting their beast skin kilts to compare their manhoods with Lorist's. After a while, the thick-lipped woman finally let go of Lorist's member and began comparing those of the other 2 men with her hands and gradually engaged in a bout of pleasurable intercourse with the men. When they finally finished, the 2 men brought Lorist back to their camp and tossed him into a dark tent. The bushy-haired barbarian once again appeared before Lorist and prodded his body for a bit before nodding with satisfaction. But this time, the barbarian didn't apply the green mud from before and only fed Lorist a bowl of bitter medicine before leaving. In the middle of the night, Lorist woke up all of a sudden and realized with surprise that energy had returned to his body and he could sit up normally again. His throat no longer hurt and he tried clearing it and realized that he could speak. Even though Lorist was completely undressed, his body was covered by a strong-smelling beast skin. With his stomach rumbling in hunger, he tried to get up but found that his legs were still far too weak. Lorist then tried to stand up by using his arms to hold onto the support of the tent, but the unexpectedly brittle support cracked and snapped before he could react and the whole tent collapsed with Lorist under it. A pair of hands soon raised the tent above Lorist and he realized that it was the thick-lipped woman from before. Barely able to sit up properly, Lorist said, "Thank you. Do you have something to eat? Also, my clothes." The thick-lipped woman stared at Lorist for a while before leaving and returning with a huge basin that contained a big piece of roasted meat along with 4 palm-sized, black-colored biscuits as well as a flask with clean water. Lorist wolfed down his food and quickly finished it within moments. Even the flask of water was drunk completely without a single drop remaining. However, he was still troubled as his clothes still weren't there. And so, Lorist turned to the thick-lipped barbarian woman and said, "Clothes, my clothes." But that woman didn't move a single finger in response. Thinking that she probably didn't understand the word clothes, Lorist tried to mime it with his hands, only to accidentally have the beast skin covering him slide off. The thick-lipped woman's eyes flashed all of a sudden and she stared at Lorist with a hungry look. This reminded Lorist of the scene when she toyed with her manhood not so long ago. Already panicking, he clutched the beast skin tightly before retreating into a corner like a helpless little girl. Fortunately, the sky was brightening by the moment, causing the thick-lipped woman to leave. Not long after, 2 male barbarians wearing beast skin kilts came to Lorist and signaled for him to follow them. When the beast skin covered Lorist was brought outside a large beast skin tent, he found that many other barbarian women came over to see him and whispered that the flatlander that was Lorist was awake and could already stand up. After waiting for a while, he was brought into the tent and sitting within the middle of it was the gold-crowned woman with tiger stripe face paint. Before her was a small wooden table on which Lorist's outfit and pants were placed. "Who are you? What's your name? Where are you from?" asked the barbarian woman with a weird dialect of the Grindian common language. Lorist narrowed his eyes and saw that she was toying around with his gold-ranked instructor badge that he had put on back then as he reminisced his glorious days at the Dawn Academy when he was showing Telesty his academy badge collection to give her some inspiration in designing the emblem for her academy. It was at that point when the cursed Blade Master Zarinan launched his assassination, causing Lorist so much trouble that he had no time to even remove his badges. "I pay my respects to you, beautiful lady. I am called Locke and I come from the Dawn Academy of Moronti City. I am a gold-ranked instructor for that academy," Lorist greeted the woman politely. "Are you not from the Morden family?" asked the crowned woman. After some deliberation, Lorist realized that she was referring to the Norden family. But her weird pronunciation caused it to sound like Morden to Lorist. No, Lorist said hurriedly as he shook his head. If he had messed up his reply, he was certain that his head would soon end up upon a stake at the barricades outside. After all, the Norton family had nursed a grudge with the mountain barbarians for more than 200 years. "Respected lady, take a look at the badges on my clothes. The silver one is the emblem of the Dawn Academy and the gold one represents my status as a gold-ranked instructor there," Lorist replied with a straight face. It's not like he was lying. After all, what he said was technically true a few years ago. "I guess you aren't lying. The people from the Morden family wear no such badges and you do look like someone from an academy. But what does a gold-ranked instructor do? Why have you come to the Northlands and why are you so badly injured?" questioned the crowned barbarian woman. Thus, Lorist began to tell the tale he spun up. "Respected lady, I am a gold-ranked instructor from the Dawn Academy and I have come here because I've received the invitation from the Norton family to help them design a castle. I ended up injured like this because I encountered with someone who bears a grudge against me. Initially, I accepted the Norton family's invitation so that I could avoid my enemy, but who knew that he would chase me all the way here and I kept running away to no avail. Fortunately, I was saved by you, respected lady. Please accept my gratitude. I will definitely return the favor in the future. I don't need your thanks or your favor, and I'm no respected lady. I am the mountain chief of White Snow Mountain. Since I've saved you, your life now belongs to me. From now on, you're my slave, understand? Said the crowned barbarian coldly before raising her head to signal for her servants. Two huge barbarian men came over from the side and restrained Lorist before putting a thick collar around his neck that was connected to a long chain. Already despairing, Lorist said, "Then, may I have my clothes back?" Whap! A whip struck Lorist's back harshly, sending waves of pain down his nerves. One of the men yelled, "Darned pig, you shall address her as master." After giving it some thought, the crowned barbarian woman tossed Lorist his clothes and said, "You can have them. But these 2 badges, I will keep." Chapter 207 Mortification. Hi guys! This chapter is NSFW and potentially triggering, you have been warned. I have also translated an author's note found in chapter 210 and posted it at the bottom of this chapter early because I feel that it is important for you to read it to understand why this arc has to happen. On a side note, this second bonus chapter of the week is brought to you by Aaron T. and Alan W. from the USA. Happy reading! At that moment, Lorist felt like he was within hell on earth. The mortifying humiliation he was receiving was enough to make him wish for suicide. Being a slave was not a big deal in itself and the humiliation that came with it was still something that he could tough through. Additionally, when the gold tiara-wearing woman who called herself the chief of White Snow Mountain returned his clothes, Lorist was surprised to find that the medicine and ointments kept within the hidden pouch of his outer robe was still there. That robe of his also contained many useful tools which the barbarians didn't discover. It wasn't that the barbarians were careless. Lorist's robe was basically a cloak with 2 long sleeves by the side and it was easy to see that its 2 outer pockets were empty. Additionally, it was also strengthened for defense and that was rather common, with metal plates or thick leather patches being appended onto the shoulder parts being the norm. That's why the weight of the robe wasn't an indicator that it contained anything else and after the barbarians checked the 2 outer pockets, they made no more attempt to look deeper. Originally, Lorist had planned to endure being a slave temporarily and wait until he was left alone to treat his injuries and activate his technique to recover some internal energy. After that, he would be unstoppable and the party of hundreds of mountain barbarians wouldn't be able to prevent him from leaving for home. While he was a slave, as he had just recovered from a grave condition as well as the fact that he was the first person of status captured by the female chief of White Snow Mountain, those other barbarians didn't treat Lorist badly and only tied his collar chain to a wooden post outside the main tent. It was worth mentioning that 2 other huge wolf dogs that were also chained to that wooden post. For some reason, these 2 wolf dogs displayed keen interest in Lorist, licking and sniffing him from time to time. He later realized that those were not signs of friendliness as he noticed that the wolf dogs looked at him with the same look they gave the bloody bony meats the barbarians fed them. At that time, Lorist understood the true meaning of the phrase "a tiger that leaves its mountain gets bullied by the dogs" quite literally. In the evening, the thick-lipped barbarian woman came over and brought Lorist to the riverside before giving him a piece of linen cloth, indicating for him to wipe himself clean. Having been licked all over during the day by the wolf dogs, Lorist ignored the stares of the barbarian woman as he stripped naked and jumped straight into the river to wash himself thoroughly. After he finished bathing, he was brought into a small tent by the barbarian woman and served a huge piece of roasted meat, 3 biscuits, and a huge bowl of meat soup. When Lorist finished all his food, the woman cleaned up after him and brought him back to the tent's entrance. That night, the barbarians threw a bonfire party with the main attraction being the bushy-haired barbarian who danced and sung around the fire alone, mumbling something unintelligibly for almost half an hour, causing Loris to be impressed with that barbarian's stamina. In the end, the barbarian tossed a pinch of shiny powder into the fire, causing it to suddenly burst outward and let out lots of sparks. The barbarians that witnessed the show intently cheered out right away before singing and dancing around the fire freely. It was then when Loris realized that the women in the barbarian party far outnumbered the men, with each male barbarian having at least 2 women dancing beside him. Frequently, some of the barbarians disappeared from the dancing grounds before a repetitive thumping sound could be heard behind some bushes. As the people dispersed, the thick-lipped barbarian woman came over and brought Loris into the tent. She pointed at a pile of grass and instructed him to sleep coldly before leaving. Finally being left alone to his own devices, Loris was elated. If he could activate the aquametal technique to recover some internal energy and consume 2 drops of rank 2 medicine, his days of freedom would be guaranteed. Patience. I must wait for a little longer. Finally, no sound could be heard outside. Loris then sat up cross-legged and got into position. Just as he was about to begin circulating a major cycle, the tent flaps flipped open and through the candlelight, Loris could see the face of the thick-lipped barbarian. She entered the tent, stripped herself bare before she headed towards Loris. Terrified, Loris said, "What are you going to do?" The thick-lipped barbarian said with a threatening voice, "To do you," before leaping straight for Loris. Even though he tried to resist, he didn't expect that the thick-lipped woman would train in battle force, allowing her to easily suppress all his attempts at retaliation. Loris was then stripped bare and both his hands were tied up using the chain on his collar. She dragged him to a nearby tree and fastened the chain before suppressing both Loris's legs with her hands and proceeded to use her mouth to take in Loris's member. With only but a few sucks, Loris's manhood stood hard as steel against his own desires. After that, she gripped onto his meat stick, positioned it against her privates before sitting herself down while letting out a moan of pleasure. Loris incredibly frustrated about that. What humiliation he had to endure. However, there was no way he was able to prevent the barbarian woman from straddling him over and over. In the end, Loris fainted from the sheer anger he felt. When he woke up the next morning, he was tossed a palm-sized biscuit by the thick-lipped barbarian woman and realized that the other barbarians were already packing their tents and were preparing to depart. During the journey, Loris was chained to a Northlander horse that was also carrying other loads by its side. They only stopped in the evening after traveling for the whole day. However, the barbarians didn't set up their tents and planned to rest out in the open under the night sky. While Loris wasn't able to activate his technique to recover internal energy, he felt relieved that at the very least he wouldn't be forced into having intercourse with the thick-lipped woman since he was out in the open with the other barbarians. During the next 3 days of traveling, Loris got to eat 2 meals a day, with the first in the morning being a large biscuit, followed by roasted meat and meat soup for dinner. He also got a flask of drinking water. By the time the 4th blister on Loris's feet popped, the barbarians finally stopped to set up their camp properly. Upon hearing some of their conversations, Loris got to know that they would rest for the next few days before continuing to their meeting point. During the night, the thick-lipped woman brought Loris to take a bath again, and seeing the smile on her face, Loris felt troubled the whole time. As expected, before the bonfire party ended that night, that barbarian woman pushed Loris into the tent once again. His resistance was futile as he was once again taken advantage of by the barbarian woman as she pleased. On the next day, Loris tried to make the best of his time to execute a minor cycle when he was confined and nobody was around. He also took 2 drops of rank 2 medicinal mixture, and by the time night came, he felt that his empty dantian refilled with the slightest bit of internal energy. If he had not been injured or not consumed the weird medicine the barbarians gave him, his internal energy would naturally recover. But right now, his condition was akin to a normal person who didn't train in any martial arts. The thick-lipped woman came over again at night. Even though Loris already had a very small amount of internal energy within his dantian, he was still unable to resist the woman's iron-ranked battle force. Surprisingly working against his favor, the rank 2 medicine he took before caused him to last even longer, allowing the woman to do Lorist 3 whole times throughout the night. On the next day, Lorist sat without moving within his tent and secretly activated his technique again to recover. By the time night came, he already saved up slightly more internal energy than he did yesterday. He planned to ambush the female barbarian by knocking her unconscious with his internal energy and utilize his technique to recover more of it throughout the whole night in peace. If he succeeded, he would have at least a quarter or third of his dantian filled when dawn breaks, and he should be able to make his escape. That night, the thick-lipped woman brought Lorist to take a bath before bringing him the same meat soup she did the days before. However, the soup tasted a little weird with traces of bitter herbal taste. Even the meat within was cut into odd, round shapes, with them tasting a little raw despite being cooked. Initially, Lorist thought that it was due to the barbarian's inappropriate handling of the ingredients, and he felt that it was already quite fortunate for him to have something like that to eat as a slave. But by the time he finished his food, he only realized that the oddly shaped meat was in fact slices of some kind of magical beast's male sexual organ. And the herbal taste he detected within the soup reminded him of a few kinds of herbs with aphrodisiac-like effects. He rebuked himself internally for not recognizing it at first, even though he was a trained herbalist himself. That soup was served to him to enhance his sexual prowess. Raising his head and looking at the thick-lipped barbarian, Lorist saw her wearing a lewd smile as if she was looking forward to their activities during the night. Cursing in his mind, he consoled himself by thinking that the aphrodisiac soup would give me more energy, if anything. When the bonfire party starts later, I will take all the time I have to recover my internal energy. By then, I will show you what I can do. The bonfire party proceeded as usual. When it was about to end, the thick-lipped barbarian woman went to look for Lorist again. Lorist had already made his preparations and plotted how he would go about not raising the woman's suspicion when entering the tent and knock her unconscious when she least expected it. Tomorrow, I will be free, like a released cage bird that soars freely in the sky. However, the thick-lipped barbarian woman didn't enter the usual tent and instead brought Lorist to another larger beast-skin tent. She opened the flaps and pushed Lorist inside. He was surprised to find that within it were 3 barbarian women with lustful, green eyes waiting for him. 2 of those women were rather largely built and their physiques differed not much from that of men's. Lorist had to admit that the aphrodisiac soup was pretty effective, as his lower member didn't get a shred of rest for the whole night. He forgot how many times he did it, only that he had fainted when the women were busy humping him non-stop. The internal energy that he had so painstakingly saved up had also been used up, and he could no longer move in the slightest. The next night, Lorist was also served with a large bowl of aphrodisiac soup, but he refused to take any food. And so, 4 barbarian women came up to him, 2 of whom included the ones who had done it with Lorist the night before. They forcefully pressed him on the ground, chewed on the meat within the soup before force-feeding the chewed pieces by mouth. After that, they emptied the soup into Lorist's mouth. Truly, it was a cruel sight to witness. That night, 5 of them ganged up on him. Lorist really felt like committing suicide, as there was no way he could continue to live life as is. Never had he suffered this kind of humiliation that would put even a pig to shame. Oh wait, that's not right. Pigs wouldn't feel ashamed and would simply hump away happily, Lorist thought. But he definitely wasn't a breeding pig, and he didn't expect that he would be treated as such after being captured by the barbarians. He only had his large member to blame for his misfortunes. After he was tossed underneath the sun, Lorist recalled 2 of the martial arts classic novels he read in his past life and considered whether he should endure the pain for his livelihood or kill as many of those barbarian women as he can before dying himself. It was truly a difficult choice. Wouldn't it be easier to kill myself? He never would have even dreamed that he would end up in this kind of predicament. Lorist was so embarrassed at the fact that he wasn't able to resist in the slightest when the demonic barbarian women humped him night after night. A few figures blocked the sunlight that was shining upon Lorist, and with a loud whap, he felt searing pain in his back. He then heard a hateful barbarian cry out, "You darned pig! Stand up! Just beat me to death already, Lorist thought as he played dead without saying a thing. The barbarian woman wearing a golden tiara, also known as the chief of White Snow Mountain, came forward and asked, "What's wrong with him?" After some whispers, the few barbarians around Lorist left. At night, he was bathed, fed aphrodisiac and stripped again in a routine manner. He was then laid onto the familiar grass patch before one of the barbarian women began teasing Lorist's member. On the other hand, he didn't resist at all and let them do as they pleased. He scanned the tent before closing his eyes and thought, well, 2 more barbarian women just showed up. I think I won't be able to sleep peacefully tonight. The aphrodisiac soup he consumed moments ago worked its wonders again and Lorist's manhood stood up tall and high. The barbarian women felt the massive rod up as if they were unwilling to let it go for even a second before one of them prepared to sit upon Lorist's body. Right at that moment, the woman who wore the golden tiara marched into the tent with 4 other attendants, each holding a long, black whip. All of a sudden, cries of begging and forgiveness resounded within the tent. Lorist opened his eyes slightly and saw that the woman chief and her 4 attendants were whipping the 7 kneeling barbarian women who were crying and begging non-stop but did not dare to run. After a drawn-out whipping session, the crowned woman shouted for the other women to scram and walked up to Lorist who was lying on the grass patch and inspected him before glancing at his erect member. After that, she ordered the 4 attendants to bring Lorist into her tent. Oh no, just after escaping from a wolf's mouth, I fell right into a tiger's? However, he didn't expect that he would be brought to a section of the tent that was separated with a beast skin divider and tossed onto a grass patch there. After throwing Lorist his clothes and pants, the barbarian men left him alone. He finally got some much-needed sleep without being bothered. The next day, one of the attendants of the crowned woman entered and kicked Lorist awake before bringing him outside the main tent and giving him a biscuit. After that, he tied Lorist to a wooden stake, but this time around, the 2 wolf dogs weren't there with him. At night, that same male attendant gave him another biscuit and a flask of drinking water before bringing him back to his corner within the large tent to sleep. 2 days passed and Lorist felt that he regained a little more vitality. The time when he was oppressed by the barbarian women had drained him so much that he felt completely empty. So, he secretly took another 2 drops of rank 2 medicine and prepared to activate his key technique to regain some internal energy to escape. Only, the barbarians began to pack up and leave on the next day itself and their destination was not another rest stop but rather their main settlement. Author's note from chapter 210. I'm really sorry I have to say this, but the recent experience of the main character with the barbarians was not a result of me receiving emotional shock that caused me to mess the story up, and neither it is an expression of my dissatisfaction with my dear readers. In actuality, I have detailed this plotline as far as 2 years back and I am only writing according to the draft I prepared back then. This is one of the main character's personal experience with the mountain barbarians and unlike most other novels, I don't want to make the main character rule over the barbarians for no good reason nor give him another beautiful female character out of nowhere. To the main character, this experience is terribly horrifying for him as he had encountered a group of barbarian women whose men have gone out to war for almost a year. As the main character was injured and couldn't resist, he was subjected to that horrifying treatment as many readers have so kindly pointed out. Originally, I could have skipped this story thread. But in the interest of meaningful character development for the main character that will shape his eventual attitude towards the barbarians, I have chosen to keep it the way it was planned and wasn't able to change it. To many, this will be a horrible turn-off much like Poison and it is your choice if you choose to drop this story. As a writer, that is not something that I can force. But to me, telling a good story and bringing my readers more of the rich cultural differences of the Grindia continent and its exciting and magnificent history is what I am really trying to do. Smoke is a Path, author of Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 208 Wooden Shack. Hey guys, starting this week early by presenting all of you with the first regular chapter of the week. I hope you stay and see this arc to the end. It's not as bad as its beginning suggests. Laughing face. This time around, the barbarian troop traveled for 5 days straight. Along the way, Lorist managed to gather a good amount of thatch which he used to make a pair of grass sandals for himself. After that, he requested one of the male servants of the female chief to cut off 2 pieces of beast skin from the one he used to cover himself at night to be used as padding for his sandals, thus solving his problem of having to travel barefooted. That male servant actually seemed rather fierce. Even though he wasn't that old, being at around 15 or 16 years of age, his large size would suggest otherwise. He was quite curious when he saw Lorist working on his sandals and squatted down to look for a good amount of time. That skill was actually learned by Lorist during his days as a mercenary, and the sandals he made were based on the cloth shoes from his previous life, meaning that the left shoe was slightly different from the right, unlike most other grass sandals worn by the commoners of Grindia. The finished grass sandals was taken by the male servant for him to satisfy his curiosity. But he didn't claim them for himself and returned them to Lorist after giving them a good look, with the condition that Lorist teach him how to make those sandals. Lorist was quite eager to do so as well, and he chatted with the barbarian throughout the lesson. According to the barbarian servant, the gold-crowned barbarian woman saved Lorist because she was worried that he would be ravaged to death by those ravenous women. If he had died, she wouldn't be able to show him off to her father, since Lorist was the only Flatlander that wore a gold badge that signified his relatively high status. This explanation made Lorist understand why the female mountain chief had ignored him even though she bothered to save him. He took that chance to ask that young male servant whether there was another person alongside him when he was first found. He really wanted to know where Reedy was. The male barbarian nodded and said that there was an idiot with great strength that caused even 2 6-ringed Ulai to be unable to hold him down. However, apart from his strength, that idiot wasn't good at anything else, so they tossed him to the rear end of the troop and had him take care of the work horses. Ulai was a term made by the mountain barbarians to describe warriors. The number of rings was an indication of their battle force power level. The barbarians believed that battle force was actually a gift from their mountain deities, and they divided the power of the mountain spirits into 12 different ring levels. Each ring represent a unit of strength, and the more rings one had, the stronger one would be. A 6-ringed Ulai was roughly equal to a 3-star iron-ranked battle force user. Lorist was really agitated as he finally got some news about Reedy. However, he didn't understand why that barbarian called him an idiot. The barbarian then explained that the idiot was also a mute, and when they found him, he was injured all over his body and had even used his teeth to bite a magical wolf to death. However, he behaved rather well and was rather obedient as long as he was fed. Apart from being really strong, he didn't do much to cause trouble. Lorist felt like that description didn't quite fit Reedy, but if it was really him, then something bad must have happened. Even so, Lorist had to prioritize his own safety for now, and he was only allowed to roam around the main troop where the female mountain chief was, so he couldn't go to the rear troop to check if that idiot was truly Reedy, and had to be patient until the time was right. Perhaps because he had taught that young barbarian how to make grass sandals, his dinner that night was far more luxurious than usual. That barbarian male brought Lorist a meaty thigh. Even though half of it was charred, it was still meat, and Lorist was incredibly glad to be able to have some, as he had eaten nothing but the black, musty biscuits for the past few days. During the night when they camped out in the open, Lorist leaned on the luggage that was offloaded from the horses and covered himself with his beast skin blanket, seemingly asleep. In actuality, he was seated cross-legged and slowly circulating a minor cycle to recover some more internal energy. His current situation prevented him from executing a major cycle, as he was worried that some barbarian would come to give him a kick when he was in the middle of it. If that really happened, in the best case, he would lose control of his cultivation. In the worst case, his body would be paralyzed partially and he would truly be beyond salvation. In the distance, a volcano that resembled Fuji Mountain could be seen. All the barbarians cheered out excitedly as they were about to reach their meeting point. After another half a day of walking, the volcano seemed incredibly near. However, the troop didn't travel directly towards it and instead took a turn and headed towards a slightly shorter mountain. Halfway up that mountain, they arrived at a settlement at the bottom of a large cliff which was surrounded by a wooden stockade. The gates of the stockade were already open and the barbarian troop marched into it proudly as the elderly and young watched and cheered. After entering the derelict-looking stockade, Lorist realized that there was a large cave at the bottom of the cliff and that was where the barbarian troop was heading. However, just as they were about to enter it, Lorist was dragged out of the troop. According to the male barbarian servant, Lorist wasn't allowed to step into their sacred cave since he was a slave. That's why Lorist could only stand by the cave entrance and could only watch as every barbarian from the troop gradually entered the cave. This was the first time Lorist got to see the full barbarian troop. When he was traveling, he only knew that the troop had hundreds of people and around thousands of work horses. But he didn't know why they ventured into the wildlands in the first place. Now, however, he understood that the barbarian troop was sent to hunt and collect enough food for the barbarians to survive the winter. It became obvious to him when he saw the dried meat packed into beast skin bags that were hung on both sides of the work horses. Soul, even though these savages can enter the cave, someone like me can't, muttered Lorist softly outside the cave. He was quite curious what the insides of that large cave looked like, but just at that very moment, he saw Reedy. Reedy looked incredibly dirty and was almost completely naked, save for a beast-skin kilt that he wore around his waist. He was barefooted and his hair was completely messed up. Apart from the lack of face paint and tattoos on his body and face, he looked no different from the other barbarians. But the Reedy he saw before him truly looked like the idiot described by the male barbarian attendant. He was quite aloof and only moved when the people in front of him bickered at him. At that moment, Lorist instantly jumped and called out to Reedy as he tried to run over to him, only to feel a harsh tug coming from the collar he wore, causing him to fall flat onto the ground. One whip-wielding barbarian male immediately rebuked Lorist and began whipping him, causing him to shield his head with both his hands while enduring the searing pain. After the barbarian whipped Lorist 4 to 5 times, the blank-eyed Reedy began to growl all of a sudden before leaping and pushing the whip-wielding barbarian to the ground and trying to bite at his throat, causing the barbarian a huge fright. But with his quick reflexes, he hurriedly stuck the whip into Reedy's mouth and listened to the squishing sounds as it was chewed to pieces by Reedy's teeth. A few other barbarians came over from the side and pulled Reedy away from the male barbarian, who then got up from the ground with his face reddened with anger. He pointed to Reedy and scolded loudly before having the other barbarians release Reedy with the intent on teaching him a lesson himself. But out of their expectations, Reedy didn't attack that barbarian after he was released and instead rushed straight to Lorist's side. With all fours on the ground, he prodded onto Lorist's body with his head much like a dog trying to get its master's attention, though without actually licking Lorist. Everyone who witnessed that sight was flabbergasted and the male barbarian realized that Reedy had attacked because of the Flatlander slave. Lorist sat up and gave Reedy a tight hug as he let out streams of tears. The reason Reedy was like that was because he had suffered heavy impacts to his head. From the look in his eyes, it seemed that he couldn't recall anything else apart from his attachment to Lorist. "What is going on here? Why is the entrance to the cave blocked?" asked the tiara-wearing woman as she came over with a group of attendants. The male barbarian hurriedly reported, "Mountain Chief, that idiot seems to recognize that Flatlander slave and the slave also hugged him while calling him righty or something. The slave was blocking the way of our troop and I wanted to pummel him, but then that mute idiot leaped over and tried to bite me." The woman with the golden tiara waved her hands to signal that she understood the situation. Looking at the hugging guys on the ground, she asked Lorist, "Oi, who is he to you?" With a face full of tears, Lorist raised his head and said, "He's my student and is also my attendant. If he didn't save me back then, I would have been killed by my nemesis, but I didn't expect that we would separate after falling into the river and right now he's become an idiot like this and can't even speak." The crowned woman nodded and said, "Since he's your attendant, I will allow you to bring him with you. Don't block the way into the cave. You are my first Flatlander slave of high status, so you can bring your attendant with you as proof of it." Lorist really didn't mind that he was being treated like a Flatlander slave, as being able to stay with Reedy was already a huge surprise for him. He hurriedly brought Reedy away to the side of the cave to stop blocking the entrance, as he wondered how he should inspect Reedy's condition. He needed to know specifically which part of his head was injured. By the time the sky darkened, everyone from the barbarian troop were finally inside. After that, the male attendant approached Lorist and brought him to an old wooden hut within the stockade and called an old barbarian man out. After being told something, the hunchbacked old man nodded before he proceeded to bring Lorist and Reedy to a small wooden shack not far away and signaled for Lorist and Reedy to enter it. But the male attendant from before stopped Lorist and said seriously, "You will be spending winter within this shack, and if you might die if you are not careful. Since there's still a little time before winter, go collect some dried grass or something to keep warm. If you need anything, tell me, I will try my best to aid you. Oh, and I'm called Ashu, and you can have the guards standing outside the cave to deliver a message to me when I'm inside." After Ashu left, the hunchbacked old man smiled and said to Lorist, "A Flatlander slave with status? Ha ha ha, how ludicrous. I've never heard of something this laughable, but no matter, since you will no doubt die during the winter. The mountain chief won't bother with 2 frozen corpses after all." After saying that, the hunchbacked old man asked Lorist to follow him back to the wooden hut and tossed an old beast skin sack to Lorist. "Take it, this will be your food for the whole month. I hope that you will survive it, haha. Now scram back to your little shack." The sack contained many kudzu roots. They were plants that were similar to potatoes and contained a high amount of starch. They tasted a little bitter and were harvested from a kind of vine plant, making it a great meal substitute when food was scarce. That sack weighed around 25 kilograms, and Lorist finally understood how the biscuit he had been eating for the past few days were made. Basically, the kudzu roots were ground into powder and mixed with meat chunks and vegetables before it was cooked atop a hot rock surface, resulting in the biscuit that was suited for long travels. The shack was rather small, not exceeding 5 square meters large. The ground within the shack also had a hole that was almost 1 meter deep. Fortunately, they were halfway up a mountain and the altitude was rather high. Otherwise, if rainwater got into the hole, it would stay there and be incredibly hard to remove. The shack was basically constructed by a chaotic assortment of wooden branches of different lengths plunged into the ground, forming a wall that was roughly 1.5 meters tall with a makeshift roof on top. Not only was the shack not insulated from the air outside, the starry night sky was also visible from within. There was also a patch of dried grass within the shack that stank with a rotting smell. The ground within the shack was also rather muddy and some feces could be spotted at the corners of the shack. Some shameless person must have used the shack as their latrine just recently. It didn't even have a door and its entrance was only covered with a piece of torn, old beast skin. Lorist recalled what Ashu said as well as the old hunchbacked barbarian's snickering laugh. It was true that if he truly planned to spend winter within the shack, he and Reedy would end up becoming 2 frozen corpses by the end of winter. However, Lorist didn't put that matter to heart and thought, only people with something wrong with their heads would spend winter in a shack like this. Since there was no longer anyone to watch over him, Lorist could finally begin his internal energy recovery undisturbed. By the time he recovers, he would bring Reedy back to the Dominion right away and wouldn't bother to continue staying there as a slave. Even though it was rather cold at night, he decided that it was better to stay outside in the open using his beast skin cloak as a windbreaker than stay within the smelly old shack. Lorist found a few broken pieces of earthenware and brought some water from the water pool nearby and began washing some kudzu roots to make food for Reedy and himself. Lorist consumed 2 of those biscuits while Reedy ended up eating 5. When dawn was breaking, he walked back into the shack with a solemn look and sat down beside the snoring Reedy. Lorist's condition wasn't that simple as he had thought, because after he completed a major cycle circulation throughout the night, he recovered far less internal energy than expected. Additionally, he noticed that the meridians within his body were incredibly withered and dried up, with many places requiring recuperation and repair, causing him to have much difficulty activating his key technique. His internal organs also still hurt quite a bit. Having successfully executed a major cycle during the night, Lorist had recovered up to 10% of his full capacity. On days he wasn't injured, he could execute 3 whole major cycles within that span of time and could at least recover half of his internal energy capacity even if he had previously used it all up. Right now, however, it was as if he had returned to the days when he just began to train in the aquametal technique and he had to clear out his blocked meridians and repair the damages they sustained. Lorist estimated that it would take at least 2 months' time for him to recalibrate his body's condition to return to his former state. If one were to quantify internal energy, the 10% of it recovered by Lorist during the night would be more or less equal to 100 threads. It was no wonder Lorist had only managed to recover 1 or 2 threads after executing minor cycles during the past few days given the level of internal damage he sustained. At that time, he was already incredibly excited at the fact that he could recover any internal energy at all and didn't consider why the rate of recovery was so slow. He finally understood what it meant to lose everything he worked for over the years within one single night. Lorist sighed deeply before lifting Reedy up and leaning his body against his own. Reedy opened his eyes and looked at Lorist without a shred of hostility and was told to keep quiet and stay still. Lorist then placed his right palm onto Reedy's back and activated his technique and sent in his internal energy into Reedy's body to inspect his state. Reedy's body turned out to be in a rather bad condition. The Blade Master's double palm strike he sustained on the back before he was pushed down the cliff had destroyed a few circulation nodes of Reedy's hexagonal circulation diagram, causing him to be unable to use battle force altogether. And given that he had fallen from the cliff of roughly 20 meters of height, his head sustained severe impact without the protection of battle force when he rolled down the sides of the cliff before falling into the river, causing internal bleeding and clotting within his brain. Lorist theorized that it was these blood clots that caused Reedy to lose most of his memory, and it was already a small miracle that Reedy had still been able to recognize Lorist. To treat Reedy, there were 2 ways. The first involved restoring his battle force circulation and using it to clear out the blood clots within his brain. But since Reedy had lost his memory, even if his body was restored, he wouldn't be able to remember the proper method to circulate battle force for the recovery. The second method involved using Lorist's own internal energy to first clear out the blood clots within Reedy's brain to restore his mental faculties. However, the effects of that method would take much longer to manifest. Perhaps, I have no choice but to spend winter in this shack with Reedy, Lorist thought as he turned to look at the derelict walls of the shack. Chapter 209 House Building. Here's the second regular chapter of the week for your reading pleasure. Lorist was prepared to build a new house to spend the winter. During the morning, just as he was about to look for Ashu, the latter came over to look for Lorist and brought with him 2 magical goatskins and a sack of dried meat. He apologetically said that as he had no other valuables and that those resources were the most he could offer, and he hoped that Lorist and Reedy would be able to survive the winter. Thanks, Ashu. I also plan to build a house over here since we will definitely die if we spend winter within that shack. I wonder if you can help me borrow some tools. Lorist asked. Build a house? Ashu mused curiously. But winter is coming in less than 20 days. Do you have enough time? It took tens of people 2 whole months to build that hunchbacked old man's old wooden house. Do you think the 2 of you can do better? Lorist nodded and said, Don't forget that I'm a gold-ranked instructor for architecture from the Dawn Academy. If I can't do it, then no one can. Given the straightforward personality the barbarians usually had, Ashu believed Lorist's words without much debate and nodded before he said, All right. I will go tell the mountain chief about it, and if she agrees, I will bring you some tools. He left and returned quickly and said that the mountain chief had agreed to Lorist's request to build a house. But apart from being allowed to borrow tools, the 2 wouldn't be provided any manpower. On the other hand, Ashu was tasked to supervise Lorist and Reedy while they built the house. Lorist looked at the building tools Ashu brought with him. Apart from an axe, a shovel, a hoe, and 2 rusted saws of different sizes, the rest were farming tools like sickles and pitchforks. According to Ashu, the barbarians usually didn't farm and would at most only grow a few vines which they would use for their travels. He also mentioned that the tools were left behind from a long time ago. Apart from seeing them once when he was still small during the construction of the old man's house, Ashu said that the tools were usually left within their storehouse unused. If Lorist could use his internal energy and Reedy could activate his battle force, building a house that would allow them to survive throughout the winter was an easy task. But right now, both of them could only be considered stronger than average normal people. With Lorist also having lost his sword, he could only improvise with the tools he had on hand. During the first day, Lorist dismantled the shack with Reedy. With the hole within it as the center, they drew up a plot of land of 3 meters wide by 5 meters long and started digging. Ashu watched in stupor before he stopped Lorist and said, "A house this large with so much space would be hard to keep warm. The smaller it is, the warmer it will be." Lorist laughed and said, "No worries, my house will be warm even though it's large. You'll understand when it's completed." Ashu could only hold his doubts and wait. On the second day, Lorist asked Ashu where he could get some clay before sending Reedy to a stream nearby to dig up some of it during noon. In the afternoon, they mixed the clay with the mud that they dug out the night before and added some fibrous vines and dried grass into the mix to make some bricks. On the third and fourth days, Lorist and Reedy cut down more than 50 trees with diameters up to 30 centimeters under Ashu's supervision. Ashu himself also helped out a lot and brought 4 work horses to help move the logs into the stockade. Had he not contributed, Lorist and Reedy would have taken at least 4 more days to move them all there. On the 5th and 6th days, Lorist and Reedy sawed the tree logs into 2 halves under the curious gazes of the people of the barbarian settlement. They looked at the both of them work as they wondered what kind of house those dumb slaves would build. On the 7th day, the both of them stacked up the almost dry bricks and filled the seams between the bricks with more wet clay. Following that, Lorist had the logs that were cut in half all sharpened and one end before lining them up along the insides of the brick walls. Soon, the wooden logs circled from one end to another and a conical wooden wall could be seen within the hole they had dug out. Apart from the entrance which was left unblocked, there weren't other windows or openings on the walls. Ashu wondered as he asked Lorist, "Why do you need another wooden wall inside the clay brick wall?" Lorist was applying some clay into the space between the logs as he said, "When winter comes, the clay wall will freeze up and won't be able to retain as much heat. By adding an extra wooden wall just behind the clay wall, it can prevent more heat from escaping. This is called double insulation." Ashu nodded as if he understood Lorist's explanation before asking 2 more questions. "Why don't the walls extend straight up from the ground but slanted towards the middle instead?" Lorist then drew an inverted V shape on the ground with a stick and said, "If the house is built slanted like that, it won't collapse from the weight of the gathered snow. That's why the walls are built with a similar angle to the roof." It was then when Ashu's doubts had been cleared. On the 8th to 10th days, Lorist worked almost entirely on the roof. It extended all the way from the top to the ground at a slanted angle and the whole house looked like a triangle when viewed from the side with a hole right in the middle where the entrance was. On the 11th day, Lorist started to work on the fire pit and stove, with the smoke channel having already been dug in the ground beforehand. However, there was no cover above the fire pit and Lorist couldn't just put a piece of wood atop it either as it would easily catch fire. He had to somehow find a way to separate the wood from the fire. And thus, he tore apart his outer robe and took out the 6 thin steel plates that were embedded within it to provide better defense for the wearer. Lorist had Ashu ask for the help of an 8-ringed Yuli, a wielder of the power of the mountain spirit, that was roughly equal to a 2-star silver rank in terms of battle force cultivation, and had him use his blade glow to cut out a 1 meter long, 0.8 meter wide and 1 inch thick stone slab with which Lorist placed upon the fire pit. He paid the Yuli 2 of the steel plates for his services. After that, Lorist traded 2 more steel plates with Ashu for 30 kilograms of kudzu root, some lamb and a large earthen jar, because the food he had been given by that old man which was supposed to last for that month was almost finished. Lorist then gifted the last 2 plates to Ashu as thanks for his help thus far. Troubled by the fact that he received something for free, Ashu got a dagger and gave it to Lorist in return. The next few days saw Lorist being incredibly busy working on the door of the house, some clothes for Reedy, collecting enough charcoal as well as making 2 sets of wooden bowls and spoons. Most importantly, he also had to get some food that he will need to survive through winter as well as some salt. Upon the completion of the house, Ashu fostered a deep-seated respect for Lorist. Never would he dare imagine that a shabby shack like that could be changed into a cozy house within a little more than 10 days. He was especially impressed with the fire pit Lorist installed into the floor and was shocked to find that it could be used to also heat up the bed during the night. Additionally, the whole house was able to maintain its internal warmth, much to his surprise. During the time he spent constructing the house, Lorist had already understood most of the things about the barbarian tribe that was led by the chief of White Snow Mountain. According to Ashu, it was originally called the Neobik tribe, and Ashu and the mountain chief were originally people of the Habababa tribe. A few years ago, the leader of the Habababa tribe went to the Smormilgen mountain to participate in the Cubawesan festival that was held once every 12 years, during which they will make offerings to their mountain gods. And during the Biwasi conference, a Jamasan would be chosen to be the leader of the tribes in the nearby area. After that, the leader of the Habababa tribe declared himself the Jamasan and led his warriors to conquer the other 7 tribes within the mountainous area, one of which being the Neobik tribe. However, unlike the other tribes that were absorbed into the Habababa tribe, the Jamasan had his beloved daughter become the new leader of the Neobik tribe and gave her control over the nearby barbarian territory before declaring her the chief of White Snow Mountain. And so, the Neobik tribe changed its name to the White Snow tribe. Ashu was the playmate of the White Snow Mountain chief since his childhood, and he had naturally become her attendant when she became the leader of the tribe. Ashu told Lorist that there were around 1,300 people within the White Snow tribe, but Lorist doubted it because he didn't even see that many people and remarked that he only saw the elderly, women and children when they collected wild fruits and firewood. Apart from the men that Lorist traveled within the troop, he didn't see any other barbarian males. Ashu said that it was to be expected because the Ulais and 400+ men of the White Snow tribe followed the Jamasan to war. 1 year ago, the Habababa Jamasan got into conflict with the Jamasan of another area, and both of them plotted to take over each other's territory, causing disputes between the 2 factions. The White Snow tribe had also sent 400 men to join the war effort, and they would only return after the first round of snow that year. Lorist finally realized that the reason the family's development during the past 2 years didn't get disrupted by any barbarian attacks was due to that. Apart from the 1,000+ barbarians who attacked the army camp at the intersection point of the 2 mountain ranges 2 years ago before they were driven away by Jisk's Mounted Archer Brigade and Pajik's Garrison Company, there were no other reports of barbarian skirmishes. He now understood that it was because the barbarians had changed their target. At that moment, Lorist hoped that the barbarian tribes would be in conflict for as long as possible. What he found most laughable was what Ashu said about his fate. While Lorist was the first Flatlander slave of high status of the mountain chief, he was also the first Flatlander slave she caught. And right now, she had no idea whatsoever about what she would do with Lorist. It wasn't like the barbarians didn't own slaves, the shabby wooden shack was built for the very purpose of housing them. However, as those slaves were other barbarians, after 2 or 3 months of foraging and hunting with the tribe, they would quickly assimilate into it and become one of its members. However, Lorist and Reedy were known to them as Flatlanders, and after they become slaves, they wouldn't be allowed to join the tribe. Currently, they were waiting for the Habababa Jamasan to return from his military expedition, after which the chief of White Snow Mountain would show Lorist off to him. But in the meantime, she had no idea what to do with Lorist. Quickly, winter arrived and the barbarians of the White Snow tribe all entered that large cave to spend the winter. And as Flatlander slaves, Lorist and Reedy were forbidden from entering their sacred cave. Because of that very reason, the female chief granted Lorist permission to build his house without any objection, because she was fine as long as Lorist didn't escape when they were within the cave. In actuality, given Lorist and Reedy's current condition, if they tried to leave during the winter, they would no doubt die, so there wasn't really much of a difference. Had it not been for their status as slaves, Ashu would have moved into the newly built house with them right away. According to him, the cavern extended quite deeply and there was even a small subterranean stream within it. But during the 3 months the barbarians stayed within the cave, the air within would smell progressively worse even though it might be hard to realize it in the beginning. While there was quite an extensive network of smaller caverns within it and even a few openings for ventilation, the combined waste excretions of the thousands of people and livestock would cause the stink to permeate the whole cave. After winter, everyone who came out of the cave would smell absolutely horrible. While the hunchbacked old man couldn't enter the cave because of his injuries and had to stay outside to monitor Lorist and Reedy, many other barbarians actually envied the fact that the old man didn't have to spend winter in the cave. Ashu then pointed at the other derelict shacks within the stockade and said, "Look. Apart from your old shack which was built to house slaves, the other shacks here aren't that much better. While they are still habitable during summer and autumn, nobody would be able to survive in those shacks during winter period and the spring rainy season and can only stay within the cave. I hope that after this winter, the mountain chief can order the other people of the tribe to aid you to build more houses like that for us." "I don't want your help, thank you," Lorist thought. "When I recover my internal energy, I will return to my family dominion right away. Who would want to stay here for a few years to help you build your houses?" Despite that, Lorist maintained his smile and asked Ashu how he could get enough food and salt for the winter. Ashu said that the tribe can't give Lorist and Reedy food from their public food stores given their status as slaves and it was already quite hard for them to bring out the month's worth of kudzu roots before. If Lorist needed more food, he would have to get them himself. Ashu said that hunting was one of the best ways and whatever Lorist caught would belong to him. As for salt, he suggested Lorist to travel to a saltwater lake across the mountain where there would be ample salt chunks scattered around the bank. He also added that some people would be sent there for a trip later and he would ask them to bring Lorist an especially large chunk for the time being. Sigh, so slaves have to rely on themselves to survive too. Even so, Lorist still found it surprising that being a slave of the barbarians was far better than being a citizen of most other dominions of nobles. As a barbarian slave, the prey one hunted would belong to oneself whereas commoners who hunt within the dominion of a lord are obligated to give at least half of their gains to the dominion lord as tax, with some worse rates going up to as high as 75%. For example, if a commoner killed a wild boar, it would be fortunate if he was still left with even the boar's head after the lord came to collect the tribute. "I wonder how many commoners would come running here to become their slaves if this spreads," Lorist thought, before he shook his head and stopped thinking unnecessary thoughts. As a slave, he should be aware of his own status. Since he was a flatlander, he wasn't allowed to venture too far and couldn't carry any weapons with him. The prey he could hunt in the nearby area were also very sparse, with only some wild hares and pheasants which he could catch. He did however not require any weapons to catch those two animals. Lorist recalled a practical method he learned during his days as a mercenary to make hunting traps. Using a vine and some goat skin, Lorist managed to make more than 10 traps which he laid within bushes and shrubs. When he checked the traps on the next day, he found that he had gotten quite a good harvest of 3 pheasants and 4 hares. As winter was just days away, these animals were all plump with fat. Lorist was elated and thought that if his gains continued for the rest of the days at that rate, he would quickly be able to gather enough food. Lorist used a pheasant and a hare to trade 25 kilograms of kudzu roots with the hunchbacked old barbarian and 2 other hares for a few more magical beast skins. Additionally, he gifted Ashu with a pheasant and cooked one for himself that night for dinner. He then smoked the remaining hare meat to save it for the winter. After another night, Lorist went to check those traps again and found 3 captured pheasants and 3 hares. This time around, he used one of each animal to trade for a wooden bucket with which to carry water and just like that, the house was equipped with the basic daily necessities. Seeing Ashu looking at the traps curiously, Lorist casually taught him how to make them. However, he didn't expect that after Ashu learned the skill, it spread to all the other barbarian children, and when Lorist checked the trap site 2 days later, he realized that the whole bush was laden with traps belonging to others. With so many traps cramped together, how would the pheasants and hares of the mountain not notice them? However, after he saw Ashu's innocent expression, Lorist was so frustrated that he didn't know if he should even get mad at him. Without the hares and pheasants, Lorist turned his attention to the stream around the mountains. The barbarians didn't eat lots of fish were because they didn't have any nets, didn't know how to fish them, and also because fishes had too many fine bones, making them relatively hard to consume. Even if they did want to catch some, they only used the spearing method and could only catch the larger varieties of fish, albeit with little success. While Lorist didn't have any fishing tools with him, that didn't stop him from using his wit. After spending a day digging a large pit with Reedy at the riverbank, Lorist made a small bypass from the river to the pit he dug and allowed water from the stream to flow into it. On the next day, he made a small wooden gate with the twigs he found and installed it in the middle of the small stream to redirect the fish to swim into the pit. Following that, he cut the pit off from the river before removing the water within with a wooden water scoop and caught more than 100 fish in one go, among which 20 were of rather large size. Seeing that his method worked great, Lorist woke up the next day with the intention of repeating the process. But just as he was bringing the wooden gate to the stream, he saw the female chief of White Snow Mountain head there with her attendants. She then told Lorist and Reedy, "Come with me. I will bring you two to see my daddy." Chapter 210 Barbarians. Hi guys, here's the first bonus chapter of this week brought to you by Alan W. from the USA. I'm glad I am able to release on time this week. This time around, Lorist and Reedy did not have to walk and instead rode a Northlander horse surrounded by the rest of the troop. Perhaps the barbarians were shocked at how skilled they were at building that house and began treating them more nicely. Even the ration of meat they were given during the travels were the same as the other barbarians. Perspectives can be deceiving. Lorist found that saying to be especially true. Even though that Fuji mountain-like volcano seemed really close to them, the troop spent more than half a day to arrive at its foot. They had to pass through a black pine forest before circling around two smaller hills before Lorist was able to see their destination. Halfway up the mountain was a large military base which was fortified with a wall constructed from messily stacked up rocks. As the troop of the White Snow Mountain chief approached the base, a blowing horn could be heard coming from the walls of the base. Ashu, who was riding behind Lorist, told him that the horn signaled that they were welcome and that the base was the meeting point for the Habababa tribe. The Jamasan who returned yesterday from his military campaign had impatiently sent for someone to notify his daughter, the mountain chief, to meet him. When they arrived at the entrance of the base, Lorist realized that it only had a wooden gate sealing the entrance. When he entered, he saw that the setup of the base was not unlike that of normal flatlander settlements with the houses on both sides of the streets having stone walls. But what intrigued Lorist was the structure of the roofs of the various houses which were all over the place. The talkative Ashu spared Lorist the trouble of asking and explained the origins of the base to him. It was said that tens of years ago, there was a brave, young warrior of the Habababa tribe that had always wanted to venture to the flatlands and understand how the people lived. And so, he left the tribe on a journey to explore the world. But the world he soon found himself in was a cruel one. The moment he arrived in Flatlander society, he was captured and turned into a slave and was forced to construct buildings for the towns and cities of the Flatlanders. After 40 years of toiling away, he was abandoned due to his old age and disease. But he managed to survive as a beggar and made his way back to the Habababa tribe despite the odds. The former warrior barbarian, now old and sick, regretted his past decisions greatly and felt horrible because he wasn't able to contribute to the tribe that had raised him. So, he decided to use his experience and knowledge of building that he gained during his 40 years of slaving away to construct a mighty base for the Habababa tribe. Unfortunately, right after he finished building the main palace and was halfway done with the rest of the base, he passed away and returned to the embrace of the mountain deities. Having lost the guidance of the barbarian architect, the other barbarians improvised and made roofs of all kinds of styles, resulting in the lack of uniformity for the buildings that Lorist saw. Ashu proudly said that the base, Ballyback Citadel, was named after the barbarian architect. While Lorist was not the least bit interested in what the base was called, he was curious about the palace Ashu mentioned, as he didn't know that barbarians would be able to construct one. After walking for more than half an hour, the palace was right in front of Lorist's eyes. Pfft! Lorist couldn't hold his laughter back and thought, can you even call this a palace? This is obviously a canteen built for the construction workers. The only difference is that the wooden building in the middle is 2 times bigger than those in normal canteens. The building in the middle was actually a wooden steeple. Using the wood they got from the Black Forests as its square base foundation, it was built with a pointed roof. On the sides of the steeple were 2 long wooden buildings that resembled the sleeping chambers of construction laborers, with the only difference being that they were built using timber. Normal construction laborer housing wouldn't use materials that expensive. Ashu furrowed his brow and said, "What are you laughing about? We're here at the palace, so be more serious." Lorist shut his mouth immediately and managed to stop his laughter. What a joke! This is the palace of the barbarians? I really did learn something interesting from this trip after all. The chief of White Snow Mountain at the front dismounted and nodded to her few attendants before pointing towards Lorist and Reedy and telling Ashu to get another attendant to hold both of his prisoners and escort them into the palace. Lorist later confirmed that the palace was indeed modeled after a canteen. Before they even entered the building, the loud chattering from within could be heard clearly. Once inside, he saw what resembled a large canteen hall. The whole place was lined with 4 long tables arranged in parallel on each side, with only a 2-meter wide walkway between the tables for people to cross. Each of the tables sat 20 or so people, and kudzu roots, fruits, and roasted meat were served to them. There was an estimated 200 people feasting away within that room, with some getting so drunk that they began to cause trouble by harassing the barbarian waitresses who were serving the food, and others standing on their tables and singing out loud. Lorist even witnessed a few big-built barbarian men humping away with a few barbarian women in the corner. The walkway was rather long, and at its end was an elevated platform on which a wide table filled with food stood. Behind it sat a lion-like muscular man who looked at the chaos within the hall with a lazy gaze, occasionally smiling as he drank more alcohol from his silver cup. Seeing the mountain chief approach him, that huge man revealed a loving smile and began to laugh out loud. His laughter reverberated throughout the canteen, or palace hall, and caused the chatters and laughters to stop. "Oh, my dear, the most beautiful flower of Fire Spirit Mountain and shiniest pearl of White Snow Mountain. You're here. Ha 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 ha, come over quick. Let Daddy take a good look at how my beloved songbird is doing." The mountain chief said in an annoyed voice, "Daddy, why are you being so loud? You frightened the rest of them," before she leaped into the bosom of the huge man and said, "Daddy, this time you left for such a long time. I wasn't able to see you for a whole year." Patting on the shoulder of the mountain chief lovingly, the man said, "My little princess, it's not that Daddy doesn't want to get back here sooner, but that old lion Bilulu just didn't want to admit his loss. Had it not been for the winter, Daddy here would have stayed there longer and take that old lion's den. I will spare his life for now, and if is still defiant to me, I will go there to teach him another lesson next year. Haha, Daddy also found a nice husband for you this time around. My beautiful songbird is already an adult, and it's about time you got married. Alik, come here." On the table left to the mountain chief's father, a tall and large barbarian youth stood up and stepped before the mountain chief and her father. With both hands crossed at his chest, he bowed to the mountain chief and said, "I've long heard about the great name of the chief of White Snow Mountain. I, Alik, am a fond admirer of yours. May Kubawesan bless you with protection, the prettiest moon of my heart." The mountain chief looked at Alik curiously, causing him to lower his head shyly under her intense gaze. The large man laughed out loud and said, "My beloved songbird, Alik here is really famous, and he's already a leader in the Inbri tribe and is also a 10-ringed Yuli. If he did not lead his 300 Yuais to penetrate that old lion's defense line, Daddy here might have fallen into the lion's trap and won't be able to return. That's why I brought him here to see you, so bring him around and show him our mountains and livestock, understood? The mountain chief blushed as her father had called her to show her future husband the livestock they would be offering as dowry. If all went as planned, her wedding with Alik was basically set in stone. Hey? Who are those two? Asked the huge man after he saw Lorist and Reedy, who were surrounded by 4 of the mountain chief's attendants. Daddy, they are the Flatlander slaves with high statuses that I captured. Look, this is his badge, said the chief of White Snow Mountain as she gave Lorist's academy and instructor badges to her father before stealing a glance at Alik to see his expression, obviously feeling that her capture of Lorist and Reedy was a praiseworthy achievement. Her father laughed out and said, "My darling, Flatlanders are really cunning, so don't you go around getting tricked by them. Bring them before me so that I can ask them myself." The mountain chief said, "Daddy, this Flatlander is quite skilled," and said that he's an architectural instructor and knows how to build houses. But the house he built wasn't as big as the palace, and it even looks weird, like a steep mountain. Lorist and Reedy were promptly brought forward. As the man played around with the 2 badges, he looked at Lorist like a predator did its prey. "Tell me about who you are." Stepping forward, Lorist bowed before reciting the lies he told about his career as a gold-ranked architectural instructor from the Dawn Academy, his grudge with his enemy who chased him all the way into the river up to his rescue by the mountain chief, and his reunion with his student that was currently mentally ill and mute. The large man stopped Lorist before he finished and asked, "What kind of thing is an architectural instructor?" "Well, respected Jamasin, an architectural instructor is not a thing. You can think of it as a person who teaches others how to build." Not knowing how to answer the Jamasin, Lorist changed his phrasing to better explain what he meant. The large man laughed out loud and said, "You? Teaching others to build? Are you fitting enough for that task? You're still so young, who would believe that you can teach others to build? Also, how can you prove that you do know how to teach if that was the case?" One annoying thing about the barbarians was that they only believed in things they could see. Lorist looked at the large man's table and saw a huge bowl with 1 cooked kudzu root within. Taking it from the bowl and placing it on the table, he flipped the bowl over and took the dagger that was pierced into the roasted meat. After that, he cut a few fruits into cubes and placed them on the upwards facing bottom of the bowl. He then removed the skin from the piping hot kudzu root and gradually turned it into paste form before applying some to the fruit cubes on top of the bowl. In a few short moments, a mini castle could be seen. The large man, Alik, and the mountain chief were flabbergasted when they saw Lorist use nothing but a simple dagger to make a small white castle on top of the bowl. Lorist then put the dagger back down before retreating a few steps. After bowing again, he said, "Great Jamasin, this is how I teach others to build." The huge man scratched his head as he looked at the kudzu castle on the table before looking back at Lorist, seemingly at a loss for what to say. Just before, he had mocked Lorist for being young and inexperienced, but he didn't expect that Lorist could build a small beautiful castle like that out of nowhere, proving him wrong without giving him any face. Understanding how awkward it was for her father, the mountain chief said, "Not bad, this castle looks really nice. Can we build something like that too?" Lorist nodded and said, "Respected mountain chief, it is definitely possible. However, it will no doubt require lots of time, manpower, and some resources only obtainable from the Flatlanders. How long will it take?" she asked. "Based on your conditions here, I estimate that it will take at least 3 to 4 years and more than 10,000 workers, Lorist said, greatly exaggerating the magnitude of the project. Furrowing her brow, the mountain chief said, "If it'll take that long, forget it. What about building a palace like this one that belongs to my daddy?" Lorist replied, "Oh, this won't take long. You only need 3 months and 1,000 workers. However, respected mountain chief, it is not the right time to build right now, and we have to wait until summer comes to begin our work. It is not possible to do so in the snow and rain. The huge man patted on his thigh and said, "When I was still small, it took back 1 whole year to build this palace for my father. Since you said that you are almost as skilled as him, then build another palace like this when summer comes next year. It will serve well as my daughter in Alik's new home." "Then, it's decided." The mountain chief began acting spoiled again with her father, who merely laughed out and waved for Lorist and Reedy to be brought away. In the following 5 to 6 days, Lorist and Reedy were kept locked inside an old stone house. Ashu visited them a few times and said that the mountain chief had been bringing Alik around to see the sheep and cows, and their relationship was developing fast after spending most of their time together. In a few more days, Alik would return to his tribe and move them here to merge it with the White Snow tribe before getting married with the White Snow mountain chief. Lorist noticed that Ashu seemed quite down when he talked about the matter, as the playmate from his childhood was going to marry another man. While jealousy and envy was hard to let go of, when compared with Alik, a 4-ringed Ulai like Ashu really wasn't appealing enough. It was the sad case of a plebeian falling in love with his master. 2 days later, snow started falling near the mountains, marking the arrival of winter. Lorist and Reedy were released from the stone house by Ashu and were told that they would return to the White Snow tribe on that day. He and a few other attendants brought Lorist to a high vantage point where hundreds of people gathered and said that those people were the men of the White Snow tribe who were sent to fight with the Jamasan, who would also return to the tribe with them. Currently, the mountain chief was bidding farewell to Alik, and after she sent him off, they would begin the journey back to the tribe. It didn't take long for Lorist to spot the two lovers who were embracing. The mountain chief hugged Alik so tightly as if they were meeting for the last time in their lives. After a long moment, Alik finally got on his horse and left with his attendants while the mountain chief waved her hand non-stop towards him in the distance and only ceased when he was out of her sight. On the way back, the mountain chief suddenly called for Lorist and asked him about the construction of the palace in the following year over and over again. It was not until Lorist promised that he would build a far bigger palace, canteen, than her father's that she stopped pestering Lorist. Looks like this lass just can't wait to get married and is already looking forward to her palace even though winter just started. How impatient! When they returned to the stockade, Lorist realized that the hunchbacked old man had occupied the house he and Reedy built. When Ashu reported that to the mountain chief, she had the old barbarian man whipped. Ashu then told Lorist that taking possession of other people's belongings without permission from the leader was a grave crime. He also said that it was a shame that Lorist was a slave. Otherwise, he could make the old man his personal slave for that transgression. "I finally have some time for myself," thought Lorist as he shut the door of his small wooden house. From that time onwards, he would be spending 3 months there during the winter. He wanted to use the chance when nobody would bother him to properly treat his injuries and begin restoring Reedy's memories before returning to the Dominion. Chapter 211 Departure. Hey guys, sorry for the large release gap in the middle of the week. I'm planning a double release tomorrow to make up for it. Here's the second bonus chapter of the week brought to you by Alan W. and Tyler L. from the USA. Thank you so much as usual. So it's already the first month of the year 1772, Lorist thought as he looked at rows of stars drawn on the wall. The barbarian that was responsible for keeping time was the bushy-haired barbarian witch doctor. Even though Lorist wanted to know only the date, he had spent lots of effort to get it out from the witch doctor, who frequently talked in riddles, much to Lorist's frustration. During the past 30 or so days, Lorist and Reedy basically stayed within the small wooden house, apart from occasionally going out to clear the snow or empty the latrine, as well as one occasion when they went on a fishing trip when the snow stopped temporarily. Despite getting up to 50 kilograms of fish, they met with a barbarian patrol group on the way back and half of their gains were confiscated. But it was precisely because of that encounter that Lorist discovered a huge weakness of the barbarians. Their military force during the winter was incredibly lacking. During the past 2 years around this time, Lorist was leading the family forces in their struggle against the magical beast wave, and it was quite common for them to operate within the snowy lands at temperatures around -20 to 30 centigrade. The main reason his forces were able to do so was their emphasis on winter gear that had incredible heat insulation, which included a fur coat, fur cap, a pair of gloves, an outer windbreaker as well as a face mask. They could be said to be equipped fully from head to toe. Naturally, a large part of that success was thanks to Lorist's experiences in the frozen frontiers during his past life and his willingness to use the precious furs of the magical beasts to make warmth-retaining clothing for his soldiers without the slightest hesitation. Even though the cotton plant didn't exist on Grindia, these magical beast furs were far better than them in regards to retaining heat. In addition to the fact that the Norton family soldiers have awakened their battle force, their increased circulation also helped to stave off the heat. Compared to the fur winter gear of the Norton family soldiers, the barbarians only wore a few layers of beast fur casually tossed over their upper body. They merely hung a few of them on their upper body but left their legs bare. Not only that, the fur clothes they wore also had large sleeves. It was no wonder that an 8-ringed Yuli, which was the equivalent of a 2-star silver battle force user, was so cold that he felt like dying. They were already complaining badly about how they had to come out to patrol in that weather. During the days when the snow didn't fall, the barbarians who hid within the cave would send out around 100 people to patrol the stockade during morning and night, mainly to check if there were any carnivorous magical beasts hanging around. That's why when they met with Lorist and Reedy who were returning from their fishing trip, they were incredibly surprised because the both of them left the stockade without permission. Lorist told them that he had no choice because they were running out of food and had to capture more fish to sustain themselves. The barbarians were troubled as leaving the stockade without notice was considered to be a grave crime. But it wasn't that they wanted Lorist to starve to death either. After the bearded leader of the patrol team discussed with his teammates, he decided to confiscate half of the fish as punishment. Even though they disliked fish because of the bones, it was still quite pleasing for them to be able to drink a huge bowl of fish soup during the winter. And so the matter was settled and the bearded leader even sent someone to bring Lorist a huge sack of kudzu roots after he returned to the cave. In that regard, the barbarians weren't that bad. With the passing of the 30 or so days, Lorist had almost recovered halfway from his injuries and managed to save up a third of his full amount of internal energy within his dantian. In another 10+ days, he would be able to completely repair his damaged meridians, and the thought of that relieved him greatly. Also, of the many blood clots within Reedy's brain, only one large one remained as Lorist had been using his internal energy to gradually remove them over time. He believed that Reedy would return to his former self after that last one was removed. The weather outside on that day was rather bad with a huge snowstorm covering the whole area. Lorist sat cross-legged above the fire pit on the stone slab with the temperature within the house was as warm as spring. He had just finished another round of treatment for Reedy and the latter was already sound asleep in a corner. After every treatment session, Reedy would turn really sleepy and sometimes would be out cold for tens of hours a time, causing Lorist to sometimes worry that he would never wake up again. After circulating another major cycle to recover the internal energy he expended on Reedy's treatment, Lorist shut his eyes and recalled the moments when he was fighting Blade Master Zarinan. He found it really laughable that he had felt so confident after defeating Blade Master Xanthai. At that time, he truly believed that no one else within that world would be able to force him into a corner when it came to swordplay and was really full of himself. But an assassination by an old Blade Master had been able to shake him up so badly with no warning. Not only was he personally injured, many loyal soldiers of the family also perished, causing Lorist regret that was hard to put into words. He had believed that with his good swordsmanship and mighty family forces, he would be invincible and would be able to mess around unabated. But in retrospect, Lorist found that he had been too arrogant and ignorant. If a rank 3 Blade Master was able to push him into a grave corner, what would he do if he was faced with a sword saint? He would no doubt lose everything he cared about. He realized that only with personal strength could he be confident and without worries in this world. Having acknowledged his errors, Lorist gained a newfound realization to take himself seriously from now on and train even harder than before. Currently, even when he was sitting cross-legged to rest, he was recalling every strike of the Blade Master with clarity and mentally simulated how he would block them and make counters. Bam bam bam! The door of the house was knocked on loudly and Lorist opened his eyes immediately. Weird, who would be coming here on a stormy day like this? I should be careful, it may be some magical beast that's banging on the door. I'd be dead meat if I really opened the door for a magical beast. Who's this? Lorist shouted out. It's me. Open the door, said the person outside. Lorist then opened the door and the one who rushed within was the hunchbacked old man who wrapped himself with so many furs he looked like a huge meatball. So cold, so cold. He muttered with his face almost green like rusted iron. Some frozen streaks of mucus could also be seen near the old man's nose as he stomped around to rid himself of the cold. Why have you come here? Lorist asked coldly. Why? Hee, kid, this place belongs to me now. You too, scram! Said the old man as he snickered wildly. As the old barbarian man could no longer resist the cold within his shabby old house, he had decided to get his hands on Lorist's own small wooden house. Have you forgotten that time when you were whipped? Also, with the furious snowstorm outside, where would we go? Lorist said as he stared at the old man without actually considering him a threat. I don't care where you go. It'll be even better if you freeze to death. I still haven't paid you back for that time I was whipped. You actually dared to rat me out. I'd like to see if you can find anyone to complain to right now. There is no way that the mountain chief will leave the cave in this weather. You'll have to wait for another 2 months if you want to complain to her. Now, get out quick! Roared the old man as he raised a thick whip up with his right hand. The old barbarian man swung the whip against Reedy's back, causing him to wake up and look at the old man, confused at what was happening. Are you still gonna stay here? Shouted the man angrily at Reedy as he raised his whip again for another swing. It was then when Lorist stepped forward and held the whip tightly with his hand. Cursed slave, you dare resist me! Shouted the rage-filled barbarian man. Without saying a word, Lorist landed a harsh punch right onto the old barbarian man's chest where his heart was. Ugh! Groaned the man before he stopped moving altogether. Lorist did not use that much internal energy when he punched that old man as he only needed him to stay put for 10 minutes or so. After removing the 2 thick cow skins the old barbarian man wore without any regard, he tossed the old man outside the house onto the snowy grounds. After closing the door, Lorist said to Reedy, "Don't worry, get back to sleep." Oh! Reedy muttered as he lied back down. After half an hour, Lorist put on one of the cowskins and opened the door to take a look. The hunchbacked old barbarian man had already frozen to death and Lorist removed the snow from the old man's corpse before he brought him back to the shabby old house. The old house was freezing cold and there was a broken earthen pot within that the old man used as a brazier, but the firewood inside were all cold and wet. Lorist also realized that there were a number of large holes around the walls of the house. Originally, they were covered up by mud and clay, but they had probably fallen off after being frozen stiff, allowing the snow and wind outside to gush into the house from the holes. No wonder the old man wasn't able to stand being in his house and desperately tried to occupy the one Lorist built. There was a pile of dried grass where the old man probably slept and Lorist tossed his corpse upon it and placed the cow skin he brought with him on the corpse, making it seem like the old man was sound asleep. After that, he searched the house for a while and discovered that under the pile of grass was a rusted longsword. Apart from some trash and random goods within the house, there wasn't anything else worth noting. The old man still had quite a lot of food remaining, but Lorist didn't touch that and only cut off a wooden plank from the house with the longsword and used it to smudge his tracks when he returned to his own house. The snowstorm continued for 4 days and 3 nights. When it cleared up, Lorist and Reedy immediately proceeded to clean off the snow that had gathered on the roof and after a long while of work, they saw the patrol team emerge from the cave. The leader of the team was the same bearded man who led the previous patrol. He greeted Lorist when he approached. Lorist pointed to the hunchbacked old man's house and said, during the past few days, the old man would ask me to help clean the snow off his roof every time the snow stopped falling. But this time, he still hasn't come out yet. I wonder if something has happened to him. And so, the bearded leader made his way to the old man's house, and it didn't take long for a commotion to break out. Lorist went there to join the fray, and when the bearded leader saw him, he waved his hand and said, "The old man has already frozen to death. Come here, there are a few skins and furs that you can use, as well as a few sacks of kudzu roots. Take them." Lorist happily returned to his house with the furs and kudzu roots before bringing Reedy along with him to clean up the snow around the broken old house. After that, he dug a huge hole in the ground and buried the old barbarian man within it. Now that the old barbarian man was gone, only Reedy and Lorist remained within the stockade, as all the other barbarians stayed within the cave. Had it not been for Reedy's current state, Lorist would have left the place right away, since nobody would be able to stop him. During the chilling cold days wrought with snow and storm, apart from helping Reedy heal and further repairing his damaged meridians, Lorist also used the skins obtained from old barbarian man to make leather pants, gloves, cloaks, masks, as well as some eye shields to prevent the eyes from freezing over, using a small, razor-sharp blade, a long needle and a few fish hooks which he kept hidden within his old outer robe. Even though his sewing skill wasn't that good, Lorist did manage to make leather equipment for 2 people in less than 10 days. After that, he preserved some food for the upcoming journey and also made some wooden skis for his travels. All he had to do next was to wait until the day Reedy returns to his former self. In the following days, Lorist would train his swordsmanship in a borderline insane fashion, even during stormy days. Even during nights when snowstorms ravaged the stockade and covered the ground completely white with snow, the moment he recalled a scene during his battle with Blade Master Zarinan, he felt as if he gained some insight and would work himself to exhaustion outside in the snow. Just like that, Lorist refined his swordsmanship step by step as the days passed. By the time the wooden wall within the house was filled with 3 other rows of small stars marking the days, Reedy's treatment had already reached its last stage. As Lorist tapped on Reedy's pressure point behind his head with his left hand, he used his right palm to support Reedy's back from behind and injected some of his internal energy into Reedy's head in small pulses against the last remaining blood clot. When it was finally disintegrated, Reedy lost consciousness. But this time around, he woke up within only 4 short hours. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lorist sitting beside him and said, "My lord, it was as if I was dreaming for a long period of time." Lorist laughed out and said, "Do you remember what you dreamed about?" After furrowing his brow for a few moments, he shook his head and said, "I can't really recall. I think there were many other people around us, but you were always by my side, my lord." "Oh, weren't we on that cliff back then? I remember shooting that old bastard in the back once. After hitting my head when we fell off the cliff, I can't recall anything else." "My lord, where are we right now?" "We are currently the slaves of the mountain barbarians." Lorist proceeded to briefly explain the recent events to Reedy before he ruffled his head and said, "If you didn't lose your memory, we would have back at the Dominion long ago." Reedy shook his head and said, "My lord, I think you made a mistake. You should have returned to the Dominion as soon as possible. While the family can do without me, it definitely can't go on without you." Passing the small silver container with rank 2 medicine to Reedy, Lorist said, "Don't worry about things that don't concern you. Do I look like the kind of lord that will abandon my own family knights?" Within the container holds the last 2 or 3 drops of rank 2 medicine. After you drink it, circulate your battle force immediately. I will give you 3 days to prepare and we will head back to the Dominion when you recover. After all, you won't be able to survive the cold outside if you can't use your battle force." Catching the container, Reedy said, "My lord, have your injuries recovered?" "Don't worry, I'm already fine. All that's left is for you to patch yourself up. Consume the medicine and begin quickly," Lorist said with a smile. 3 days later, Reedy looked at his silver blade glow excitedly and said, "My lord, look. My battle force seemed to have grown with the blade glow even lengthening a bit." Lorist however continued to draw on the wooden wall with a piece of charcoal without saying anything. Putting his sword down, Reedy asked, "My lord, what are you drawing?" "Oh, I promised the leader of the barbarians here to build a canteen for them. But since we're leaving soon, I won't be able to fulfill that promise. That's why I'm drawing up a set of diagrams and procedures for the construction here. I only hope that they can understand it well enough to finish the canteen on their own. I'll be done soon, so you should go pack up. After this, we will make our leave," Lorist said as he continued drawing. When Lorist placed the charcoal in his hand down and brought up the torch to get a better look at his drawings, he told Reedy, "Even the mountain barbarians should be able to understand these simple drawings, right?" Right after that, a loud knocking on the door cut their conversation short. Reedy opened the door and saw a person wearing thick furs walk inside. After that person removed the furs, Lorist realized that it was that thick-lipped female barbarian. Feeling the humiliation well up in his mind, Lorist looked at her with a cold gaze and asked, "Why have you come here?" The thick-lipped barbarian woman smiled as she said, "I'm pregnant. The witch doctor said that it's your child." As if a bolt of lightning had struck him, Lorist began shivering all over. Reedy was completely flabbergasted by what he has just heard. The barbarian woman continued, "My husband died last year in battle and now I even have your child. That means, I can get married to you and you won't have to be a slave anymore. You can join our tribe and I'll definitely treat you well." Before she finished, Lorist's figure swerved to reach for his sword that was placed above the fire pit before he pierced it straight through the thick-lipped barbarian woman's chest. She lowered her head gradually and looked at the long sword that had passed through her torso before slowly turning her gaze back to Lorist with an expression filled with despair and agony as life slowly left her body. Her pale lips twitched as she struggled to say something with great difficulty. Why? Lorist was still shivering as his grip on his sword loosened. He stepped backwards slowly before collapsing into a sitting position atop the fire pit and said, You are the cause of the greatest humiliation I have ever suffered in all my life." As the thick-lipped woman fell backwards, Reedy stepped forward to catch her, only for her to say one last thing before she breathed her dying breath. My child." The atmosphere within the small wooden house was so chilling that it almost felt like time itself was frozen. After a long while, Lorist raised his head and said, "We'll leave immediately." Reedy looked at the corpse of the barbarian woman in his hands and said, "My lord. What do we do about her?" Sighing, Lorist said, "Bring her with us and find a place to bury her." Atop a lone mound, Lorist dug through the frozen earth without regard to amount of internal energy it consumed to make a pit to bury the barbarian woman within. After that, he sat by the grave marker for a long while. "Forget this matter. This has been a long nightmare for me as well," Lorist said as he finally stood up. Reedy merely nodded. "Let's go. We should be heading home," Lorist said, before he swung his hands to gain some momentum to ski down from the hill, with Reedy following behind. The two of them streaked through the snow-covered plains as quickly as lightning. Chapter 212 Setting Out. Hi guys, here's the third bonus chapter of the week by Tyler L. of the USA. There will be another release coming in 10 minutes, so stay tuned. From the depths of darkness came a voice that whispered, My child." Started awake from sleep, Lorist sat straight up on his bed. He was relieved to find that he was in a familiar room. "Oh, I've already returned to the Dominion for a month or so and I'm here at Firm Rock Castle. I'm no longer that pathetic, oppressed slave. Bulletin, but why do I keep dreaming about the last words of that thick-lipped barbarian woman? But the kid is not mine," Lorist denied with a fervent rage. He still recalled the days when the barbarian woman forced herself upon him. During that time, she also did it with two other barbarian men when she brought Lorist near the stream to bathe. There was no way that the child could so coincidentally be his, and her claim that it was his was based on the witch doctor's arbitrary reading. It was as if there were two different people arguing within his mind. One of them maintained the view that the child was not his and that it wasn't wrong for him to kill her for leaving a mark of eternal shame on him that will last his whole life. The other kept doubting himself. She's only a barbarian woman who had lost her husband, and without a child, she wouldn't have any status within the tribe when she gets old. No matter who she does it with or how she forced me to do it with her, she only did it to have a child for herself. What's wrong about that? She only wanted a child for herself. I shouldn't have killed a poor widow like her. All she wanted was a child. Leaning on the headboard of his bed, Lorist couldn't help but tremble while sweating profusely. Locke? What's wrong? Asked Telesty, who was sleeping beside him. Nothing, I just had a nightmare, Lorist said as he lowered his head and gave Telesty a kiss on her forehead. I'm going to start training my swordplay soon. You should get more sleep since you're pregnant right now. Take better care of your health, all right? Okay. Telesty mumbled before she turned and fell back into deep sleep. Lorist made a bitter smile and thought, this must be my punishment. When Lorist returned to the Dominion, he heard that when he was being assassinated by Blade Master Zarinan, the fainted Telesty was discovered to be pregnant 1 month later. At that time, Lorist's whereabouts was still unknown, causing her much pain and worry. Every moment she thought of Lorist, her face would be covered in tears. It was so bad for her that she almost had a miscarriage. By the time Lorist returned to the Dominion, the pregnant Telesty, who was also emotionally sensitive, was especially insistent on staying by Lorist's side, and he also treated her with utmost care and even agreed to her request that the child she was bearing would also inherit the name of her adopted family, Nico, instead of being registered as a member of the Norton family. At the same time, every time Lorist saw Telesty's bloated belly, he would recall the pregnant thick-lipped barbarian whom he killed and even dream about her dying words only to wake up shocked and sweaty. Perhaps, I was wrong and shouldn't have killed that barbarian woman. While Lorist was a little regretful for his actions, he had felt incredible shame when he heard the woman say that she was pregnant with his child back then. With the desire of killing her being fostered throughout the time when she forcefully bedded him, Lorist only knew how to react by feeling anger from the pain and humiliation he suffered, causing him to take up his sword from the fire pit and pierce it into her chest without a second thought. It was only when he had killed her that Lorist snapped out of his wild fervor and realized that he had just taken a human life, no, 2 human lives. And that child she bore could possibly be his. That's why he slumped into a blank stupor by the grave marker of that woman after he buried her. I can't continue like this, Lorist thought as he rubbed his face. Removing his sleeping robe and changing into his normal attire, Lorist left his bedroom and took his sword with him before heading downstairs. I should do something to keep myself occupied and forget this matter as soon as possible. Since it has already happened, there's no point for me to continue wailing like this in regret. If I continue to have nightmares like this, it won't be surprising if I eventually lose my mind. Back then, Lorist's journey home with Reedy was a rather smooth sailing one. In fact, they actually bumped into a few guards who were looking for them. Upon seeing Lorist and Reedy returning safe and sound, those guards who had searched painstakingly for 3 months let out loud cheers of joy. The ones who led the guards were gold-ranked Knight Belnick and Els, who both welcomed Lorist and Reedy into the main tent with tears of joy streaming down their faces. After that, they informed Lorist about the situation of the family during his 3 months of absence. Upon knowing that Lorist had suffered an assassination attempt by a blade master, as well as the injuries suffered by gold-ranked knights Jisk and Potter Fang, the 4 gold-ranked knights, namely, Fierce Tiger Lows, Freyar, Malek and Belnick, headed to the assassination site immediately and began to search for Lorist and Reedy. When they realized that the 2 couldn't be located and had possibly fallen down to the river below, they had a meeting with Charade, Terman and the others and decided jointly to hide news of Lorist's disappearance from the 3 allied families. At the same time, they sent a battalion of 500 men to Maplewoods Bastide to ensure the safety of Irina and her son. "Milord," Belnick said embarrassedly, during the meetings, "we also discussed that if something bad truly happened to you, we would let the young master inherit the position of the Norton family head and give him authority over the family after he is raised until the age of 18. Lorist nodded and said, "It's all right, I can understand that. You guys have planned for this quite thoroughly. How are Jisk and Potter Fang doing?" Belnik replied, "Knight Jisk's injuries are rather light and they pose no restriction to him at the moment. A few days ago, he even said that he wanted to join the search for you. Knight Potter Fang on the other hand is more badly injured and has to rest bedridden for at least 2 more months." Blade Master Zarinan had managed to make a deep cut from his left shoulder to his chest and Potter Fang almost couldn't be saved. That fellow Fierce Tiger Lowe's was incredibly pissed and kept saying that he wanted to go to Windberry City to capture the second prince to avenge you, but he was stopped from doing so by Knight Charade. Els added, "At that time, Charade told Lowe's that our priority was to find you first and that revenge won't happen right away, managing to stop Lowe's from pursuing the matter temporarily. We have already been searching around the wildlands for 3 whole months and were just about to give up hope. Thankfully for the protection of war god Singwei, you returned to us safe and sound, my lord." Lorist suddenly recalled something important and asked, "What is the date today?" Els replied, "It's the 19th day of the 2nd month of year 1772 of the common Grindian calendar. Then was there a magical beast wave within our dominion during winter?" Lorist asked. Belnik and Els laughed out and Els said, "My lord, are you still worried about the magical beast wave? It's already gone. During last winter, only a couple of magical bulls arrived at Hyde Bull Mound and even then, they were blocked from entering the Dominion by the wall stretching all the way from Tortoise Hill. We mobilized the family forces and killed all the bulls in one go. However, I heard that recently, the number of magical wolves beneath the walls was increasing and the patrolling soldiers complained that the howls were too noisy for them to bear. As the magical beast wave that had plagued the family had truly been exterminated, Lorist let out a breath of relief for the successful resolution of that huge problem. After he returned to the camp of the guards who were searching for him, he made his way back to the Dominion after spending a night there. When he arrived at the Dominion, he received news about Telesti's pregnancy and judging by the time, the child should have been conceived during the 10th month of the previous year when he went to Blad Edge Mountains to bring Telesti back to Firm Rock Castle. After he heard that she almost had a miscarriage from her grief, Lorist hurriedly went to comfort her and had been stuck with her ever since. He was also constantly reminded of the barbarian woman he killed when he saw Telesti's belly and was haunted by the nightmares frequently. During the meeting held a few days ago, Lorist discussed his experience of the assassination attempt by the second prince's blade master and expressed his condolences for the family knights and soldiers who had sacrificed themselves heroically. After receiving requests from some within the family to take revenge, Lorist appointed Lowe's as the head of 3 pike cavalry brigades and 2 heavy infantry brigades with Malak as his vice along with 2 Karo ballista brigades and the light cavalry scouts led by Yuri to capture the second prince, effectively sending up to 24,000 soldiers to Windberry City. The next thing Lorist discussed during the meeting was the reinitiation of the development of Black Mud Marsh as well as the development of the Dominion formerly belonging to Count Spenside that was renamed the Salis Settlement. Within the next 2 years, he would prioritize settling down the commoners. If they were able to successfully develop the Felicitas Settlement and the Salis Settlement into the main food providers of the Dominion, only then will the Norton family have a stable footing on their path to prosperity. Apart from that, another high-priority project was the construction of the shipyard. So far, the intersection point between Blad Edge Mountains and Black Mud Marsh, which was a shallow swamp, had been filled in and made into level ground. With the path heading to the highlands near Black Mud Marsh already available, the next step was to expand the area of the highlands by carrying out land reclamation on the shallower areas by the coast. It was estimated that the reclaimed land would be enough for a small port for ships to stop within as soon as next year. Lorist requested Old Man Bach to begin the construction of the shipyard right away alongside the construction of the port instead of delaying it until the port to be completed so that they could learn to build smaller ships in the meantime. He hoped that the Norton family would be able to set sail on the seas as soon as possible that way. As for gold-ranked Knight Freyar, he was tasked by Lorist to handle the formation of the navy and said that he would rather having the trained soldiers wait for the completion of the ships than beginning training only after the ships were completed. If they begin training after the shipyard's completion, that would be a little too late. Lorist believed that he had to first have a batch of Navy Marines ready so that they could set sail right away. After Lorist trained for an hour or so, he saw Howard waiting outside the gate and asked curiously, "Weren't you taking care of your father? Why have you come back here?" Howard said, "Father said that I'm your attendant, my lord, and I have to be by your side at all times. His injuries will recover completely in another month and he can already make some slight movements, so he won't need me to take care of him all the time anymore." Lorist agreed with that assessment as he had visited Potter Fang 2 days ago and saw that he was indeed recovering well. After pondering for a while, he asked Howard, "How many days has it been since Fierce Tiger Lows and Malak left?" "They left 2 days ago and will arrive at the Hendliff Suspension Bridge in another 6 days. From there, they will launch their attack on Winston Province and will be able to reach Windberry City in roughly 15 days. Howard understood the geography of the land well and was quite accurate at estimating the traveling speed of the family forces. After stroking his chin in thought, Lorist decided that he would leave the pregnant Telesty alone for now and said, "Howard, after I have lunch with Telesty later, you'll act like you've received an urgent letter sent by Baron Chizan and Baron Phelim that calls for my presence at Gildusk City to meet up with them to discuss the deployment of soldiers to the capital, understand?" Stunned, Howard retreated warily and asked, "My lord, what are you planning?" "Nothing, really. I only want some time for myself." "Dumb child, just listen to what I say and I will bring you with me to the royal capital of Windberry City for a trip. Otherwise, the two of us will be staying here and won't be able to go anywhere else," Lorist rebuked. After deliberating for a while, Howard agreed and said, "Then you have to promise me that you won't leave me behind. I also want to go there with you to get to know the place." While Telesty didn't suspect Howard's lie at all, she cried out sadly at the thought of Lorist leaving her for somewhere far away. Lorist tried hard to console her for days and said, "My dear, even if you don't care about your health, you have to think about the little Nico that's in your belly. Don't worry, I'm not going to war or anything, I'm just going to meet those 2 idiot barons. It's not dangerous at all and I'll return quickly. At most, it will take up to 20 days or a month." Howard clicked his tongue and thought, "Ah, my lord's lying again. It will take at least 1 month or more for our trip to Windberry City." After expending a lot of effort to finally calm Telesty down, Lorist sighed as he exited the door and said, "Howard, you should remember this well. The more intelligent a woman is, the more troublesome she will be, especially when she's pregnant, when she will be more emotionally sensitive than usual. You should learn from my example and not get in a relationship with a female scholar in the future." Howard merely looked at Lorist with a distasteful expression. Els, Pat, and Reedy had long received word of Lorist's plan to leave and had already prepared the guard brigade to accompany him. Lorist said, "Pat, bring a few guards with you to take Blade Master Zarinan's body with us. Fierce Tiger Lows and Malak forgot to bring it with them when they left a few days ago. We will bring this cursed old man's body to Windberry City and let everyone know that the Blade Master sent by the second prince was killed by our family forces. With the corpse of the Blade Master, let it be known that others who side with the second prince and has hostile intentions towards the Norton family will end up like the Blade Master. Long live the Nortons!" Cheered the guards after hearing Lorist's speech. Howard thought as he cheered, "Great, my lord has also come up with a good excuse to head to Windberry City." Chapter 213 Analysis. This 4th bonus chapter of the week was also brought to you by Tyler L. of the USA. See you guys next week and enjoy the read. When Baron Chizan and Baron Phelim got the report from their messengers, they thought that something was off. A few days ago, the Norton family forces passed through their territory to head towards the royal capital of Windberry City to capture the second prince. Right after that, they got word that Lorist wanted to meet with them and wondered what was up. However, that didn't stop them from welcoming Lorist's arrival. But when the two barons saw the corpse of Blade Master Zarinan nailed upon a crucifix, they were stunned speechless. This time around, Lorist came within a four-wheeled carriage upon which the crucifix was installed and had Blade Master Zarinan's corpse nailed upon it so that it could be paraded around as he travelled. Since the Blade Master's corpse had already been embalmed, it wouldn't rot within the next 2 to 3 months. Locke, it's a little too excessive for you to be doing this, right? After all, he's a rank 3 Blade Master and is even considered to be a quasi-sword saint. Nailing his body on the crucifix is a little in bad taste. Baron Phelim said as he looked at the body. Chak, I've never treated him as a Blade Master. He's but a lowly assassin that was sent to kill me. Since he can disregard his reputation as a Blade Master and sink so low to carry out an assassination, I can naturally treat him as a common assassin since he failed, Lorist said disdainfully. Baron Phelim's full name was Phelim Chalvode, and Chak was his nickname. I heard your family forces suffered huge losses, right? Baron Shazin asked. He had seen Blade Master Zarinan twice before and knew that his abilities far exceeded those of Blade Master Luance. It was said that Luance wouldn't be able to last more than 100 strikes when fighting against Zarinan. Additionally, when Baron Shazin was still serving as a gold-ranked knight of Duke Loggins, he had been toyed with by Blade Master Luance twice when they sparred and could only endure the anger he felt at him, so he can only imagine how much stronger Blade Master Zarinan could be. Lorist sighed deeply before he said, "This old fellow killed up to 500 of my good men and 11 silver-ranked family knights. Even Potter Fang and Jisk were injured heavily and I had to heal for 2 months myself. That's why I've decided to no longer let the second prince off on this matter. I nailed the old guy on the crucifix so that I can spread the word about how the second prince actually used an underhanded method like assassination against me by employing a Blade Master so that everyone else can see that he isn't fit to be king. That way, even if I capture him, the Norton family won't be considered to be rebelling against a royal family. So what if you capture him? The reputation of a king killer is definitely not something you want to bear." Baron Phelim said worryingly, with good reason. Even if the second prince did not deserve to be a king, he was still technically one, and in Grindia, killing a king brought no good reputation to a noble family. "It's fine. I will first imprison him for a period of time and send him to be judged by the Second Highness of the Andanak Kingdom since his family is the rightful successor to the Krisan imperial family. This is their family matter," Lorist explained his decision, to which the two barons thumbs-upped in agreement. "This method of yours is savage. Not only does it leave nothing to be criticized, it also allows you to get your revenge. The Andanak royal family hates the second prince to the bone because if the second prince and his associates did not raise the banner of rebellion, the great empire wouldn't have perished and shattered just like that. If the second prince falls into their hands, it would already be considered humane if he was simply hanged to death," praised Baron Phelim. Baron Shazin pointed at the corpse of the Blade Master and asked, "Locke, are you going to march into Windberry City just like that? Do you need any help from us?" Lorist sighed and said, "Hennard, Chak, you idiots. The reason I'm here is to ask you to mobilize your forces." Baron Shazin's full name was Shazin Hennard and he had no other nickname. Before this, he used to be one of the 5 gold-ranked knights serving Duke Loggins and even led a military campaign against the Norton family. Ever since he was captured by Lorist, his fate took a completely different turn. Baron Shazin was stunned by what he heard and asked, "Why do you need us to do that? Didn't you 3 other families say that my forces swept the land barren without leaving even a single commoner for you to take? I'm presenting a huge opportunity to you guys now, yet you're still unable to see it. What can I say about you? During this excursion of my family to capture the second prince, do you think anyone within the Winston province can stop our advances? What are you doing sitting and watching by the sidelines instead of reaping some benefits for yourselves? Send your soldiers to raise the place, you idiots. People, money, and food, they're all up for the taking." Lorist exclaimed with an annoyed look. Ugh! Baron Phelim had already understood Lorist's intentions. But with a face blushing with embarrassment, he said, "Locke, it's not that we don't want to mobilize our forces. It's all right. I understand your concerns. You're just worried about the 2 frontier legions stationed at Pedro City, right? I heard that you sustained some losses the last 2 times you sent your soldiers to the Winston province," Lorist said with a laugh. After that, he waved to Howard and said, "Howard, bring me the map of the Iblaya kingdom. He's called Howard and is also my disciple like Reedy. His father is Potter Fang, which the 2 of you should be acquainted with. Right now, he has just awakened his battle force and is accompanying me as an attendant, so look after him for me, all right?" Lorist said as he introduced Howard to the 2 other barons. "That's a given," said the 2 barons in unison. Hennard even took out a jeweled sword and gave it to Howard as a meeting gift. As Baron Phelim himself didn't have anything fitting to give, he started suggesting that Howard and his illegitimate daughter meet up sometime. He praised his daughter to the heavens and said that she was not only beautiful but also obedient. And given their similar age, with her being 15 that year, 1 year younger than Howard, the Baron thought they would be a good fit. Even though she was only the Baron's illegitimate daughter, she was also included in the registry of the Phelim family. The more he got to know Howard, the more Baron Phelim liked him. In stark contrast to the rough and quiet Reedy, Howard looked more refined and had an intelligent and calm aura. As Baron Phelim had been looking for a suitable husband for his beloved daughter, he found Howard to be the ideal candidate, given his gold-ranked knight father and his status as Lorist's personal disciple. With his looks and charisma being better than most, Howard's future was sure to be a bright one, and the Baron felt that having his daughter marrying Howard would be a great idea. Howard himself was dumbstruck by that, as he didn't expect to be introduced a wife just because he was asked to fetch a map. He's so embarrassed by Baron Phelim's actions that his face was completely reddened as he panicked on how he should respond. In the end, Lorist saved him from the predicament and said, "All right, Jack, finding a son-in-law is not an urgent matter. Perhaps you would want to discuss this with Potter Fang when we finish things over here, since Howard and your daughter are still young. If both of you agree, then maybe we can let them be engaged first. It won't be too late to officiate their marriage when they reach 20. Baron Phelim said, "She's not that young. When my daughter was born, her mother was only 16. Hennard and Lorist both shoved a middle finger in Baron Phelim's face, as they both thought that it was far too predatory of him to lay his hands on a 15-year-old girl, causing him to be completely speechless. Lorist then proceeded to spread the map of the Iblaya kingdom open before tapping on the 2 provinces belonging to Duke Fisibalin and said, Duke Fisibalin was originally the second son of a viscount from the Wild Husbandry province. After that, he joined the army and was promoted to be the commander of the Frontier Legion for his stellar military achievements, and at that time, the Frontier Legion was one of the largest cavalry armies set up to defend the northeastern plains of the Empire from the grassland barbarians, with a force numbering up to 25,000 soldiers. When Duke Fisibalin became the leader of that legion, he expanded it greatly and gained a huge victory over the grassland barbarians around 34 years ago, allowing the Empire to establish the East Wild Province, earning himself the rank of the Duke in the process. The East Wild Province was also made the hereditary dominion of the Fisibalin family. Given that the Frontier Legion had around 78,000 soldiers, rivaling the army of the Empire itself, the Duke was always under strong suspicion from the central powers of the Empire. As such, the Duke could only focus his efforts on managing the East Wild Province and the Wild Husbandry Province to protect his own family. During the Civil War of the Empire, the second prince went to the East Wild Province to see Duke Fisibalin and subsequently took his daughter's hand in marriage, thus securing the support of the Fisibalin family for himself and cementing the foundations of the Iblaya kingdom. After the formation of the Iblaya kingdom, the second prince paid no heed to the livelihood of his subjects and stubbornly sent his soldiers to attack the Maline Duchy, but was eventually defeated at the hands of the fierce Gael Legion of the Maline Duchy. Not only did the second prince suffer a huge loss, the battles also completely ravaged his southern province. Under such circumstances, the second prince borrowed 3 divisions of cavalry troops and took the opportunity to cause trouble when our northbound convoy and the Andanak kingdom were marching through the Madras Duchy. In the name of defending the Madras Duchy from the invasion of the Andanak kingdom, the second prince used his forces to swallow up the Madras Duchy's Delamak province. However, he didn't expect that the whole situation would take a completely different turn when Duke Madras signed a peace treaty with the Andanak kingdom. All the while he turned against the second prince and defeated his troops at the battle at Kobo city. Having no choice but to retreat from Delamak province, the second prince took the chance to occupy the dominion of the Duke of the Northlands after my family defeated Duke Loggins. Only after occupying the dominion of the Duke did the second prince have some territory under his direct control. That's also why he left the Iblaya kingdom's southern province, which is to say, the 3 southern commanderies, and the Winston province where the royal capital of Wintbury was, uncared for. That's because the 3 commanderies were already a wasteland, and to recover it was to put in lots of funding and effort to resist the attacks of the Malene Duchy's soldiers. To the second prince, that was not a worthwhile endeavor, hence his willingness to leave the provinces be. Additionally, within the Winston province, apart from Wintbury city, the rest of the land belonging to the second prince had long been sold away, and the lack of his own land there prevented him from raising an army. That's why after he took over the Duke's dominion, he stayed there without returning to the royal capital and used the food and resources he took from the Delamak province to form the first legion of the Iblaya kingdom before he jumped right back into the game of war and domination. But what the second prince shouldn't have done was to anger us, the Norton family, ultimately causing all his efforts to go to waste. He had to run all the way back to the royal capital with tens of guards and even sent his blade master to assassinate me. How truly shameless of him! Judging by how Duke Fisibalan stationed his frontier legion, he must have already filled up the vacancy left by the 3 cavalry troop divisions he lent the second prince. Right now, the Frontier Legion should have a full 78,000 soldiers with 43,000 of them stationed in the East Wild province alone. Duke Fisibalan also stationed 2 cavalry divisions at the border between the East Wild province and the Wild Husbandry province and another division at East River Citadel as the main force to resist the attacks of the grassland barbarian hordes. Additionally, there's also another division of soldiers stationed at the border of East Wild province and Southern province. The moment the forces of Duke Malene invades the 3 southern commanderies, the cavalry divisions would be able to react immediately to defend against the invasion before more reinforcements arrive. Even though the second prince was willing to leave the southern province and Winston province unattended, Duke Fisibalan definitely wasn't. If the 2 provinces get conquered by an enemy, then the Wild Husbandry province and the East Wild province will be under threat from both sides, and that would spell the beginning of the end of the Fisibalan family. But the most laughable part was that even though the second prince didn't care for the 2 provinces at all, he still refused to hand control of them over to the Duke. It is apparent that he distrusts his father-in-law greatly. Otherwise, the Iblaya kingdom would have been far more stable even if the second prince was a puppet ruler. The soldiers Duke Fisibalan stationed at the Wild Husbandry province numbering around 35,000 was led by the Duke's adopted son and blade master, Viscount Christophe. Given that the Wild Husbandry province wasn't the main site of conflict with the grassland barbarians, only 1 cavalry division was stationed there at the border of East Wild province, which also serves as reserve troops just in case reinforcements are needed. The remaining 25,000 men was instead stationed at Pedro City within the Winston province. The moment word of conflict within the Winston province breaks out, the 2 cavalry divisions stationed at Pedro City will take immediate action and be able to reach any location in the Winston province in 5 short days. By the way, I heard that the 2 of you suffered some losses from the cavalry divisions stationed there during your last 2 attacks, right? Lorist ended his long-winded explanation by asking the 2 barons his question with a smile. Baron Phelim nodded with his face flushed red and said, "The first time my family sent the troops there, we encircled a Bastide manor and began our siege. But after 4 days when victory was almost ours, we got ambushed in the middle of the night. Only half of our 2,500 soldiers returned alive." Hennard added with a tone of dissatisfaction, "The second time around, I sent out my soldiers as well along with Chak and managed to conquer 2 dominions. Just as we were about to continue, we encountered the 2 Frontier Legion cavalry divisions. Our combined forces number 15,000 men and theirs being around 20,000, and we weren't worried about facing them in an open field battle. But they resorted to hit and run tactics by assaulting our camps and destroying our supply lines, using the mobility of the cavalry troops to their utmost advantage to harass us, forcing us to have to retreat. After that, we saw that our supply lines weren't able to keep up with us, so we had to abandon our spoils and return as quickly as possible without any gains. That attempt alone cost us 2 families up to 3,000 troops. Baron Phelim added hatefully, even though our 2 families did manage to cause them around 3,000 casualties, both attempts ended in our failure and that's why we gave up on attacking Winston Province. If we don't solve the issue of the 2 cavalry divisions at Pedro City, then we will not be able to enter Winston Province as we please. Lorist clapped his hands as he exclaimed, "That's exactly it. This time, I have come here to discuss with you on how to get the pain in the neck out of your way. The Norton family will be mobilizing 24,000 soldiers to head to the royal capital to capture the second prince, and I believe the 2 cavalry divisions there will make their move the moment they receive the news. As long as we are able to catch the 2 cavalry divisions by surprise and defeat them, Winston Province will be free for us to roam and we can take whatever we want." "All right, I'm in. I'm going to rally my troops now," Hennard said. "Wait a second," Lorist said. "This time around, we're facing off against the cavalry divisions of the Frontier Legion that specializes in mobility. I'm sure that you've seen my forces. Apart from the Caro Ballista units, the rest of them are all cavalry troops. Originally, I wanted to move as quickly as possible as I hoped that we can arrive at the royal capital before the enemy is able to react, allowing us to capture the second prince without any sort of warning. Additionally, we can also retreat without being harassed by the 2 Frontier Legion cavalry divisions. However, during the past 2 days, I have a feeling that I should just exterminate those 2 legions in one go. That way, not only can I stand up for the 2 of you, I can also show Duke Fisibalin that the 4 families of the Northlands is not something that should be messed with. 2 days ago, I received a letter from that Ken Mays fellow and he said that the sale of salt to the Wild Husbandry province got into some trouble. So, I want to teach Duke Fisibalin a lesson and show him our might. All right then. I'll send out 8,000 cavalrymen and all of them are my elite troops armed with new equipment," said Baron Phelim as he made his decision. His total troops numbered 15,000 and the 8,000 cavalrymen among them were already considered experienced veterans. Hennard gave it some thought before he said, "Then I'll send out 12,000, all of whom are also fitted with new equipment. The only thing is I don't have that many cavalry soldiers." Even though Hennard had reorganized the original Northland army into a force of 24,000, he only had 1 division of cavalry troops. "All right, that makes 20,000 troops. We only have to wait here another 2 days. I've already ordered my family's Knight Brigade and 1 Caro Ballista Brigade to rush over here. Coupled with the 2,000 guards I have with me, we will have a total of 28,000 soldiers. By that time, we will trap the cavalry divisions of the Frontier Legion and bash them up. They will not be able to escape even with their increased mobility. Also, you guys should send out more scouts to secretly take note of the movements at Pedro City. As long as the cavalry divisions make their move, we will follow straight behind and let them have a taste of being ambushed," Lorist decided. Chapter 214 Royal Capital. Hey guys, sorry the first regular chapter of the week came later than usual. The lack of a WIN10 delete confirmation dialog actually caused me to accidentally some of my own notepad archives of previous translations and they were gone when I cleared my cluttered recycle bin. Fortunately I was able to restore it through manually copying from online backups of different formats, but it took some time to get things back into order. Important note, some people might find the language I've used in this chapter a little offensive, and there's even a TL note I inserted at the part where it begins. Feel free to suggest better ways of stating what I stated without being too offensive if I did a bad job at it, and I will change it. On the 4th day of the 5th month of year 1772, the Norton family of the Northlands suddenly deployed 24,000 elite family soldiers to encircle the royal capital of the Iblaya Kingdom, Windberry City. They declared that the reason for that was to capture the king of the Iblaya Kingdom, the second Prince Iblaya of the former Christian Empire, for his underhanded actions of sending a blade master on an assassination attempt against the leader of the Norton family, Count Norton, who had been entitled by the Andanak royal family. The regiment of soldiers defending the city discarded their weapons and surrendered wisely, mainly because of the disparity of their forces against the Nortons, with every one of them knowing that they had no odds of success to begin with. Additionally, the garrison forces of the city were far too weak compared to the Norton family forces, and it was especially apparent when the 1,000 or so Karo ballistas were pushed near the city walls, causing all the garrison soldiers to lose any hope of defending the city altogether. Lastly, the garrison forces leader made his decision after the gold-ranked knight, Fierce Tiger Lose, gave his ultimatum. According to Lose, if the garrison soldiers don't give up all resistance, the forces of the Norton family will not let the family members of the soldiers off even if they die in battle. He advised the soldiers who decided to resist to take their family members' well-being into consideration. After the Norton family forces entered the city and strictly forbade any traffic into or out of it, the second prince, who was hiding within the Rose Palace, heard about the commotion. It was as if a lightning bolt had crashed down on him during a sunny day. He was already incredibly worried about how Blade Master Zarinan still hadn't returned yet and felt a bad omen welling up in his heart. Despite that, he still believed that his teacher wouldn't lose since he was a quasi-sword saint. At most, he was probably just injured after the assassination attempt and was resting up somewhere else. But little did the second prince expect that as he waited impatiently for the Blade Master's return while paying attention to any rumors of misfortune befalling the leader of the Norton family, the Norton family forces began their attack on the royal capital. The second prince was so greatly shocked that he killed the maidservant who had delivered the news to him and stripped her bare to put her clothes on himself, and secretly left the Rose Palace while cross-dressing to head to the commoners' ghetto. Hiding among the poor commoners was indeed a rather good idea, as the second prince understood that the soldiers of nobles weren't interested in the dirt poor commoners and usually swept the business area of the city clean first before going for the middle-class citizens and other rich nobles within the city. But the second prince underestimated how morally bankrupt the forces of the Norton family were, as they took not only the money and resources but also considered the lowly commoners to be a great resource to develop the Northlands with. As long as the commoners receive their farmland and settle down nicely at the Dominion, they would turn into one of the most loyal defenders of the Norton family. Even so, the cross-dressing second prince's mustache drew much attention to him, but the Norton family soldiers did not recognize the king of the Iblaya kingdom and were only mildly curious about the cross-dressing man. Some of them believed him to be some kind of pervert, while some gay soldiers wondered if the cross-dressing second prince was someone with similar inclinations. Translator's note: please tell me if the language I'm using here is offensive or not. I apologize in advance if it offends anyone and will gladly change it if any of you have some suggestions. As much as I don't want to cast people of any demographic in a bad light, it is against my translation principles to censor the work by explicitly removing all reference to the author's original wording, so it would be helpful if any of you know of a better way to describe these terms than how I did it. At that moment, a few Norton family soldiers with an unhealthy enthusiasm for conducting searches even prepared to feel the second prince up to see if he did indeed have any balls, with some of the gay soldiers jumping excitedly, wanting to do the same, and were ready to bring the second prince to interact in the nearby cabin. Faced with the thought of his rear orifice possibly being compromised, the second prince finally caved and loudly declared himself to be the king of the Iblaya kingdom and requested to be treated accordingly. But nobody paid any heed to what he had to say and only focused on his fair and unblemished skin that was a consequence of his pampered lifestyle. To some of the sexually excited soldiers, the second prince was practically a gift from heaven. These ravenous family soldiers seemed to stare at the second prince with glowing red eyes and disregarded what he had to say entirely. It was only after they had released their pent-up desires that they bothered to listen to the gasping second prince, who still insisted he was the king. The second prince was then brought before Los and Malak in that state. After getting a few other nobles to confirm the identity of the naked second prince, whose backside was still mildly bleeding, the usually loud Los was completely speechless and could do nothing but look for a few herbalists to give the second prince some treatment. After getting word that the Norton family forces invaded Windberry City, the 2 Frontier Legion cavalry divisions stationed at Pedro City made their move under the order of Viscount Christophe and arrived at Windberry City 3 days later, trapping the Norton family within the city. Viscount Christophe was still rather clear-headed, as he didn't launch an assault on the royal capital right away and only used the better mobility of his troops to keep the Norton family forces stranded within it. While he wasn't confident that his 2 divisions would be able to take on the forces of the Norton family in an all-out battle, Viscount Christophe was assured that he would be able to stop the Norton family forces from leaving with all the wealth and resources of the royal capital. 5 days passed without confrontation, but Viscount Christophe was not impatient in the least. To him, the longer it dragged on, the better it would be for him. Firstly, he understood that the food supply within the royal capital was limited, with most of the food of Winston province within the hands of the noble families. He believed that when the food within the city runs out, the Norton family forces would no doubt crumble and he would be able to obtain victory easily. Secondly, he had already sent a messenger to Duke Fisibalin, and the Duke himself would be leading 2 other cavalry divisions over in another 5 to 6 days. That way, the Norton family won't be able to retreat even if they wanted to, like a turtle trapped within an urn. But Viscount Christophe didn't expect that on the next day itself, the Norton family forces mobilized an entire army as if they were preparing for an open field battle. The Viscount thus positioned 1 cavalry division directly facing the Norton family forces, with another at its flank in preparation to intercept the Norton forces before engaging their flank with the true aim of harassing and slowing down the enemy's progress. But then, the blaring of the horn made Viscount Christophe realize that his 2 cavalry divisions were the ones that had fallen into a trap. As the soldiers closed in on each other on the battlefield, the 2 cavalry divisions were eventually encircled and pushed into a tight corner outside the walls of Windberry City by the forces of the Norton family, the Shazin family and the Phelim family that numbered almost 50,000 soldiers. Seeing that his cavalry divisions had been forced into a corner by the forces of the 3 families of the Northlands, sealing off their attacking capability in the process, the Viscount ordered his men to begin digging trenches on the battlefield. This time around, he understood that he was in deep trouble, as he had already lost the perk of mobility that allowed the cavalry soldiers to soar to their utmost battle potential. To make a path of survival for himself, Viscount Christophe decided to lead the charges himself. But all 3 of his surprise attempts were shut down completely by the incessant longbow and carro ballista fire, causing him to have no choice to retreat, with his forces having suffered huge casualties. Looking at his soldiers who had lost all morale, Viscount Christophe made yet another decision. He stepped on the battlefield alone with sword in hand and requested a duel, with the request that if he won, he hoped that the 3 families of the Northlands will allow the remaining 14,000 plus soldiers of his to leave, while he would be willing to submit to the 3 families and accept whatever treatment. However, if he lost the duel, he would order his cavalry soldiers to surrender unconditionally. Even though Henard and Baron Phelim expressed their vehement objections, Lorist still agreed to Viscount Christophe's request and decided to take the Viscount on himself. Viscount Christophe, who was a rank 1 blade master, quickly realized with despair that he wasn't a match for the young Count of the Norton family, whose swordplay was cold as winter, which caused him to feel as if he had been tossed into a land filled with snow. Lorist's sword strikes were like ephemeral snowflakes that were able to enter the smallest gap in one's defenses. Even though they looked light and weightless, when the Viscount's sword clashed against Lorist's, he felt as if he was being pushed back by the great earth itself. He finally believed the rumors about how Blade Master Zarinan failed his mission and was killed himself despite being sent to assassinate Count Norton. Viscount Christophe, who had painstakingly withstood more than 200 strikes, eventually had his sword knocked away by Lorist, causing him to disheartenedly order his soldiers to surrender without resistance. The remaining 14,000 cavalrymen complied with the order and became the prisoners of war of the Norton family. After the defeat of the two cavalry divisions that were causing Lorist quite some concern, he kept his promise and ordered his two Caroballista brigades to help the Shazin and Felim families sweep clean the castles and estates of the other nobles in the Winston province. Lorist insisted that they prioritize taking food, as only with it can the Dominion truly be stable. He said that the Norton family would be willing to buy the food the two families took at 2 times the market price. After entering the royal capital, the first thing Lorist did was to check out the second prince, who was walking with his lower body exposed. That was the first time the two of them met face to face, and after Lorist heard about his encounters, he lost control of his laughter and said that the second prince had it coming for him, as this was all his own fault in the first place. Lorist didn't care about the cold, venomous gaze the second prince gave him. The second prince spat on the ground and left without a single word. During his occupation of Wintbury City, Lorist made a few orders that many found to be weird. Firstly, he still paid his respects to the Queen of the Iblia Kingdom, who stayed within the Rose Palace, and even ordered his guards to keep the place safe and secure. Secondly, apart from the few food stores belonging to the royal family, Lorist didn't touch any of the assets of the other nobles or tycoons within the city, and didn't even make a single threat. Thirdly, the Norton family also didn't engage in any large-scale moving of the commoners, and only brought away a few tens of thousands of poor commoner worksmiths from the commoner area of the city, causing some of the nobles to sigh in relief, as the Norton family was willing to do them a favor to move the poor commoners out of the city for them, which many of the nobles considered praiseworthy. The only part of Lorist that dissatisfied the nobles within Wintbury City was their perception of his short-sightedness from how he held his grudges deeply. Lorist erected a tall pillar in the central plaza of the royal capital and installed the crucifix bearing Blade Master Zarinan's corpse upon it, with the reason that the Blade Master listened to the second prince's order and attempted to underhandedly assassinate the leader of the Norton family. That caused the nobles, who once felt pride in having a rank 3 Blade Master protecting their city, to feel gravely insulted and humiliated. On the 19th day of the 5th month, Duke Fisibolin, who was leading 2 more cavalry divisions as reinforcements, received word that Viscount Christophe had already been taken captive. After hearing about how 2 of his other cavalry divisions had been completely wiped out, the Duke stayed at Sunset Lake Town, which was 50 kilometers from Wintbury City, and no longer pressed forward. Instead, he even set up a defense line and sent a messenger to the royal capital to meet Lorist. When Lorist met the messenger, he expressed that he had no intention at all to exterminate the Iblia kingdom, and said that the reason for his actions was his personal grudge with the second prince, as was apparent from his polite treatment towards the other nobles of the royal capital without the slightest ill inflicted upon them. After that, he brought the messenger to meet with the queen, who was staying at the Rose Palace, and the messenger confirmed that she was indeed the daughter of Duke Fisibolin. The queen of the Iblia kingdom still lived as freely as ever and wasn't the slightest affected by the events of the prior days. She still had the mood to invite the other nobles within the city to grand balls and parties to make merry. Despite that, Lorist rejected 2 requests the messenger made. The first concerned the payment of ransom for the release of Viscount Christophe and the 14,000 plus soldiers. Lorist said that Duke Fisibolin should only begin to negotiate for their release after the forces of the Norton family makes its way back to the Dominion, since it was rather inappropriate to hold such discussions at the moment, given that the military campaign was still ongoing. The second request concerned the fate of the second prince. Lorist insisted that he would not agree to releasing the second prince, but promised that he would only imprison him without letting any harm come to him, since he doesn't want the Norton family to be tainted by the reputation of a king killer. As for the lack of a king for the Iblia kingdom, Lorist stated that it was not his problem to worry about, as he was only a count of the Andanak kingdom, and that he wouldn't interfere with the official affairs of the Iblia kingdom, since he only bore a personal grudge against the second prince. The messenger was flabbergasted, as he had never heard such shameless reasons ever before throughout his whole career. When he broke out of his stupor, he said that everything about the Iblia kingdom directly concerned Lorist, from the matter with Duke Loggins all the way to the second prince himself. Lorist, on the other hand, argued against it by citing that the Norton family had carried out its duty to protect the northern borders of the empire without any intention of partaking in the political affairs during times of war. However, the Duke of the Northlands and the second prince overestimated their abilities and instigated the conflict themselves, causing the Norton family to have no choice but to retaliate. But arguing like that with the messenger was to no end, and there was no real need for them to waste their breaths on semantics. As for the matter of the Iblia kingdom's vacant throne, Lorist suggested that the queen's son, who was staying at Duke Fisibelin's, be made king after the forces of the Norton family retreat from Windberry City. That way, Duke Fisibelin himself could use the ascension to make himself a regent for the young king and take control of the Iblia kingdom entirely. He also added that as long as Duke Fisibelin didn't mess with the four families of the Northlands, they could no doubt have a peaceful relationship. After the messenger left, Lorist stayed within Windberry City for a little more than 10 days before he led his forces back to the Northlands. Baron Felim and Baron Chizin, on the other hand, returned with a haul full of stolen goods and practically swept clean almost 2/3 of the whole Winston province. The endless chain of carriages carrying food, wealth, and other resources was so long that it almost seemed like a flowing river. Apart from those, they even forced up to 200,000 commoners, mostly belonging to the nobles of the Winston province, to move into the Northlands with them. One day after the Norton family left the royal capital, Duke Fisibelin led his soldiers to retake Windberry City. 2 months after the three families of the Northlands moved their newfound resources and commoners back to the Northlands, the Duke, who had just taken control of the city, could no longer withstand the incessant bickering of the nobles there and casually gave the right to rule to his own daughter, the Queen of the Iblia Kingdom, before hurrying back to the Eastwild province. This time around, the three families of the Northlands truly made a big haul from raising the Winston province. Apart from the gains reaped from Windberry City that belonged solely to the Norton family, the rest of the pillaged resources and citizens who were moved were divided equally among the three families. Lorist gave the responsibility of looking after the commoners and their loot to Malak and Fierce Tiger Lows before he left by himself to head to Firm Rock Castle ahead of the others, because Telesty was about to give birth. Chapter 215 Arrangements. Here's the second regular chapter of today. Hope you all enjoy the read. Even though Lorist left for 3 whole months and only just returned to Firm Rock Castle right when Telesty was about to give birth, he had almost constantly had his guards send some gifts and love letters to her during his absence. That was why Telesty forgave Lorist for breaking his promise easily, much to Lorist's relief, as it wouldn't do her any good to receive any kind of shock just before giving birth. When Charade entered the study and saw Lorist laughing out loud, he asked curiously, "What are you so happy about?" Lorist waved a letter in his hand with a smile and said, "I just received news that Duke Fisibelin ran back to the Eastwild province." The letter states that ever since the Duke was made the regent of the Iblia kingdom, he had been busy arguing with the other nobles all day long and didn't have time to do other things, with several of his new policies secretly resisted by the other nobles. In the end, this Blade Master Duke could no longer deal with his huge workload and eventually resigned from the position of the regent of the kingdom and left the capital, leaving only one cavalry division to guard it. Currently, the head of the Iblia kingdom is that beautiful queen of theirs. "That poor old guy must still don't know that this was all planned by you," Charade said as he shook his head. "When I first heard the messengers tell me that you didn't allow our family forces to raid the city's other nobles of their wealth and resources and your good treatment to the queen, I knew you were up to something. It was when you let our family's 2 Caro Ballista divisions help Hennard and Felim's families sweep the rest of Winston province clean without killing the nobles that resisted us that I confirmed my suspicions and understood that your target was Duke Fisibelin himself all along." "No, you're wrong about that. In actuality, I wasn't directing these troubles to anyone in particular. It was that old Duke who made the jump into that pit of mess himself. When we mobilized the soldiers this time around, I made it really clear that we were only there for the second prince himself and didn't have any intentions of going against the other nobles of the Iblia kingdom and didn't stop them from spreading the reputation of our family as bandits throughout the whole continent." Lorist stood up before he reached for a small barrel of fruit wine and took out 2 silver cups. After he poured the wine, he handed Charade 1 cup and said, "Try it. We got this from a vineyard within the Winston province." Charade tasted the wine and praised its deliciousness. "This tastes rather good. Then again, Locke, I'm really confused by what you're doing. Even though you didn't take anything from the nobles in the royal capital, you still helped Baron Phelim and Hennard pillage most of the nobles within the Winston province. Aren't those two actions a little contradictory? Hee. Lorist giggled as he said, not at all. What you don't understand is the type of people the nobles of the Iblia kingdom are. Initially, when the second prince found his kingdom, he used his authority to entitle others and enfeoff them land to sell noble titles, causing most of the land within the Winston province apart from the royal capital to be sold away and tens of new noble families to appear. That's why the Iblia kingdom has the most landed nobles compared to the other powers nearby. The second prince relied on the funds he gained from selling titles and land to build an army to attack the Malene duchy. But little did he know that he would proceed to suffer huge losses over the next 2 years, with the battles he fought turning the whole southern province of his kingdom into a ravaged wasteland. The nobles who had bought their titles could also foresee their stark future and had long escaped to the royal capital to protect their wealth and also to pester the second prince to be responsible for the damage he caused to the southern province. During the previous year, as the second prince wasn't able to borrow any soldiers from Duke Fisibalin, he still had to give some kind of satisfying resolution to the nobles who stayed at the royal capital. That's why he decided that he would try to conquer the Madras Duchy's Delamoch province and move the dominions of the nobles within the royal capital there while trying to make a small profit for himself, all the while resolving the food debt he owed Duke Madras. You'll understand after taking a look at this map. Given that the Delamoch province is well known to be one of the largest food producers of the former empire, do you think the land of Winston province, which is situated right next to it, will be any worse? In actuality, the second prince lacked the power over his subordinate nobles unlike Duke Madras, and wasn't able to stop the nobles he entitled from doing whatever they wanted after they were enfeoffed their land within the Winston province. Hence, the nobles stopped focusing on planting food because it was unprofitable and instead started up all kinds of fruit wineries and plantations. That's why after the southern province of the Iblia kingdom was rendered useless, the Iblia kingdom began to lack a good food source, with most of the food being within the hands of the nobles of Winston province. The high price of food was solely the fault of those nobles. And given the high price of food, the nobles of Winston province took the opportunity to stockpile more and more of it while trying hard at the same time to prevent other sources of food from entering the kingdom so that they could profit by maintaining the high market price of food. That naturally incited the envy and jealousy of the nobles of the ravaged southern province, causing much conflict to manifest between the two factions. That was also one of the main reasons why the second prince was so reluctant on returning to the royal capital, as he couldn't be bothered to mediate between the arguing nobles. That's why when word of our 3 families attacking the Winston province spread to the royal capital, the nobles who stayed there actually cheered for our arrival, because that meant that the Winston province nobles that they envied so much would finally be getting the short end of the stick. That is also the true intention behind my actions. Initially, I even felt that we needed to mow down the number of nobles of the Iblia kingdom, just like what you and the convoy did when you passed through the Andanak kingdom. Through hanging all those nobles, the state of the kingdom became far more clean and stabilized. However, if we do that, we would only be doing a favor to the people in power of the Iblia kingdom. In the case of Duke Fisibalin, if he manages to tidy up the 4 provinces of the Iblia kingdom, his power and influence would no doubt multiply by a few times. By cleansing the Iblia kingdom of the extra nobles, we would be making a larger enemy for ourselves instead, and I definitely wouldn't do something that foolish. That was the reason for my explicit instructions to the Phelim family and Hennard's forces to not kill the nobles they pillaged and only take all their food and movable assets as well as their commoner subjects, so that the Winston province nobles would be on bad terms with those at the royal capital. If I raided the nobles at the royal capital, all the nobles would be united in their hatred towards us. But now that I didn't touch those nobles at the royal capital, surely they will be jumping with joy at the losses of the nobles of Winston province. There's no doubt that the nobles of Winston province hate the fact that we've moved their commoner subjects away the most. Without them, they will not be able to gather wealth and plant food. And given that the Northlands had a natural border, which is Metropolis River, there's no way that they will be able to retaliate against us. If they want more commoners, they will have to take them from other people. But since I have moved the poor commoners away from the royal capital, those nobles won't have anyone to rally. That means that they will have no choice but to prey on the Delamoch province of the Madras Duchy, which is just nearby. The last time the second prince attacked Delamoch province, the ones who funded that operation were the nobles of the southern province who stayed at the royal capital, with the Winston province nobles only reluctantly providing small amounts of food and few soldiers to fulfill their obligation. So naturally, if the nobles of Winston province wish to attack Delamoch province, they will receive strong objection from the nobles of the southern province. In the past, the suggestions of the nobles of the southern province would frequently be met with objection from those of the Winston province. And back then, the southern province nobles were unable to compete in terms of military might with the Winston province nobles and could only endure. But right now, the two noble factions are roughly on equal standing, and anything the Winston province nobles propose will definitely be opposed by the nobles of the southern province. That's why when Duke Fisibalan made himself the regent of the Iblaya kingdom, he realized that the division between the two noble factions caused him to be unable to get anything done, as the order to deploy soldiers couldn't be passed. It was actually rather smart of him to resign from the position of the regent and head home right away. If Duke Fisibalan had been more ruthless, he could have killed off all the nobles who opposed his will and could possibly maintain his grasp on the kingdom and push it towards a direction he had hoped for. It's a shame that the old man didn't do so, perhaps because he lacked the courage to do so, or he was too self-aware about the reputation of his family and understood that an act like that would make the Fisibalan family public enemy number one, causing him to be willing to give up just like that and head back to his own domain. As we are too far away from the Winston province, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to set our sights on it, at least not before we have control of the whole of the Northlands. That's why it is my intention to cause as much chaos there as possible. With Duke Fisibalan now gone, there's no one powerful enough to stifle the conflict between the two noble factions, and war would surely break out. It won't take long until we see soldiers facing off against each other. By then, we only have to watch them kill each other off from the sidelines. After Charade heard everything, his eyes were completely dazed before he said, "Locke, I didn't expect that you would change so quickly after becoming a Dominion Lord. Your thoughts stretch further and further away into the future, and you're even able to predict things to such an extent now." Lorist shrugged as he said, "I had no choice. I only found out that nobles don't just organize hunting events or mess around by organizing dance parties and hooking up with other beautiful noble ladies all day long after becoming a Dominion Lord myself. Instead, I have to constantly worry about the affairs of my family and consider its future, the livelihood of the commoners, as well as being responsible for my knights and subordinates. There is also much deceit and vested interests among the interaction with other nobles, so if I don't consider my options thoroughly, I will no doubt be taken advantage of badly. Circumstances have forced me to change my way of thinking." Finishing the wine in his cup, Charade wiped his mouth before he said, "All right, stop complaining already. You've been doing a great job and the family's future is looking brighter than ever. Back to the main topic, why have you sought me out so urgently?" Lorist pointed to a thick stack of beast-skin documents that were on the table and said, "At the end of this month, the near 40,000 poor commoners we moved from Windberry City and the 70,000 plus commoners from the Winston province will arrive at our dominion, and I will leave their affairs to you. Settle them down at Salis settlement since they're lacking people over there. This new influx of commoners should satisfy the need there. Alongside the commoners are the 15,000 prisoners of the Frontier Legion. Duke Fisibalan will definitely not give up on these soldiers, as the total population of the Wild Husbandry province and the East Wild province numbered less than 500,000. Had it not been for the refugees of the ravaged southern province that made their way to the Duke's dominion, he wouldn't have been able to build up a full army within these few short years. This time around though, the soldiers we captured were all elite soldiers and not the 30,000 who were lent to and wasted by the second prince years ago, so the Duke will definitely pay for their ransom to get them back. I won't be letting the captured soldiers into the central part of the Dominion, so I will leave it to you to arrange for them to work on building the roads and other infrastructure in the Salas settlement. As it's a waste to just let the elite workforce leave like that, when the messenger of the Duke comes to negotiate for their release, do your best to postpone it so that we can squeeze as much work out of them as possible. Charade almost burst out laughing as he said, Locke, you're getting more and more crafty for you to want to utilize the slightest bit of manpower like that. If Duke Fizibalin knows about this, there's no doubt that he would cough out blood in anger. All right, I understand your intentions well, so leave it to me. I will make sure that the Duke pays a handsome sum to get these soldiers of his back. Lorist circled around his study as he stroked his chin before he said, Duke Fizibalin doesn't have that much money, and his adopted son and treasured general, Viscount Christophe, is still in my hands, as well as his 15,000 soldiers. I suspect that he isn't able to afford a high amount like this. That's why I've decided that I won't demand money from him but livestock instead. The Wild Husbandry Province and the East Wild Province produce the most livestock among the other provinces of the former empire, with over half of the market share in livestock controlled by them, as summarized by the records of the Moronti City Market Research Report. Previously, when you guys killed off so many nobles of the Northlands, didn't you make lots of vacant lands? We can use those lands as our family's pastures. If we take one cow for each prisoner we have, we'll be getting at least 15,000 of them already. I wonder how many cows should I charge for Viscount Christophe's release? Definitely not less than 10,000. Just place the cows we get within the western area after we get them and convert that place into the largest pasture in the Northlands. Charade nodded and said, so far, the only place that produces livestock within the Dominion is Maplewoods Bastide, with them having up to 2,000 cows and sheep. Even though some commoners have begun rearing livestock within the Felicitas settlement, most of them are sheep and they number only up to a few hundred, which is considered to be really small scale. Had it not been for the meat we got from the extermination of the magical beast wave, the family Dominion would have run out of meat a long time ago. This idea is not bad, as the western area of the Northlands is not too dangerous and suitable for the livestock to graze in. Then it's decided. Also, our three families had taken quite a huge amount of food with us this time around, and our family got a share of around 32.5 million kilograms alongside some other valuables. I have decided to use this food to stabilize the situation of Salas settlement, and I'll leave the handling of the food to you. Since Hennard and the Phelim family don't lack any food, they're willing to sell their share to us according to market price, and I've already agreed to that. I'll leave the rest to you then, Lorist added. All right, I already have the gist of it, Charade said before he took the related beast skin documents on the table into his hands. Locke, how many days is it until Telesty gives birth? Perhaps within a few short days. I estimate it to be around the 11th or the 12th day of the month, Lorist said as he looked at the window outside. Are you going to treat her properly and accordingly? Charade asked. Lorist shrugged his shoulders and said, what choice do I have? You know well that I've proposed marriage to her multiple times over, but she always turns me down with the excuse that she has taken an oath of celibacy to the god of knowledge and wisdom, Seeming Glide, and will stay unmarried for life. I hope that she'll change her mind after giving birth to this child. Oh, thinking back to that year when we set out from Moronti City towards the Northlands. It has already been 5 years, hey. You're already 29 now, and it's about time you formed your own family as a Dominion Lord. Miss Telesty is definitely a rather good fit to be your official wife, so you had better try harder to persuade her, Charade said as he sighed. Lorist nodded and sent Charade out when he was about to leave. When he opened the door, however, he saw Howard standing outside and snickered before he said, Fatty, by the end of this year, Baron Phelim will be coming over to spend the winter, and his 15-year-old daughter will be coming with him. Stunned, Charade said, Baron Phelim? He's only 35, right? How would he have a daughter that young? And he's still not married yet, right? Lorist laughed out loud and said, that's his illegitimate daughter, and I heard that the child's mother was only 16 when she gave birth, while Baron Phelim himself was only around 18. What a savage! Charade cursed loudly, despite the envious look he had on his face. But what does his daughter have anything to do with him coming over to spend winter? Lorist looked at the blushing Howard before he said, the Baron has taken a great liking to this young one and wants to bring his daughter over here for them to meet. If they get along, he'll negotiate with Potter Fang about their engagement. Charade laughed out and said, that's a great thing, Howard. Congratulations for getting a wife even though you only accompanied Milord for such a short trip. I think you should join Milord on more trips in the future as well. Unable to resist being poked fun at by the two, Howard turned and left, leaving Lorist alone with Charade to laugh out loudly by themselves. Chapter 216 The Decision of the Duke. Here's the first sponsored chapter of the week courtesy of Tyler L. from the USA and Paulo S. from Brazil. You have my heartfelt gratitude. On the 13th day of the 8th month, Lorist's daughter was born and Telesty, who had just become a mother, named her child Nicola Jess, and there was nothing Lorist could do about it. Even though Lorist had wanted to discuss with Telesty about their formalized relationship and status, Telesty rejected that suggestion and insisted that she would be living by herself. Locke, I understand your intentions, said Telesty gently with her daughter Ola Jess in her embrace. Her child was of far more importance to her than Lorist currently. I think that this arrangement is pretty good as it is. Don't tell me that you won't acknowledge her as your daughter just because we are not married. To be honest, I'm just a scholar and am not fit to become the wife of a Dominion Lord, because that position comes with responsibilities like dealing with other nobles and the such. In the future, I will have to focus my attention on the formation of the academy, and I'm already satisfied now that little Oli here will be succeeding the name of the Nico family. Having not been able to convince Telesty, who wouldn't budge even the slightest, it wasn't as if Lorist could throw a tantrum in front of the mother and daughter and could do naught but leave. Amidst his frustration, Lorist took his sword and looked for Viscount Christophe, whom he imprisoned. Right now, only that rank 1 blade master could qualify as a suitable sparring partner for Lorist. After enduring around 100 strikes from Lorist, Viscount Christophe wisely conceded his loss. After taking a towel from Howard, he asked, "What's up with you today? You seem much wilder than usual." "It's nothing, I'm just a little troubled by something on my mind. Also, I'm going to make a trip to Maplewood's Bastide 2 days later. Do you want to tag along?" Lorist asked. Even though Viscount Christophe currently had the status of a prisoner of war, he was still allowed to leave Firm Rock Castle as he pleased. Apart from being forbidden to return home, he was allowed to act as other nobles would. "Forget it, I think it's better if I stay here. I've been wanting to have some free time to meditate on our duels, and I don't want to follow you along just to be your training dummy all day long," said Viscount Christophe as he rejected Lorist's offer. Since he had expressly denied the offer, Lorist didn't force him to go along with him. After that, he went to the rear mountain of the castle where a new training facility was built and saw Reedy training in the Dan Ocean key refining technique which Lorist had taught him within a small stone house. What intrigued Lorist wasn't the rate at which Reedy progressed in his training of that new technique, but rather how it didn't have any effect whatsoever on Reedy's silver-ranked battle force. Unlike Lorist, Reedy's battle force didn't get sucked into the meridians or his dantian. No matter how Lorist pondered about it, he could only hypothesize that it was due to the difference between the two techniques, with the Dan Ocean key refining technique being more stable and peaceful as opposed to the aquametal technique's overbearingness. Another possible reason was the fact that Reedy was already firm in his silver-ranked battle force before he began to train in the new technique, whereas Lorist began training in the aquametal technique when he was at the iron rank. Due to the stability of Reedy's battle force, it was possible that it took priority over the first stage of the Dan Ocean key refining technique, which was still unable to shake the stability of Reedy's battle force. Lorist had Reedy sit cross-legged before he sat behind him and placed both his palms against Reedy's back. As Reedy activated the Dan Ocean key refining technique, Lorist inserted some of his own internal energy into the flow to aid him. The advantage of that was that Lorist would be able to reinforce Reedy's sensation of internal energy flowing within his meridians while being able to grasp Reedy's status and progress while he trained in the technique. After a minor cycle, Lorist retracted both his palms and confirmed that the state of Ridi's body was more or less as he had predicted. After he began training in the Dan Ocean Ki refining technique, even though he still had his silver-ranked battle force cultivation, Ridi was no longer able to progress in battle force training. In other words, he would forever stay at the 1-star silver rank and wouldn't be able to break through to the next stage. The first 2 stages of the Dan Ocean Ki refining technique mainly concerned the familiarization of the circulation of a minor cycle within the 12 standard meridians and the expansion of thereof. The main focus lies in cultivating the Ki and storing it up. The truly difficult parts of the technique only starts at the following 3 stages, with the 3rd stage focusing on the opening of the 8 extraordinary meridians and the connection of thereof with the 12 standard meridians so that the internal energy in one's body can flow in a major cycle. The full attainment of training at the 3rd stage would signify that one has already reached the peak of the bright stage, with the 4th stage of the technique signifying one's venture into the dark stage, and the 5th stage of the technique being at the legendary transformative stage. To use a battle force analogy, a person at the transformative stage would probably be at the level of a sword saint. In actuality, Lorist wasn't looking forward to his trip 2 days later to Maplewoods Bastide. Ever since the assassination attempt he suffered last year, he hasn't gone there to visit his treasured son yet. But he still had to, since he received a report from Old Man Bok about the completion of the shipyard as well as the argument between the worksmiths on what kind of ship to build first, hence necessitating Lorist's personal visit for a decision to be made. Lorist told Ridi to stay there and continue his training as he would break through to the 2nd stage in another 3 months. Since Lorist already had Howard by his side during his visit, there was no need for Ridi to serve as his attendant during that time. The moment he arrived at Maplewoods Bastide, he was received happily by Irina. Despite that, his 2-year-old rowdy son had completely forgotten about his own father. Not only did he cry when Lorist tried to hug him, he even crawled over to give Lorist a bite as he felt threatened when Irina, his mother, had her attention focused on Lorist, causing Lorist to feel incredibly mixed feelings. Lorist felt that he hadn't treated the mother and son well enough and decided to have the 2 follow him back to Firm Rock Castle to live there with him. At least that way, that child of his would not forget who his own father was that easily. But Irina was as stubborn as Telesty when it came to that regard and refused vehemently to leave Maplewoods Bastide, causing Lorist to have no choice but to give up on the notion. After spending 2 days at Maplewoods Bastide, Lorist headed to the Bullhorn Bay. Bullhorn Bay was the name for the bay at the intersection the Black Edge Mountains and the Black Mud Marsh, and it was called as such due to it being shaped like the horn of a bull. Initially, it was only a term which the prisoners who worked there referred to the bay with, but eventually it stuck and the family adopted the name formally and used it in its maps. The Black Edge Mountains and the Black Mud Marsh had already been connected, and it no longer took more than a day to travel from Maplewoods Bastide to Poplar Coast. When Lorist arrived at the pass-through at Black Edge Mountains, he saw Grandmaster Siroba, who was currently placed in charge of the development of Black Mud Marsh, and his assistant Zanban, seemingly measuring something halfway up a hill with some other people. After seeing Lorist and the others, they hurriedly rushed over. "What are you guys doing?" Lorist asked as he dismounted. After the passage of a few years, Grandmaster Siroba no longer wet himself when he saw Lorist like before. On the contrary, he was extremely grateful that Lorist had given him an opportunity to utilize his talents, as a development project on the scale of the one at Black Mud Marsh was not something any other kingdom or nation could afford to undertake and fund given the chaotic conditions of a time of war. Grandmaster Siroba was certain that once the project was completed, his name as a great architect would forever be imprinted upon the annals of history, and he believed that to be his true calling. However, as he had treated Lorist like a demon in the past and had wet himself quite a few times when he first met him, Grandmaster Siroba still felt rather awkward when he faced Lorist. So, he instructed his assistant Zanban to do the talking. After bowing with respect to Lorist, Zanban said, "My lord, we are seeing if we can build a citadel halfway up the hill here and are measuring the total surface area available." "Oh." Lorist mused as he looked at the surroundings and thought, "This is indeed a rather good spot." Originally, that place used to be a high peak up a mountain, but now, it seemed like it was cut in half by a very large blade, with the peak having broken off into multiple rock formations that filled the bottom, becoming part of the path itself. By building a citadel there, not only could they oversee Black Mud Marsh, they could also seal off the path from Blood Edge Mountains to Poplar Coast. Given the terrain, the citadel would be easy to defend but hard to conquer. As long as a division of soldiers was stationed there, the safety of the construction of the port city would be assured. Not bad, you have truly thoroughly considered your plan, Lorist praised. My lord, so far we're still in the planning stages, and we're still considering whether we should also excavate half of the neighboring mountain, connect it with this one. By doing that, we can increase the surface area and also have the water source at the mountain behind be used for this citadel. However, by doing so we'll be effectively doubling our workload, and we're currently debating whether it's worth the effort, Zanban added. Lorist nodded and said, I have great faith in your abilities and trust that you will make the best choice in the interests of the Norton family. I'll leave this decision in your hands and won't butt in. My lord, there is however one thing we must get your word on, Zanban said as he stepped forward. He pointed at the sea and said, My lord, in the original plan for the construction of the port city, we were prepared to reclaim the reef area of the sea, but after a year of surveying the territory under the leadership of Grand Master Siroba, we realized that land filling the reef area, which can be tens to hundreds of meters deep, is not a worthwhile effort. Not only would the operation be on a very large scale, it would also leave the safety of the port city at risk in the future. I believe we should keep the reef area as it is and only fill out the area near the shipyard and build 2 jetties that stretch into the deeper parts of the ocean. That is already enough to satisfy the need for the family's fleet. How about this? I will be at the shipyard during this period of time, so, summarize your thoughts and suggestions about the project tonight and send it to me in a report alongside the original blueprints and plans for the port city. I will gather the others from the other family departments for a discussion before I make a decision, Lorist said before he nodded towards Grandmaster Siroba and headed straight for the path to the shipyard. The shipyard was located at the deepest part of the bay, and the land behind it was filled with huge, dried timber. Old Man Bok brought a few other woodworkers with him and guided Lorist into a wide hall, within which was a huge water tank in which tens of miniature model ships of different designs and sizes floated. Old Man Bok pointed at the floating models and said, My lord, these models here include most of the boat types in Grindia, but we were unable to decide on which we should construct first. Some think that we should begin with a warship, while others think that a merchant vessel would be a good choice. That's why we have asked my lord to come here to make a decision. Lorist shook his head and said, So far, our family still hasn't established a sea trading route yet, so there's no need for a merchant vessel. However, warships take a long time to build given how complicated they are, and we don't really need it that soon. For the first ship to be built for the family's navy, it should be one that we can use to train in the sea with. But, my lord, there isn't a ship specifically designed for training, said the oldest worksmith as he stood forward. If there isn't, you can always design one yourself. The requirements for a training ship is simple. It only has to be middle-sized, have a couple of ranged weapons and be easy to handle and control. There's no need for it to be too fast or tough, and it only needs to be able to resist stormy weathers and travel further into the ocean. The main purpose of the training ship is to familiarize our Navy Marines with life out on sea, as well as train them in several other seafaring skills so that they can develop basic combat ability on sea. You may discuss the specifics according to the requirements I've stated and begin designing the ship accordingly. Can you achieve at least that? Lorist asked. My lord, I guess we can try, said the old worksmith as he looked at his other partners and nodded. Then it's decided. Go have a discussion and make a blueprint and model for me to inspect. I will be staying here for the time being until you come up with a design I'm satisfied with, Lorist said. On the windy grasslands where cows and sheep could be spotted grazing stood a huge and majestic citadel that looked like a crouching, fierce magical tiger from afar. That was the control center of the East Wild province, and it was the main base of the war god of the Frontier Legion, Rank 3 Blade Master Duke Fisibelan. It also served as the main camp for the Frontier Legion and it was called the Crouch Tiger Castle. Currently, Duke Fisibelan had a face reddened with anger with the silver cup in his hand crushed into an unrecognizable ball of metal. No matter who one was, if one received a chain of bad news throughout the whole morning, one would definitely be put in a bad mood. One of those reports even shook the war god Duke to the core. Within the hall stood tens of the Duke's family knights who were all silent and unmoving. Not one of them were willing to appease their lord as there was nothing they could do about their Duke's current temper but brainstorm on how to resolve the current predicament. "Grandfather, what's going on?" asked Princess Sylvia as she walked into the hall dressed in valiant hunting garbs. Her presence brought relief to those family knights as the Duke would definitely not lash out angrily in the presence of his beloved granddaughter. "Oh, my beloved darling, why are you here? I just got a few pieces of bad news in the morning that caused my mood to sour," Duke Fisibelan said as he revealed a forced smile. "Oh, let me see what they are about," said Princess Sylvia before she took the few beast-skin documents that were on the Duke's table and read them through. "A report from the Wesha Merchant Guild? They said that they will be changing their mining equipment for the following 2 years and will be willing to reimburse our family with gold forts? What does that mean?" Duke Fisibelan sighed before he said, "Sylvia, your uncle, the king of the Iblia kingdom, actually sold the 2 crucial iron mines of the kingdom to the Wesha Merchant Guild and allowed them to manage them for up to 30 years. Within the whole of the Iblia kingdom, only those 2 mines can easily produce good quality iron ores and they are the most important source of material for military equipment within the kingdom. According to the agreement the king signed in the past, 1/3 of the produce from those mines would be provided to our Frontier Legion. Now that the mines are under the management of the Wesha Merchant Guild, even though they acknowledge the agreement with the king, the agreement only stated that they will provide iron ores and not manufactured military equipment. Their claim about changing their mining equipment is merely one of their lies. Even if they reimburse our family with gold forts instead of iron ore, what use would we have for them? Our family needs military equipment, not gold coins. Right now, we can't even purchase military equipment even if we have enough funds. Grandfather, don't be so hasty. I know a place that produces great military equipment and I can get you in contact with the people in charge," said Princess Sylvia. "And who exactly is that?" asked the Duke with surprise. "They're the Norton family of the Northlands. The armor worn by their family forces are among the most impressive I've seen and boast incredible defense." "The Norton family? No way, they are our enemy. Not only did they imprison that uncle of yours who is our king, they even captured your uncle Christoph and 15,000 other soldiers of the Frontier Legion. I'm already incredibly troubled about what price I should offer to ransom them back," Duke Fisibelan said while shaking his head. "Grandfather, I recall that the leader of the Norton family said something like this. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal prophets. I think that even though you consider him an enemy, they might not see us in the same light. Also, it was Uncle's own fault for setting his sights on the Norton family in the first place even though they did not even provoke him in the slightest. They are merely abiding by their oath to defend their dominion and the border of the empire but Uncle still wanted to conquer them and even sent a blade master to assassinate the leader of the Norton family after his failure. That's far too underhanded and insidious of him. It was already quite merciful for the Norton family to only capture him without hanging him straight away. Also, didn't he treat Auntie quite well when his family occupied the royal capital? Godmother and I have seen Count Norton in person before and he even escorted us back home after defeating Uncle's army. Just let me go to the Northlands for a visit for that purpose while I try to negotiate for the release of Uncle Christoph and the soldiers too. What do you think?" Princess Sylvia persuaded her grandfather as she held his hand tightly in a spoiled manner. "There are no eternal enemies, only eternal prophets, hey? Ha ha ha, that saying is rather interesting. All right then, Sylvia. Go to the Northlands with Xanthai and see what kind of response the Norton family will give us," said the Duke as he made his decision. Chapter 217 Visit. "Hey guys, Sorry for the lower chapter count this week as I had to attend a neighborhood function during the weekends and only managed to work on one chapter during THA time. The second bonus chapter of the week was brought to you by Paulo S. from Brazil and Benjamin R. from France. Enjoy the read. When Lorist received word that Princess Sylvia was on the way to Firm Rock Castle with Count Kenmays, it was already near the end of the month and he had already stayed at the shipyard at Bullhorn Bay for almost an entire month. Currently, not only had the shipyard begun building 3 training ships and 1 survey ship, they were also researching an idea put forward by Lorist concerning speedy warships. The current mode of battle used by nations with navy forces were only limited to traditional shipboarding. For instance, when Lorist was studying in Moronti City, he saw the fleet of the Ford Trade Union once. Their ships were basically like huge rectangular walls installed onto a floating bodies, and during battles, 2 adjacent ships would only begin firing ranged weapons like ballistas and longbows when they were around 300 meters apart. And as the ships approached one another, the battle would shift to close combat between the 2 ship crews, with the conflict only ending when one side was completely annihilated or forced to surrender. It was too bad Lorist's experiments with gunpowder were unsuccessful. Otherwise, he could manufacture iron cannons and take the world of naval warfare by storm. As the owner of a workshop in his past life, Lorist was no stranger to line of battleships, and he could easily make tens of miniaturized ones easily. However, without any cannons at his disposal, those ships would only be useful as merchant vessels at most. Despite that, Lorist still designed one 3-masted line of battleship with its focus on ranged weaponry and good mobility. As for the weapons, the steel ballistas and catapults could be installed on the ship for that purpose. The ship only had to avoid being approached by other ships at all costs and exterminate enemy ships by using kiting tactics. Alright, just design that ship according to my specifications for now. In terms of ranged attacks, if us, the Norton family, claims to be the second best, I doubt anyone else would dare to claim to be the best. You must be at least that confident. After finishing the ship, I believe we can start running some drills. By then, we'll be able to see whether this type of speedy cruiser would be practical or not, Lorist said to the shipbuilders beside him. Yes, my lord. After leaving the shipyard, Lorist returned to Maplewood's Bastide and spent 3 whole days with Irina while toying around with his slow-witted brat until he was satisfied before leaving for Firm Rock Castle. Before Lorist managed to wash off the grime on him that built up during the travels, Howard entered and informed him that Princess Sylvia had come over to visit. Having no other choice, Lorist could only wash his face and have a change of clothes before meeting his visitor. Princess Sylvia only brought one maidservant with her on the trip and looked to be in an angry mood. The moment she saw Lorist, she began complaining immediately. After listening to her complaints for quite a while, he understood that Princess Sylvia had been shocked after the discussion with Charade. She believed that Charade's suggestion of 3 cows as ransom for each captured Frontier Legion soldier was far too ridiculous. Lorist smiled warmly and said, "Since a princess like yourself had to make a visit over here personally, as a Dominion Lord, I will have to give you some face. How about this? Each Frontier Legion soldier's ransom will be only 1 cow, with the squad leader's ransom being 10 cows, a company leader's being 100 and a regiment leader's being 1,000. As for Viscount Christopher's ransom, it's up to you. Will that be acceptable?" That was already incredibly magnanimous of Lorist as a mere favor to the princess, as the new ransom was only a third of the original one proposed by Charade. Princess Sylvia's face suddenly flushed red as she lowered her head and said in a shy tone, "Thank you, elder brother Locke." Lorist didn't feel particularly deserving of that, since this whole thing was nothing more than a good cop, bad cop charade he had planned with Charade beforehand. Translator, no pun intended. By giving Duke Visibalin this discount, the Duke would owe the Norton family a favor in the future. Additionally, it was even more significant since the one who made the visit was Princess Sylvia herself. As for how she addressed Lorist as elder brother Locke, there was nothing weird about it, as she had been doing so when she was being escorted by Lorist on the way back to the Wild Husbandry province some time prior. This time around, Lorist intended to quickly settle this matter and send Princess Sylvia on her way back before taking a bath and checking out on Telesty and his daughter. As he had been gone for a month, he missed them quite a lot and he didn't really want to deal with Princess Sylvia anymore. Even though the princess was indeed the most beautiful girl Lorist had ever seen and was even considered to be a goddess by Count Kenmays, Lorist felt that she existed in a completely different realm from him. Psychological age aside, Lorist himself was 8 years Princess Sylvia's senior and he only considered her as he would a cute and energetic girl in the neighborhood. However, Princess Sylvia didn't leave even after the matter of the ransom was concluded and even tried her best to loiter around. A little annoyed, Lorist smiled and asked, "Your Highness, do you have any other matters? If you do, pray tell. I will definitely help you out to the best of my ability." Princess Sylvia let out a relieved breath and said, "Elder brother Locke, this time around I didn't just come to talk about the matter of the ransom. I was wondering if you could sell some weapons and equipment to the Frontier Legion." "Hey!" Lorist mused, shocked. Princess Sylvia's request was completely out of his expectations. He gave it some thought before he raised his head to look at the princess and said, "As a friend of mine, I hope that you can tell me the reason you've approached my family to purchase weapons and equipment." With a troubled look, Princess Sylvia said, "Originally, the equipment required by the Frontier Legion are sourced from the Iblia Kingdom for no cost as my grandfather had an agreement with the king that stated that a third of the produce from the 2 iron mines of the kingdom would be made into equipment by the facilities of the king himself and provided to the Frontier Legion. But we didn't expect that after the king was defeated by the Norton family and fled to the royal capital, he actually rented the only 2 iron mines the Iblia Kingdom relied upon to the Wesham Merchant Guild for 30 whole years. Even though the Wesham Merchant Guild still acknowledged the king's agreement with my grandfather, they were only willing to provide us with a third of the ores themselves and not pre-made equipment and weapons because it wasn't explicitly stated within the agreement. And just before I came over to your dominion, we received a notification from the Wesham Merchant Guild that they had to use 2 years' time to change their mining equipment and could only reimburse us with gold fords worth the value of the iron ore they ought to be giving us. However, we don't need money and instead require equipment. The main enemy of the Frontier Legion are the grassland barbarians from the northeastern plains. Even though the quality of the equipment produced by the kingdom is rather low and caused it to wear and tear quickly, we were still able to sustain ourselves with the constant influx of new equipment. But without the iron mines, we can no longer make up for the broken gear, and in the recent smaller skirmishes, our forces were forced to fight with incomplete gear against the savage grassland barbarians. That's why, Elder Brother Locke, I hope you can lend a hand since the Frontier Legion is also defending the Empire's borders just like what the Norton family is doing, and provide us with the armor and equipment produced by your family. The Fizzabalin family and the Frontier Legion will definitely remember the kindness you show us." The Wesham Merchant Guild. Instead of answering whether he would agree to the princess's request, Lorist focused his attention on the Wesham Merchant Guild instead. "Weird, why has the Wesham Merchant Guild stretched their hands towards the Iblia Kingdom?" he muttered softly. "Elder Brother Locke, you know about them?" "Oh, right, you mentioned that you studied at Moronti City during your youth. Then you must know the Merchant Guild quite well then," Princess Sylvia said after she heard Lorist's muttering with her keen oral sense. Nodding, Lorist said, "That's right. I've heard of the Wesham Merchant Guild, but I don't really understand them well, even though I was at Moronti City for 10 years. The Wesham Merchant Guild is one of the 7 largest merchant guilds of the Ford Trade Union, and they're ranked at 3rd place. For a high-up merchant guild like that, us mercenaries working at Moronti City didn't have much interaction with them. However, they are most well known for producing good military equipment. You should know about Mizek stainless steel armor, right? They're considered one of the armors with best defense around and are produced in the Demanda Kingdom. But the Wesham Merchant Guild holds all the rights to sell the 200,001 or so units of armor produced yearly. It can be said that the Wesham Merchant Guild is one of the largest groups dealing and producing military equipment. No wonder. Princess Sylvia mused with astonishment. After we received the notification from the Wesha Merchant Guild, our family knights were all fuming with rage and felt that they were being duped by the guild and requested to be allowed to teach them a lesson. But my grandfather only laughed bitterly as he refused their request, with the only reason being that the Wesha Merchant Guild was one of the 7 largest guilds in the Ford Trade Union and that it wouldn't be wise to provoke them. If relations with them really turned sour, the trade they have with the East Wild Province and the Wild Husbandry Province might be cut off, and that would cause the lives of the commoners to degrade badly. Lorist smiled without saying anything else and thought that even though Duke Fisibalin has a force of 70,000 plus soldiers and controls 2 whole provinces, his true might could possibly not even compare to that of the Kenmays family. The 2 provinces he controlled encompassed only grasslands from head to end, with not even a single mine available. Even if the Fisibalin family wanted to develop their agriculture, they must first invest huge amounts of funds to set up irrigation infrastructure. And it didn't help that they had to rely on merchants from outside the Dominion for even a single earthen pot, and only had cows and sheep as well as their related products for export. Currently, the Salt Merchant Committee managed by Count Kenmays did not only deal with salt. They were also responsible for the distribution of the daily use products produced by the Norton family, especially at the provinces controlled by Duke Fisibalin. Even though the products were varied and trivial, the quantity produced and consumed brought the Norton family up to 3,000 gold fords of profit yearly, even though they only had 10% share of the Salt Merchant Committee. Had it not been for the fact that Duke Fisibalin was a mighty rank 3 blade master with his famed and elite frontier legion, there would have been no way for the Iblia kingdom to be founded in the first place. From Lorist's point of view, it was extremely simple for him to deal with Duke Fisibalin. He only had to close the borders between the 2 provinces and the Iblia kingdom and prohibit all trading activities there. In 2 to 3 years, the Frontier Legion would collapse without so much as a single fight. Elder Brother Locke, you still haven't said whether you'll sell the equipment to us or not, Princess Sylvia reminded. Selling them isn't a problem. I'm just worried that your family won't be able to afford it, Lorist said with a bitter smile. My family has enough money and will be able to take out a few 100,000 gold fords, Princess Sylvia said in a dissatisfied tone. Lorist shook his head and said, it's not that I'm looking down on your few 100,000 gold coins, but I'm afraid that amount of money won't be enough to outfit even a division of soldiers. Ah? Is it that expensive? Princess Sylvia said, a little dazed. It's not a matter of expensiveness but rather whether it's worth this amount. Your Highness, I see that you're not too informed about weapons and equipment. How about this, tomorrow noon, I will hold a banquet to formally welcome your arrival to Firm Rock Castle. After that, I will show those equipment I have for sale for you to pick. With Viscount Christophe also attending, you don't have to worry about me giving an unfair price since he's quite well versed in these things, Lorist said. I apologize, Elder Brother Locke. I didn't really do any research into military equipment, so please forgive me for my tone just now. I will leave for now, so see you tomorrow, Princess Sylvia said with her head lowered. No problem, don't take it to heart. See you tomorrow, Lorist said as he waved his hands generously. After Princess Sylvia bowed and took her leave, she turned back and said, thank you, Elder Brother Locke. You're truly a good person. Hey! Lorist mused. What's with that all of a sudden? On the next day, after the welcoming banquet, Lorist brought Princess Sylvia and some others to the hall on the 2nd floor where various armor and weapons were on display. Princess Sylvia, Blade Master Xanthai, Viscount Christophe, the equipment my family has for sale are all displayed here and you may make your pick. However, the price tags listed beneath each item are only reserved for members of our alliance. If your family wishes to purchase them, the price will be 20% higher and that's already a huge discount I'm willing to make, Lorist said without holding anything back. Ah! 100 gold fords per set. Isn't this the armor used by the forces of the Kenmays family? Princess Sylvia exclaimed with astonishment. As she had visited the dominion of the Kenmays family before, she remembered the gleaming silvery armor rather well. At that time, she only thought that it looked rather good but didn't expect that each set would cost this much. Count Kenmaze nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness. This is indeed the armor set purchased by our family at that very price." "Uncle Chris, I heard you say before that the metal armor provided to us by His Highness the King wasn't worth more than 10 gold fords each. Why are the ones sold by the Norton family so expensive?" Princess Sylvia asked with a disturbed look. At that price, it would be exactly like Lorist had said, they wouldn't be able to outfit even one division of troops with armor. As Viscount Christophe had good understanding of military equipment, he laughed bitterly and said, "Your Highness, each set of armor sold by Count Norton here are all exquisite products with impeccable quality and defensive capabilities. Compared to these, the metal armor provided to us by His Highness is nothing but garbage. In other words, the metal armor we used was only slightly better than leather armor produced by our family and would spoil after only 1 year of wear. On the other hand, no matter which armor here you pick from, they will definitely be far better than those metal armor. If we care for them well, we might even be able to leave the armor for our children and grandchildren as family heirlooms." Blade Master Xanthai nodded in agreement. "However, our family doesn't have that much gold coins," Princess Sylvia said as she hesitated. "Please take a closer look at this set," Lorist said aptly as he led the others to a set of concise-looking armor. "This set of armor was originally designed for my light cavalry scouts and comes with throwing weapons, a longsword, and a pike. It's extremely suitable for your Frontier Legion's cavalry troops and is priced at only around 65 gold fords. Even though it's the cheapest armor we offer for sale, its defense capabilities are rather good and is only 20% weaker than the armor of the Wittelian Legion of the former Empire. I think that this is more than enough for you to use against the grassland barbarians. If you don't have enough gold coins, I have another suggestion. You can pay us with cows and sheeps. What do you think, Your Highness?" "All right then, we'll trade the armor with you with livestock. If we don't have enough, we can simply rob more of them from the northeastern plains," said Viscount Christophe excitedly without even waiting for the princess's agreement. 3 days later, Princess Sylvia left with Blade Master Xanthai, Viscount Christophe and 3,000 of the released Frontier Legion soldiers, with the remaining 12,000 only allowed to leave until the agreed-upon livestock was delivered when they came to retrieve the armor and equipment they purchased. "Good soul, have you gone insane?" Charade said in one of his rare instances of swearing. "Are you going crazy along with the Fizzibelin family? How can you agree so casually to accept up to 2 million cows and sheep for the ransom of their soldiers and the purchase 100,000 sets of equipment? I don't think they have that much livestock themselves within their 2 provinces." Viscount Christophe said that he would lead his soldiers to rob the grassland barbarians for more cows and sheep, said Lorist lazily. "Ugh!" Charade was stunned as he didn't expect that the Fizzibelin family had that method to their disposal. "Even if they rob them, we won't have that much manpower to manage the livestock." "Hey, don't worry. The agreement states that they will pay in installments of 400,000 plus cows and sheep yearly for 5 years. We only have to leave around a few tens of thousands alive and kill some off to make dried meat and sell some away within the family dominion. I believe they will be sold out rather quickly since our dominion's population is already nearing 800,000 and the demand for fresh meat will be high. As for the people required to manage the livestock, I've already discussed it with them and they said that they'll provide around 1,000 households of herders, which equates to around 5,000 people, to us, and each household will be in charge of 10 cows. By then, we can just set up a town at the west area of the Northlands for these herders to stay at and let them take care of up to 500,000 animals." Having heard Lorist's sound explanation, Charade left without saying anything else. "Don't forget to close the door when you leave. I'm gonna take a short nap now, darn I'm tired," Lorist said as he lifted both his legs and put them on the table before leaning back on his chair. Bam! The sound of the door being slammed shut echoed throughout the room. The Ross actually say that only 20 or so units are produced a year, but I suspect that it's a typing error by the author. So, I've taken the liberty to make the number a little more realistic. Chapter 218, Whale Island. Hi guys, here's the first regular chapter of the week. Looks like we're in for some nautical action. My lord, I think that the deal you made with Fizzibelin family was a really irrational act on your part. From a strategic point of view, this is basically akin to strengthening one's enemy. Howard, who had been bothered by the deal for 2 whole days, could no longer hold back and took the chance during tea time to tell Lorist his thoughts. Lorist calmly popped a honeyed scone into his mouth before he washed it down with some tea and looked at Howard with a smile. Howard blushed after Lorist stared at him without saying anything. When he got fed up, he said, "Master, please tell me why you agreed to the deal with the Fizzibelin family. Everyone else is saying that it's because you have been beguiled by Princess Sylvia." Lorist hurriedly turned behind to take a look and was relieved to find that Telesty was still sitting on the grassy ground nearby with her newborn child along with little Vinny. Even though Telesty's young maidservant had already grown into a fine young lady, not a trace of her childish and playful personality disappeared, as was evident from her continuous toying with the baby's legs. Neither of them heard what Howard had just said. "Come over here, you brat," Lorist said with a solemn look as he stretched his hand to ruffle Howard's hair into a bird's nest shape. "Looks like you've grown and are able to consider things from a strategic perspective already. Not bad. All right, sit down right here. It's time to give you a lecture. Howard, answer this question of mine first. What is Duke Fizzibelin and the Frontier Legion to you?" Lorist asked. Howard gave it some thought before he replied, "Master, even though Duke Fizzibelin and his Frontier Legion hasn't clashed with us directly so far, no matter what, they're still a potential threat to our family. If we want to attack the Iblia Kingdom in the future, they will become our enemy. Many other people are of the same opinion as I am." "The Iblia Kingdom? Hehe, Howard, you should set your sights further. Don't just look at things that are right in front of you. In my eyes, I have never took Duke Fizzibelin and the Frontier Legion seriously, as I think that they're not fit to even be considered our enemy," Lorist said arrogantly. "Master, why do you think so? Duke Fizzibelin's Frontier Legion has up to 78,000 elite soldiers, and that number can definitely rival the forces of our family. And after the armament deal with them is carried out, their military might will only increase. You can definitely not be too careless," Howard advised. "Hehe." Lorist snickered and said, "Howard, tell me what you think about Duke Fizzibelin's abandonment of the position of the regent of the Iblia Kingdom and his return to his lair at Eastwild Province. That's because of the plot you laid against him, Master. Currently, the Iblia Kingdom is in a really deep mess and there's nothing the Duke can do about it, so he has no choice but to give up on it," Howard said after he recalled the details about the situation. Lorist shook his head and said, "You're wrong about that, Howard. No matter how good a plan or plot is, it would be nothing but a parlor trick in the face of true power and might. Actually, if the Duke was ruthless enough, he could have cleansed the nobles that opposed him and gathered up the ones in favor of him to build up support for himself. He definitely has the capability to do so. As long as he can restore order to the kingdom and restart productivity, the Iblia Kingdom will no doubt be able to regain its vitality within 5 years, and not remain in its current chaotic state as a dying nation. But Duke Fizzibelin gave up on that notion because that was a path of no return. Either he succeeds in his effort or the Fizzibelin family dies in vain for it. That's why he was afraid of doing so and was willing to abandon the kingdom so that he could be assured that his family would be able to continue on. As long as he has the Frontier Legion, no matter who it is, one would still have to treat the Fizzibelin family with respect. Even if the Duke himself was no longer present, the Fizzibelin family would still be able to exist and survive based on the Frontier Legion alone. From that point, it can be seen that Duke Fizzibelin had long lost his ambitions. Even though the founding of the Iblia Kingdom was only possible with his support, the kingdom is already pushed to its limit. And Duke Fizzibelin understands well that his departure would signify that he has abandoned all attempt at saving the Iblia Kingdom. Let's look back at the Frontier Legion. Back then, the reason it was formed was to resist the attacks of the grassland barbarians of the northeastern plains. But nobody expected that when Duke Fisibelan took command of the legion, its might would increase that quickly. Not only was it able to suppress the grassland barbarians, it was even able to expand the territory of the empire by conquering a whole province at the border. That's why the biggest enemy for the frontier legion is still the grassland barbarians of the northeastern plains. And while the frontier legion does indeed boast a number of 78,000 men, half of the soldiers from the legion are actually required to defend against the attacks of the grassland barbarians. In the past, Duke Fisibelan only needed 3 to 4 cavalry divisions from the legion to suppress his opponents within the Iblia kingdom. However, ever since our family exterminated the second prince's force of 100,000, the Duke understands that it would be incredibly hard for him to take us 4 families of the Northlands on with the soldiers he has on hand. The act of ordering 100,000 sets of equipment from our family with Princess Sylvia being their representative is akin to the Fisibelan family presenting an olive branch to us, signifying that they have no intention of being our enemy, as well as to test whether our family really has the might to oppose them. By agreeing to this deal, we have expressed that we don't intend to treat the Fisibelan family as our enemy, as well as making a subtle statement that our family doesn't mind the fact that the Frontier Legion's strength would increase from their purchase of our military equipment. Many people within our family are worried that the 100,000 sets of equipment would greatly increase the strength of the Frontier Legion and think that selling the equipment to them is like making trouble for ourselves. Actually, they are so afraid because they've heard of Duke Fisibelan's fearsome reputation as the war god of the plains. Howard, let me ask you, if our family's forces faces off against the whole of the Frontier Legion right now, do you think we would lose? That's impossible. Given the might of our forces, the Frontier Legion has absolutely no chance of success at all. Whether it be the quality of the soldiers or equipment, our forces far surpass the Frontier Legion in those regards, Howard said confidently. Then, do you think the Frontier Legion will be able to fight on equal grounds with us, or perhaps even defeat us if they're armed with the equipment we sell them? Lorist asked again. Howard stayed silent as he pondered upon the possibility before he finally shook his head and said, "They still don't have much odds of success even if that was the case. Our family forces' logistics support is still far superior to the Frontier Legion's. Even if we don't use any tactics whatsoever and fight them by the book, while they might win a number of battles using specific strategies and tactics, they'll still be defeated in the long run. But my lord, even if that were the case, our family forces would suffer huge casualties as well, and that's why I think it's bad for us to strengthen the enemy like that." Lorist nodded and said, "Howard, you really are quite thorough in your considerations, and I'm incredibly glad that you are able to do so. But you have to remember one important thing. As a general or commander, when you set foot on the battlefield, you have to consider your subordinates and soldiers as a mere number and be able to make calm observations about the state of battle at all times. You can definitely not allow anger or sympathy cloud your mind. Naturally, you have to think well about how to defeat the enemy while minimizing casualties to your own forces as well. But you must never forget your original goal just because you are suffering more casualties than expected, because if you don't obtain victory, all the casualties you incur would have been in vain. Only by securing your victory can the sacrifice be justified. What you said just now makes a lot of sense, and the 100,000 sets of equipment will indeed increase the might of the Frontier Legion. But you and the others who worry have forgotten the most important thing. This is a trade, and you must consider the price the Fisibelan family and the Frontier Legion must pay to fulfill their end of the bargain. To our family, the 100,000 sets of equipment is only 1 year's worth of production. But we are able to get up to 2 million cows and sheep from it. Livestock of that number is almost equal to 2 magical beast waves, each with more than 1 million beasts. That's definitely not a price the Fisibelan family can afford to pay, since the East Wild Province and the Wild Husbandry Province, the 2 largest livestock-producing provinces, only has a yearly output of 500,000 cows and sheep. They definitely can't give us all the livestock they produce, since they have to rely on them to trade for food, mounts, salt and other necessities for daily life. On the other hand, our agreement stipulates that they have to provide us with 400,000 cows and sheep yearly for 5 years, while we only have to give them 2 Frontier Legion divisions worth of equipment per year, which goes up to 20,000 sets yearly. That's why the Fisibilan family and the Frontier Legion set their sights on the grassland barbarians to rob their tribes of their livestock. But do you think the barbarians are a bunch that can be easily provoked? The tribes that have up to 100,000 or more animals are those that have at least tens of thousands of members, with all of them being capable soldiers as well. Even if the troops of the Frontier Legion arm themselves with the equipment provided by our family, that doesn't mean that the soldiers of the Frontier Legion would be impervious to damage, and they will still suffer some casualties. I estimate that 5 years later, the Frontier Legion might need another 20 to 30,000 sets of equipment to replace the broken ones. In some way, the signing of the agreement with us by the Fisibilan family is akin to having them work for our family for 5 years, all the while causing the grudge between their family and the grassland barbarians to grow even heavier. Even if they get all the gear we agreed to sell them 5 years later, they can only focus their efforts on resisting the retaliatory efforts of the grassland barbarians. And with 5 years of time to develop, do you think the might of our family will stay the same? By then, I think that we won't even consider the Frontier Legion to be of the slightest threat to us. 5 years, hey! Howard mumbled while scratching his head, before he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Master, I really have forgotten the most crucial factor of all, time." After reconsidering the whole situation, Howard's eyes shone with understanding. "Master, so basically if they sign the agreement, it means that the Fisibilan family and the Frontier Legion would have no choice but to be on friendly terms with us, and can definitely not antagonize us in any way, because they have to use their elite soldiers to rob the barbarians of their livestock. In fact, they'll be trying their best to get on good terms with us to prevent themselves from being sandwiched by enemies from both sides, and also due to the fact that we're in complete control of their supply of military equipment." Not bad, that's the gist of it. In the end, the people within our family opposing my decision can only see what's directly in front of them, are worrying about nothing, Lorist said with a smile on his face as he lifted his teacup up. Right after that, Pat brought a dirty-looking family soldier hurriedly before Lorist and said, "My lord, there is an urgent report from the Navy camp. During their drills, the 3 training ships sustained attacks by whales, and 2 of them were flipped over with many casualties among the Marines. So far, up to 370 of them are still missing." "What did you say?" Lorist yelled with a look of shock on his face as he stood up and knocked over the table in front of him along with the teapot and cup placed upon it. Lorist left that night itself along with his guards and arrived at the Navy camp Bullhorn Day on the afternoon of the next day. "My lord, I have betrayed your trust because of my own incompetence and caused the Navy troops so many casualties," said gold-ranked Knight Freyar with an incredibly regretful look on his face. Patting on his shoulder, Lorist said, "This is not your fault. I know that you have expended lots of effort on setting up the Navy camp, and you were also not aboard any of the ships during this training drill, so this incident was beyond your control. First, prepare something for me and the guards to eat. We haven't had anything hot since yesterday afternoon." The incident occurred as followed. During the middle of the 10th month, when the 3 ships were handed to the Navy camp for the Marines to use during their training, they only sailed within Bullhorn Bay to familiarize themselves with the ship's properties and capabilities. But after doing the same thing for 10+ days, the Navy troops were a little sick of repeating the same thing again and again and decided to head out of the bay. Just like that, each following sailing drill saw the ships sailing further and further away from the bay until 3 days prior, they discovered a small island roughly 50 or so kilometers away from Bullhorn Bay. However, that island was surrounded by a school of playful whales. That island was not documented on the various maps, probably because it wasn't large enough and was schemed over by the Magi when they drew the maps of the Grindia continent. That's why the maps that were passed down through the generations didn't have a record of that island. So, the Marines took it upon themselves to name the place Whale Island after the whales that frolicked around it. During the training session 2 days prior, Freyar himself had also gotten aboard one of the ships and saw the island for himself. At that time, he even refused the request of some soldiers to dock on the shore, mainly because he felt that the whales around the island were too numerous and he was worried that something bad would happen to the training ships if they approached so carelessly without preparation. But little did anyone expect that the group of Marines whose turn to train was yesterday would be unable to resist their curiosity to check the island out, causing 3 training ships each carrying 200 excited people to sail straight towards the island. Just when they were within 5 kilometers of the island shore, the 2 ships at the forefront started being assaulted by the whales, the largest of which was as big as a training ship itself. After the largest whale jumped and rammed into one of the ships, causing it to flip over entirely, it rammed against another ship immediately following that. By the time the single remaining ship retreated to a safe distance, its crew only managed to save 23 people by sending smaller lifeboats in with the remaining 377 Marines who were originally riding the 2 flipped ships still missing in action. Freyar explained the details of the situation in a deep voice and everyone understood what it meant to be missing at sea. Apart from the few fortunate ones who had been spared from the horrible fate, the rest have most likely departed from this world. Whales are not magical beasts. So, why did they attack our training ships? Els, the leader of the guard brigade, asked. I'm not sure about the reason either, said Freyar as he shook his head. Ever since the incident yesterday, I've asked a few older boatmen and some fishing folk, and according to their explanations, it's possible that the whales have stopped near Whale Island because they were nursing their young. That's why they might have considered the 3 training ships to be encroaching upon their territory and launched their attacks. Milord, currently all the Navy Marines are in a very horrible mood due to the incident yesterday. I was considering whether we should punish the Marines and captains that managed to return alive. After all, the tragedy only happened because of their overwhelming curiosity and recklessness. If you had formally ordered them to not approach that small island, then I won't oppose to punishing them, Lorist said. Freyar gave it some thought and said, no, I didn't give them the explicit order to not approach the island. Then forget it. Even though the Marines on duty must always be disciplined and obedient, having lots of curiosity and desire for exploration is not a bad thing in itself. Even though such a tragedy occurred in the early stages of training, we cannot allow this incident to impact our family's dedication to set sailing into the seas. No matter it be the island or territory of the whales, as long as they are part of the ocean, then the Norton family's fleet will definitely roam across it unabated. Freyar, you should first focus on consoling the marine troops. I will have the shipyard build whaling ships right away, and by spring next year, our family will begin hunting those whales. We will turn that dominion of the whales to become the lands of their demise, Lorist said as he thumped his hand hatefully on the table. Chapter 219 Grandmaster Sid. OMG, I almost forgot to release this before going to sleep. This is the second regular chapter of the week and I hope you enjoy it. While it was easy for Lorist to make that kind of proclamation, he didn't really have a method he could use to take revenge against the whales, as he would require whaling ships. Lorist had been to the Relic Islands before and the locals there were adept whalers. However, they mainly used canoes and swarming tactics against the whales like wolves surrounding a wild bull before using harpoons coated with tranquilizers against them, and dragged the whales to the shore when they were paralyzed to be cut open and eaten raw. It was definitely impossible for Lorist to have the Marines learn how to hunt whales from the locals of Relic Islands. What he needed now was a huge whaling ship, so he visited the shipyard again and summoned his shipwrights to begin discussing on how they would go about building the whaling ship. The training ships constructed for the Navy troops were merely 24 meters long, and according to the report of the Marines who returned alive, they said that the gigantic whale that rammed the first training ship was already 30 meters long. The whaling ship had to at least be 2 times the size of a whale to be able to stand a chance against it. Thus, Lorist turned his attention to the completed keel of the sail-powered survey ship he designed. The survey ship was planned to be 75 meters long. In stark contrast to the world of his previous life, the Black Forests had lots of huge trees and it was incredibly easy for them to obtain good quality wood, causing them to not have to construct the keel out of smaller composite parts, further simplifying the construction process. Since they were going to convert that survey ship into a whaling ship, the watertight bulkheads must be strengthened even further to be able to resist direct ramming attacks of the whales. One of the workers suggested that it could be done by adding another layer of 20 cm thick boards and nailing them tight with copper nails. Even though that increased the mass of the ship and would decrease its mobility, the ship would be able to take more punishment without breaking as easily. Lorist happily accepted that suggestion and rewarded that worker with 10 gold fords. Thus, the plan to change the survey ship into a whaling ship was approved by Lorist. But another problem that had to be solved urgently quickly surfaced. It was already the 11th month with winter on the horizon, and it was impossible to continue the construction of the ship in the snowy days to come. Initially, Lorist had intended to build a huge wooden building so that the construction could proceed indoors, but after trying his hand at drafting the blueprint for such a building, he gave up the notion as a building of that size wouldn't be possible with the construction technology and standards of Grindia. At that moment, Old Man Bok suggested a solution, that was to work on the initial construction of the ship at a cave found beneath a cliff near the place where the wood for the shipyard's use was stored. After winter ends, they only had to move the various ship parts out for further assembly, such as erecting the mast, etc. That way, the work wouldn't take more than 1 month to complete. Lorist personally went to check the cave out for himself and found that it was incredibly wide and agreed to Old Man Bok's suggestion. During the 4 months of winter, the 2 whaling boats' hulls would be constructed there at the same time. He assured Old Man Bok that manpower wouldn't be a problem, as he believed that the commoners within the Dominion who weren't working their farms during the winter definitely wouldn't mind working for some extra cash, which the family would naturally pay for. He only had to make sure that the quality of their work was upheld. After leaving the shipyard, Lorist rushed to Blat Edge Mountains with his guards. This time around, he was headed for Grandmaster Sid's refinery. As a saying went, one must have the right tools prepared for the right job. Even though the power of the steel ballistas used by the Karo Ballista Division were more than enough against the whales, since their skin weren't as tough as the strong hide of the magical beasts, they were incredibly huge in size, so the bolts used by those ballistas were a little too short. Additionally, Lorist wouldn't be content on just killing the huge whales, as they were very useful animals all the way from their meat, skin, fats, and oils. Even their bones were the ideal material to make umbrellas with. If the usual ballista was used for whaling, there was a risk that the whale would ram against the ship at the moment of its death and shatter the structure of the ship. That's why Lorist planned to have specialized harpoon shooters installed with hundreds of meters of steel cable loaded onto the ship. He also wanted the normal ballista bolts to be modified into harpoons, allowing the whalers to drag the corpse of the whale all the way back to the port after they killed it. When Lorist arrived, Grandmaster Sid thought that he had come for the 100,000 sets of armor ordered by the Fizabalan family, and even reassured Lorist that there would be no problem for them to produce 8,000 stainless steel armor plates without issue, since he was only in charge of the plates. After that, he would send those plates to the armament production plant, and the workers there would take over and use the plates to make proper sets of armor. Right after that, Grandmaster Sid brought Lorist to see his latest breakthrough, which concerned the catapult Lorist tasked him to redesign some time prior. Lorist was surprised when he reached the test area, as he saw a 6-wheeled mobile catapult as opposed to the heavy and immobile lever-based catapult he designed some time ago. However, the torque-based mechanism of the initial torsion catapult design was replaced by a steel wire spring mechanism. Originally, Lorist had wanted to make a torsion catapult that utilized a halter, but he was quite troubled when he couldn't recall which animal tendon he should use so that the catapult would be able to launch the payload. So, he had no choice but to settle for a lever-based catapult instead. He didn't expect that Grandmaster Sid would give him such a pleasant surprise by using an elastic wire spring to replace the torque mechanism he had originally designed. 1. Grandmaster Sid, how did you manage to think of using a spring to make a catapult? Lorist asked, feeling a little ashamed. Even though he had come from a world where technology and industry developed at breakneck speed, Lorist wasn't able to come up with that simple solution that solved all the problems, as he had only managed to recall a replica of the Roman catapult he saw on the television once, causing him much embarrassment as he was a transmigrator from a far more advanced society. Grandmaster Sid stroked his beard gleefully and said humbly, "My lord, actually, I made the discovery by accident." Pointing at the water-powered machines by the waterfall, Grandmaster Sid recalled and said, "Before, the largest water-powered presser has always posed a problem when it came to resetting the position of the setter, so we used a U-shaped metal circlip to keep it in place. However, that kind of usage stressed the CIRC lips too much and eventually we had to make a lot of them to replace the worn-out ones. During one of the times when a circlip lost all elasticity, we decided that we might as well coil the circlip a few more times before putting it back in. We didn't expect that the coiled circlip regained its function and took far longer to wear out from usage than it did before. After you tasked me to improve the design of the catapult, it made me think of the coiled circlip we accidentally made previously, so I started experimenting immediately and realized that this type of coiled-up metal wire circlip had the best effect. Then again, I feel that instead of calling them coiled-up CIRC lips, it's better to just call them metal wire springs. Yeah, we'll do just that from now on. My lord, look over here, Grandmaster Sid said as he pointed at a metal plate that looked like a minor segment of a circle on which 5 straight lines were carved along with a few rows of words. This plate measures the distance we can launch the rocks, and if the catapult is set to the highermost line, it will be able to launch the payload 100 meters away. The lowermost line is the setting that will allow the catapult to launch it 500 meters away. However, this catapult can only throw stone projectiles of a unique shape made by us because rocks of different sizes will affect the firing distance of the catapult unpredictably. Look here, my lord. I've used both steel and wood to construct the body of the catapult, so it's incredibly sturdy. As for the 6 wheels at the base of the catapult, taking the stability and recoil into consideration, we had no choice but to increase the weight of the base. While the catapults are a little slow to move, they are incredibly flexible in that they can fire regardless whether the army is on the march or not, because it only requires 3 people to operate. One person will be in charge of its movement, another will load the stone projectiles and the last will fire it. My lord, this metal wheel over here rotates after the payload is launched and pulls the catapult arm back to the metal plate so that an operator can set the firing distance by aligning the arm with the corresponding line. After that, a stone projectile can be loaded onto the bucket and the projectile can be launched by pulling the control lever. Grandmaster Sid, you really surprise me greatly with your genius in mechanics and design. I take that this catapult can already be molded and mass-produced? Lorist asked. My lord, I still feel that this catapult has 2 shortcomings. First, the heaviest projectile it can launch is 25 kilograms, and second, the steel wire springs still don't last long enough. After around 100 launches, the spring will have to be swapped out. I have been trying hard to figure out how I can reduce the wear on the springs, but I still haven't managed to succeed so far, Grandmaster Sid explained. No, Grandmaster Sid, you have already done exceptionally well. The endurance of the springs are due to the material used and not the fault of your design. As for the maximum projectile weight of 25 kilograms, that can already be considered to be rather good, because if the projectiles get any heavier, they will no doubt affect the mobility of the catapult. If that's all the shortcomings you can think of, then they're not big deals. For now, produce 300 of these catapults for me. I am going to form a catapult division, Lorist said. As you wish, my lord. I will arrange for my men to begin manufacturing them immediately. However, do you want to see how I have optimized the catapult you designed? The old Grandmaster asked. Oh? You've even improved upon that one. Lorist mused curiously as he wondered how the revamped catapult looked like. Grandmaster Sid brought Lorist to the side of a 4-wheeled carriage within which a lot of parts were stored. The carriage was even covered with a rainproof oiled cloth. The Grandmaster called 5 other people over and instructed them to move the carriage to an empty lot further away and begin assembling the parts it carried. After the oiled cloth was removed, blocks of wood and a few other steel parts could be seen. Lorist instantly understood that it was a disassemblable catapult. Within a short half-hour, a 5-meter-tall lever-grounded catapult appeared before Lorist. "Milord, the only shortcomings of your catapult design is the time it requires for assembly, which can only be done quickly by trained personnel. But the advantages are obvious. The heaviest weight it can launch is 75 kilograms and the furthest firing distance is 600 meters. That's why I modified it so that it can be disassembled for ease of transport by carriage to another place," Grandmaster Sid said. "Not bad, you've done a great job. This design is really ingenious. With the catapult you designed and this disassemblable one, I believe that no castle or citadel will be able to stop the advance of the forces of our family," Lorist praised. "How about this, Grandmaster, make 10 units of this assembly-based catapult as well. I think I'll have 200 of those wheeled catapults and 10 assembly-based grounded catapults in one brigade. Let's call it the Thunderbolt Brigade then. Submit a report on the production cost of the catapults and submit it to me. I will approve it right away." "Thank you, milord," Grandmaster Sid said. Howard, who was following behind Loris to make records, reminded, "Milord, do you have anybody in mind to command the Thunderbolt Brigade yet? Should we also classify information about this brigade?" Loris gave it some thought and answered, "Howard, record my orders. Transfer the commander of the 1st Local Defense Brigade, Ovides, here to become the commander of the Thunderbolt Brigade and order him to bring along half of the more experienced family soldiers from his brigade along with him. As for the other vacancies, have the veteran soldiers from the other units fill them up. Second, Family Knight Paul Obens will be promoted to become the Firm Rock Castle 1st Local Defense Brigade's commander, with the transferred soldiers replaced by new ones from the new recruit camp. Other than that, the Thunderbolt Brigade doesn't need to be categorized as top secret, just confidential would do." "Yes, milord," Howard said as he handed the orders he wrote down to Lorist for his stamp and signature before putting it into a silver container to be sent out by the guards. "Oh, and before I forget, Grandmaster Sid, I have come here for something else," Lorist said as he stopped the Grandmaster, who was about to leave. "The Family Navy Marine Brigade got attacked by whales during their last training session and we lost 2 training ships as a result and incurred heavy casualties. I plan to deal with these whales, and a large whaling ship is already in construction back at the shipyard, but we still require a large harpooning ballista to use against the whales." "A large ballista? Milord, you should have sought out Grandmaster Felon for this," said Grandmaster Sid with a troubled look. He believed that ballistas were Grandmaster Felon's department and his workshop was not far away from his own either. "Grandmaster Felon, hey. He won't do," Lorist said as he shook his head. While Grandmaster Felon is indeed an expert in the construction of ballistas, he always designs his creations by the book and doesn't have any spark of innovation or creative insight. That's why I am unable to hand such an important task to him. Additionally, the time limit for this task is quite limited and we'll have to begin the production during the coming spring. I still feel more assured if I have you work on this." Lorist's compliments caused the Grandmaster to be in an incredibly good mood. He smiled and said, "Since milord looks up on me so much, I will give it a try. However, I still hope that you can have Grandmaster Felon research in collaboration with me, since it'll be more convenient for him to answer some of the questions I might have." "No problem," Lorist agreed, before he turned back and instructed, "Howard, go to the ballista workshop and invite Grandmaster Felon over. After that, bring a few guards to move the 1 Caro ballista and super ballista from the workshop over here." "Yes, milord." Grandmaster Sid was incredibly interested in the super ballista and he even wanted to try firing it once, much to the shock of Lorist and Grandmaster Felon. If an elite family soldier had to rest for at least 1 hour to recover from the firing recoil, an old man like Grandmaster Sid might just lose his life during the attempt. It was only until Lorist ordered one of the guards to demonstrate firing the super ballista that Grandmaster Sid realized that it wasn't a simple toy that could be fired by just anyone. "Milord, can you tell me some of the requirements you want for the large ballista?" Grandmaster Sid asked. Lorist took out some writing instruments and proceeded to draw a ballista bolt. The ones who saw the drawing gasped as it looked incredibly savage and vicious. The bolt itself was 3 meters in length, with the sharp tip of the bolt taking up half a meter of the whole thing. The tip had 3 sharp edges that all had deep blood grooves, as well as 3 reverse hooks at the end of the head of the bolt. There was also a round ring behind the bolt that was used to secure the metal cable, and the whole bolt was to be constructed with stainless steel. I want the large ballistas to be able to fire these specialized bolts, which we will use to capture the whales with. They must be larger than the steel ballistas for the Caro ballistas to be able to fire a bolt of this size, but can't be as large as the super ballista because we can't have that kind of recoil when firing on a ship. The firing distance should be between 100 to 150 meters, and the main criteria is for the head of the bolt to be able to successfully penetrate the body of a whale. Additionally, the course of the bolt must also not be affected by the cable attached to it, so the force of the ballista must be higher. After looking at the drawing and contemplating the requirements Lorist gave him for a long moment, Grandmaster Sid finally said, "All right, my lord, I already have a rough idea in my mind. I will try my best to make this new ballista for you within 3 months. All right, then I'll be leaving this to you. One for those who want to see what a spring catapult looks like, here's a video of it. Link. Credits to the original source. Chapter 220 Flying Fish of Dawn. Here's the first bonus chapter of the week courtesy of Benjamin R. from France. Have fun reading. This was an incredibly weird ship, as her body was slender like a sharp razor blade. On Grindia, the ratio between the length and width of a ship was 5 to 1 at the very least, but this ship was different, with its length being 30 meters but its widest part being only 5 meters wide. She floated on the surface of the ocean, proudly showing off the figurehead sculpted in the image of the dragon-slaying dawn goddess, with 1 silver nameplate on each side, both engraved with the name of the ship, Flying Fish of Dawn. At that moment, the 7 white sails hanging on the 3 masts the Flying Fish of Dawn were fully opened, capturing the winds and propelling the ship across the deep blue ocean like a speedy arrow, with the view of Blad Edge Mountains in the distance slowly fading away. Lorist stood on the bridge of the ship and welcomed the wind that blew straight at him and caused his black cloak to flap around non-stop. Standing beside him was his student and attendant, Howard, along with Els, Pat, and Jim, the 3 leaders of the guards. Also present were the leader of the mounted archers, gold-ranked marksman Jusk, the vice-leader of the Caro Ballista Brigade, Dulles, as well as gold-ranked knight and commander of the Marine Brigade, Freyar. The captain of the ship was silver-ranked family knight Wilson, with his quartermaster being Old Jack. Wilson was a huge man of 30 or so years of age, and he was originally a captain of a merchant vessel. However, due to his encounter with pirates, the goods he was transporting had all been taken, and he was apprehended by the owner of the goods despite surviving his encounter. Having no way to pay back the goods he lost, his whole family of 5 were sold to slave traders by the owner in a fit of rage. In the end, they were purchased by Potter Fang, who bought the slaves to form the very first forces of the northbound convoy. During the northbound journey, Wilson managed to rake in some achievements and was made a family knight by Lorist in the main camp of Nadga City. Since Lorist had heard about his past and experiences, he elected to make Wilson the captain of the Flying Fish of Dawn. Quartermaster Jack was 50 years old that year, and he also had a background of a slave. However, his experiences were even more shocking. He had been a sailor for 30 or so years, and he got to know a widow when he was 40 and decided to settle down and spend the rest of his life with her. And so, Jack resigned from his job and brought the widow back to his hometown. But before 2 months even passed, the first prince initiated his rebellion and sent the Christian Empire spiraling into the chaotic times of war. His small hometown had been invaded by the forces of the first prince, and his wife died as a result, with him being captured and made a slave and eventually becoming one of the workers of the Kenmays family. He was finally released when Lorist returned to the Northlands. Now that Lorist wanted to form his naval team, an experienced sailor like Jack could finally be of some use, and thus he was made the quartermaster of the ship. It was currently the 8th month of year 1773. At the 4th month of that year, the Norton family had 2 whaling ships built equipped with the harpoon cannons designed by Grand Master Sid and began a frenzied massacre against the whales of Whale Island and managed to rake in near 100 whales for the Norton family. During that time, much manpower and resources had been gathered up at Bullhorn Bay, and it only took 3 months for this 3-masted sailing ship Lorist designed to be built. "My lord, this is the fastest ship I've ever seen so far, and she is even able to travel at 11 knots on full sail. I believe that we won't be able to find a faster ship than her anywhere on Grindia," said Captain Wilson excitedly, as he never even dreamed that he would one day become the captain of a magnificent new ship like this. "That's right. I believe that this is no doubt the fastest ship on Grindia. I estimate that we will be able to see the Platinum Beach, which is within the Siglar province of the Madras Duchy, tomorrow afternoon," praised Old Jack as he agreed with Captain Wilson. "Oh, Old Jack, have you been to this part of the sea before?" Lorist asked. "Yes, my lord. 30 years back, a few of the larger merchant guilds in the Empire formed a coastal survey team and hoped that we can find a good spot along the coasts of the Empire to build a port and establish a sea transportation route. Back then, I was only 23 and had already worked as a sailor for 8 years, so I was part of the team as well. The survey team set out from Armatrin harbour of the Lormo Duchy and travelled along the coast of the continent northward for a little more than 3 months. The furthest we managed to go was the Lost Forest, which is located north from the Black Forests," replied Old Jack. "Did you manage to find a place to build a port in the end?" Lorist asked. "No. Back then, the survey team stopped their efforts after reaching the Jilin harbour of the Andanak Kingdom because further up north, the condition of the coast would be the same along the Blad Edge Mountains. Even though the coasts were shallow, they were filled densely with dangerous reefs and there was no way for ships to approach the coast. Had we not used smaller boats to resupply our ship, the crew would have lost their wits completely. I still recall back then when the president of the merchant guild that organized the effort said that the coastlines there must have been cursed by the gods because we weren't able to find a suitable place to dock at all," Old Jack said. "Then what happened after that?" asked Howard, who was enraptured with the story. "After that we continued on northward. After all, we're paid to sail, so we had no reason to stop. Also, the merchant guilds that organized the effort said that they wouldn't stop until they found somewhere to build a port and doubled our pay. In the end, we finally found a place to dock near the Lost Forest, and those few merchant guilds started to discuss about occupying the place and moving some commoners there to expand their territory before gaining acknowledgement from the Empire to become landed nobles themselves. But the night 3 days after we docked, our camp got attacked by gigantic magical beast gorillas that came from the depths of the forests. They tore apart every man they saw, and I was incredibly lucky back then as my shift required me to be on the ship. I personally witnessed the bodyguard of one merchant guild's president, a 2-star gold-ranked swordsman, being torn apart into 2 halves by a magical gorilla who later ate him whole. I continued to have nightmares about that for almost 1 whole month. Of the 700-plus people who were on shore, only 41 of them made it back. We had to give up on 2 transport ships to even have enough people to man the remaining 5 ships and return to Armatrin Harbour in shambles before disbanding shortly after collecting our payment. It's even rumoured that the 3 merchant guilds had lost so much from that venture that they went bankrupt. However, for a low-ranked sailor like me, it's already incredibly lucky that I survived at all. That's why I refused to join any other survey teams after that and only worked securely on the merchant vessel for a living." After Old Jack finally concluded the story of his adventures, Howard turned to Lorist and asked, "Are magical gorillas that strong?" Lorist patted Howard's head and said, "Didn't you read one of the books in my collection about magical beasts? The information recorded on it is pretty accurate, but the part about the magical gorillas occupying the Lost Forest was only confirmed after the survey team Old Jack was part of returned. An adult magical gorilla is about 4 meters tall, and it is blessed with unparalleled strength and can be said to be one of the top 3 strongest magical beasts. If a gold-ranked knight can calmly circle around the gorilla, there was a good chance he could escape without being harmed. The one Old Jack witnessed dying was an exception, and he probably lost his life because he panicked. That's why, retaining your calm is always the most important. Howard lowered his head respectfully and said, "Thank you, my lord. I understand now that no matter what situation we encounter, we must always stay calm and keep a clear mind. Only by doing that can we escape our predicament." Hee. Jisk, who was listening, smirked as he came over to ruffle Howard's hair. This kid is sounding more and more like an adult day by day. Did he mature overnight after his engagement? Having a wife really does change a person. During the 12th month of the previous year, before the snow fell, Baron Phelim went over to the Firm Rock Castle with his 15-year-old daughter as promised. According to him, the mother of his daughter was more like his junior apprentice sister. When he was learning from an old knight, he fell in love with the knight's only daughter, and the young couple couldn't control their lust for each other, and the young maiden ended up conceiving a girl at the tender age of 16. During the 11th month of that same year, she gave birth to a daughter. 2 years later, the wandering Baron Phelim got a piece of bad news about how his lover had attracted the undue attention of a new baron's son when she was out in town to purchase medicine for her sick father. The girl gave her harasser a harsh kick in a fit of retaliation, embarrassing the baron's son greatly. As a result, the baron's son killed Baron Phelim's lover with a sword and burned her bedridden knight father alive. Fortunately, Baron Phelim's daughter was in the care of their neighbor because the old knight was too sick to take care of her, allowing her to escape the misfortunate incident. Baron Phelim said that since he was only a wandering knight back then and he was busy searching for a way to restore the glory of the Phelim family, he had to endure it even though he developed a huge grudge for that noble family. It was only after 5 years during the Civil War of the Empire, when he served under the second prince, that he was valued and given command of a troop of soldiers. He used that chance when he was marching back from an expedition to assault the town of that baron who was also allied to the second prince, and buried almost 100 of the people affiliated with that family alive to avenge his dead master and lover. Baron Phelim's daughter Katrina was an incredibly obedient and mature girl who was blessed with a delicate, beautiful look. After Katrina and Howard met, the both of them got along pretty well, and Potter Fang felt quite satisfied to have a daughter-in-law like her. So, Lorist organized the engagement ceremony for Howard and Katrina, and the two of them would marry after Katrina reached the age of 20 and underwent the ceremony of adulthood. Lorist saw Howard's flushed face and decided to step in to spare him the embarrassment. "That's enough, Joe. Stop messing with my disciple. You know how easily embarrassed he is, so stop wasting your efforts to tease him and use that time to find yourself a wife instead." Jisk shrugged and said, "My lord, you know me. My heart is already sealed tight and will no longer beat for another woman. I think that I will be better off spending the rest of my life freely by myself." Lorist shook his head and said, "That won't do. You have to form a family and give birth to a few healthy children to pass down your impressive marksmanship heritage. I'm sure that Baron O'Matter and that lover of yours will be cheering for your bliss from the paradise of the war god." Jisk merely stayed quiet without saying anything else. Sensing that it would be insensible to continue pestering Jisk, Lorist didn't press on and said to Howard, "Go check out on Night Charade and see if he's feeling any better." The Flying Fish of Dawn's current voyage destination was the Andanak Kingdom. There were a few reasons that prompted Lorist to take this journey, with the first being the transportation of the imprisoned second prince there so that the family no longer had to waste any food feeding him. As a prisoner, the second prince was still pretty arrogant and even promised others who visited him empty positions of power in hopes that they would break him out of jail. There were some idiots who actually believed his words and thought that it would be a good opportunity for them to shoot for the moon, and actually bothered to bring the second prince's letter to request for help to the dominion of the Fizzibelin family, only to end up being captured by them and sent back to the Norton family's dominion to be hanged in front of Firm Rock Castle. Apart from that, Lorist wanted to visit his other piece of land, Sai Lao's Island. 5 years ago, when Lorist accepted the Andanak Kingdom's entitlement of the position of the Count, the Second Highness enfeoffed his own principality, Sai Lao's Island, to Lorist in an effort to make up for his mistake. However, as Sai Lao's Island was a lone island amidst the seas, and Lorist was busy leading the northbound convoy back to the Dominion at that time, he had no time to bother with the island. Now that the Bullhorn Bay was developed and there was a way out to sea, Lorist could finally check his new dominion out. After hearing that Lorist was about to leave on a trip, many family knights all scrambled to join in. As they had spent too much time working on nothing but development paperwork for so long, many of them couldn't help but want to experience something new by going along with Lorist on that trip. However, even though the newly constructed Flying Fish of Dawn was 30 meters long, it was rather narrow. Apart from requiring 28 sailors and a captain, vice-captain, and quartermaster, they could at most bring along 27 more people. Jisk was dead set on following Lorist no matter what, so he naturally took one of the places. Freyar on the other hand said that since he was the commander of the Navy Marine Brigade, he naturally couldn't miss out on the virgin voyage of the Flying Fish of Dawn and took the second place on the ship. Dulles said that since the ship would be outfitted with 5 new steel ballistas, he had a responsibility to teach the Marines how to use those ranged weapons to their full potential, so he brought along 5 other steel ballista shooters from his unit on board. Since Lorist was on board, Howard would naturally be there as well, followed by Els and Pat with the reason of ensuring Lorist's safety. The second prince also had to be there. Charade on the other hand wasn't the slightest interested in going, but as Lorist said that the family didn't have a specialized officer for this trip, he dragged Charade along with him and left Shadekampf in charge of the former's tasks temporarily. After all, he was going to the royal capital of the Andanak Kingdom, the former imperial capital of the Chrisan Empire, and he would need someone to persuade some high-ranking and capable officers to go back with them to the family dominion. Just like that, 14 of the 27 places had been taken up. Initially, Charade got seasick and frequently vomited all over the place. Within only one day, he had turned into a bedridden patient, and it was only after Lorist made some medicine to help with his dizziness that he managed to get some sleep at all. The night of the 8th month brought with it the cold breeze from sea. Lorist put on an outer cloak and sat on the bridge of the ship as he stared at the starry sky in deep thought. Apart from the lookout crew on the mast of the ship, everyone else were sound asleep. The sails on the 3 masts had also been retracted, with only the vertical sails at the head and tail of the ship still catching any wind at all, causing the ship to sail ever so slowly across the calm surface of the sea. A silhouette appeared on the bridge, followed by the thumping of firm footsteps before the figure sat down beside Lorist with a small barrel of fruit wine and a silver cup in hand. "Are you feeling any better?" Lorist asked. The one who just came over was Charade. "After having some medicine and sleep, I no longer feel like puking, but I'm still a little dizzy nevertheless. It's weird, you know. I remember that I never got seasick when I was younger. Why would it hit me like that now that I've grown? Well, I slept too much during the day, so I can't get any more sleep now and decided to come look for you." Pouring some fruit wine into a cup and toasting Charade, Lorist said as he continued to stare at the stars, "Fatty, I was thinking whether we should use this chance to check out on Moronti City. Old Jack said that given the speed of this ship, we can reach the buried treasure bay within 1 month. Don't you want to go back and check on the academy? You can also write your father a letter and tell him you're doing very well with us." "Forget it, I'll only tell him when you give me some land and make me a landed noble. I will surprise him when that happens," Charade said after taking a swig of wine. "Then you'll have to wait 4 years more. Without serving the family for at least 10 years, you won't be given a dominion. However, I'm only a count right now, so I can at most entitle 2 viscounts and 4 barons. Additionally, I can't enfeoff the land within the family dominion, so I'll have to see what we have to work with when we go to Silao's island. If I can become the Duke of the Northlands, then I can enfeoff you guys richer lands. Locke, I actually have a thought. If you actually become the Duke of the Northlands, it's better if you don't enfeoff the land of the Northlands to anyone else. Naturally, you can have some manors and bastides for your gold-ranked knights, but it's better if you don't keep any landed nobles within it. I think that the Northlands should be unified and ruled only by the Norton family. Only with that can the family have a secure foundation to continue on for the next hundreds or thousands of years." As long as we can seal off the 2 bridges and 1 crossing point that link the Northlands to the rest of the continent, the Northlands can exist as its own unit. No matter what happens in the outside world, the Norton family will still be able to sit calmly in the Northlands and watch the happenings unaffected. Even so, given that we now have Bullhorn Bay, we must also form a strong armada to ensure the safety of the family dominion. What you said makes sense, and those are my thoughts exactly. But we still have to wait for the opportune time to be able to achieve all that. What our family has to focus on now is to continue consolidating our power. As the silver moon continued to shine upon the peaceful surface of the ocean, the waves sparkled with its light. The flying fish of dawn continued sailing upon the silver, sparkling waves towards the distance. Chapter 221 Tax Collection. This second bonus chapter of the week was brought to you by Paulo S. from Brazil. Thanks a lot and enjoy the read. On the 32nd day of the 8th month, the flying fish of dawn arrived at Silaua's island. The journey from Bullhorn Bay all the way to the island took 17 days, and that was mainly because it was their first voyage there and the crew was unfamiliar with the situation at sea, so they elected to travel more slowly at night just to be safe. Old Jack said that when the sailors get used to traveling that route, it would take at most 10 days for them to make the same trip again. Silaua's island was the only large island near the coasts of the Andanak Kingdom, and it was almost 150 kilometers away from shore. Usually, it would take a ship 1 day to travel from the coast of the kingdom to the island. The surface area of the island was enough to fit 1 county and 3 viscounties. But it was a shame that it was a dormant volcanic island, so 2/3 of the island's surface was covered by volcanic mountain ranges, beaches, and forests with not much land to farm on at all. According to the information Lorist was given when he accepted the enfeoffment of the island from Second Highness Augustlo, the total population of Silaua's island numbered fewer than 5,000, with it having 3 villages and a small town called Whitebird Town. Given that it was quite inconvenient to travel to and fro the kingdom by sea, the nobles of the former empire and the current ones of Andanak Kingdom considered Silaua's island to be a rural place, with there being precedent some refusing enfeoffment there in the past. After the civil war of the empire ended, the third prince who founded the Andanak Kingdom was worried that Second Highness Augustlo, who had incredible military achievements, would threaten the First Highness, who was better at management and administration for the inheritance of the throne. The third prince didn't want his 2 sons to reenact the civil war that broke the empire into pieces, and he believed that war would not break out for a long period of time and that the state of the kingdoms and various duchies would stay the same, with the reason being that he thought that they would require some time to recover from their losses of the war. With that consideration in mind, the third prince appointed the more reliable and resourceful First Highness to be his successor and decided to deprive the Second Highness of his soldiers so that he wouldn't pose a threat to his elder brother's position. Thus the third prince used the excuse that they were unable to sustain 3 huge armies to disband the Second Highness's Wittelian Legion, and also sent the Fierce Gale Legion to the Malene Duchy to help Duke Malene resist the second prince's assault. In the end, the third prince also converted the whole of Silaua's island into 1 principality and gave it to the Second Highness as his hereditary dominion. The Second Highness was also ordered to go there and wasn't allowed to leave unless he was summoned back, effectively sealing his fate as an exile in stone. To the third prince, with the First Highness whom he personally taught managing the affairs of the kingdom and the threat that was the Second Highness gone, he felt that his first son would soon easily be able to succeed his throne and allow the state of the Andanak Kingdom to stabilize. What the third prince didn't expect was that he would actually be the target of the waves of assassins sent by the first and second princes and eventually got hit by a poisonous arrow despite his best preventive efforts. Even though the third prince managed to get rescued in the end, he became bedridden and ill. And the First Highness whom he thought was reliable and steady turned out to be a person of weak character and was taken advantage of the allied nobles of the Andanak Kingdom, who saw through his facade, causing much pressure to build up on the Andanak royal family to the point that the territory of the royal family was divided between the nobles. Thus, the kingdom plummeted into yet another state of unrest. The Second Highness, who had lost his army, could only panic on Silaua's island as he had no power at all to affect the royal family and the kingdom's predicament. But during that time, Second Highness Auguslo got news about an incredibly large-scale convoy entering the borders of the kingdom that boasted a huge military escort force. Back then, that convoy was already in conflict with the Andanak kingdom nobles at the Green Plains. Thus, the Second Highness left Silao's island on a ship and hoped that he could mediate the conflict between the convoy and the noble faction while gaining some advantages for himself. What he did not expect, however, was before he even arrived, he got more news of the Battle of the Green Plains. The convoy's forces, which numbered half of those of the allied nobles, actually won a landslide victory, and all the nobles that participated in the conflict were hanged by the convoy's forces as they continued their travels, razing one dominion after another to the ground. Most crucially, that convoy flew the raging bear flag of the Norton family and seemed to be intent on returning to their dominion in the Northlands, and the Second Highness's female knight and lover, Norton Glacia, was someone from the Norton family. So, the Second Highness travelled to the camp of the convoy one night and used his lover's relationship with the Norton family and the gear of his disbanded Wittelian Legion to successfully persuade Charade, Potter Fang, and the rest to agree to a cooperative relationship, successfully using the convoy to his advantage to cleanse the Andanak kingdom of those nobles and helping him rise to prominence. After gaining enough power and influence in the kingdom, Second Highness Auguslo summoned the Fierce Gale Legion back and restructured the royal family's local defense legion and tossed a huge number of vagabonds and refugees to the northbound convoy while he proceeded to stabilize the kingdom and restore agricultural production. Back then, the northbound convoy was in a precarious position as it still had strong enemies to deal with ahead in their journey and was also facing a food crisis, having been stopped from advancing at the border of the Madras Duchy. Had it not been for Lorist's trip to help out the northbound convoy, it might have collapsed in due time or forced to walk a path of blood and death to continue their journey. The moment Lorist reached the convoy, he saw through the plan of the Second Highness almost right away. To bring Lorist to his side, Second Highness Auguslo even promoted Lorist to account to elevate his status and enfeoffed his own hereditary dominion, Silao's Island, to Lorist as compensation for his troubles. Right after that, Lorist led the convoy's troops to cross Egret Lake and attacked the army camp at Bread Hills during the night and managed to encircle Lichtana Citadel, thus securing a route for the convoy to continue traveling northwards. Following that, he barged into the Madras Duchy and conquered Kobo City during a snowy night and finally managed to bring the northbound convoy back into the Northlands. On the other hand, in concert with Lorist's movements, the Second Highness forced the Iron Guard Legion who guarded Lichtana Citadel to surrender and occupied the Madras Duchy's Yunj-Chandler province. When Lorist led the family convoy back to the Northlands, the Second Highness overhauled the citadel on the mountain path as a defense for Yunj-Chandler province and used the Madras Duchy's largest trade city, Vanade City, to turn Duke Madras's Sea Mountain Legion against the Second Prince's reinforcements, successfully causing the two sides to clash against each other. Following that, they would no longer pose a threat to the Second Highness. After that, Second Highness Auguslo consolidated his soldiers and resisted the invading First Prince and his army of 70,000. Initially, he ordered the Fierce Gale Legion to steadily resist the First Prince's forces, forcing the First Prince to lose over half of his army of 70,000. After that, Auguslo attacked the First Prince's remaining 30,000 elite troops at Floater Creek and managed to eliminate them altogether, forcing the First Prince to don the disguise of a refugee to escape. After the attack at Floater Creek, the Second Highness led his soldiers on a counterattack against the Red Lees Kingdom and managed to force the First Prince to sign the peace treaty which stipulated that 2 of the provinces of the Red Lees Kingdom would be given to the Andanak Kingdom. After the Second Highness pulled his soldiers back, Duke Madras, who had suffered heavy casualties against the Second Prince, sent someone to him to request for peace as well, causing Yunj-Chandler province to be given to the Andanak Kingdom, allowing it to become the largest nation after the fall of the Krisan Empire, with Second Highness Auguslo's reputation soaring to the point that he was called a war god of the new generation. It has been 5 years since then, and Lorist finally managed to stabilize the situation of the Northlands and further expand and develop his family dominion. This trip to his new dominion, Silao's Island, was his first. Silao's Island's port was built at the coast near Whitebird Town. It was a curved wooden bridge that stretched into the clear and blue ocean that boasted a clean and white beach. What surprised Lorist was there were 7 to 8 other ships docked on both sides of the wooden bridge, a few of which were decorated rather grandiosely with their flags flying, the emblem of some other noble families. It seemed that Silao's island wasn't as rural and secluded as what others had said after all. With no docking guide boats around, the people of the town near the coast were uninformed of the flying fish of Dawn's arrival. Not even one person showed up at the port to look at what was going on. The flying fish of Dawn had already had her 3 sails retracted and only relied on the sails at the front and back to slowly propel herself forward to the wooden bridge. When she was near enough, a few of the sailors jumped onto the bridge and tossed over the mooring lines, fastening the ship to the wooden moorings of the bridge. Lorist instructed, "Wilson, leave half of the crew on board to keep watch. Dulles, have your 5 ballista shooters stay back to defend the ship. I feel that something is off with Whitebird Town as there isn't a single soul on the port here. The others, follow me into the town to see what's going on." It didn't take long until Lorist found out that it wasn't the case that the people of Whitebird Town had disappeared. Instead, they were all gathered in the central plaza, squeezing against one another tightly, with occasional waves of chatter and shouts of objection. After tapping a man of 40 or 50 years of age who was dressed like a sailor on the shoulder, Lorist asked, "Friend, can you tell me what is going on over here?" That man didn't turn back and cursed out loudly with frustration. "What else? That son of a bitch Viscount Aslan is here to collect taxes again." "Collecting taxes?" Lorist exclaimed. "Isn't Silao's island the new dominion of the Norton family? Why would somebody else be sent here to collect taxes? Explain yourself. Who's here to collect taxes?" When it came to money and taxes, Charade was the one who cared about it the most. He instantly burst out angrily as he thought, "This is the dominion of the Norton family. Even though the family hasn't sent anyone here to set things in order for 5 years now, to think that someone would dare to collect taxes here. This is no longer a small matter of offending the Norton family. This is basically slapping us in the face." Charade grabbed the guy dressed like the sailor and pulled him right in front of him. Even though the man had wanted to cry out in rage, when he saw the fully armed guards standing around Lorist, he turned mute immediately. Anyone who had some experience in life would be able to recognize that the group was one that couldn't be trifled with. The man instantly lowered his head to beg for mercy and said that he would tell them everything he knew. "It's like this. Today, Viscount Aslan brought a squad of soldiers here to collect taxes. Even though our town mayor, old Hugo, refused his unreasonable request, Viscount Aslan flipped out angrily and even wanted to cane him publicly here at the plaza 50 times. Even though the garrison force of Whitebird Town was mobilized, Viscount Aslan brought a gold-ranked knight along with him. While the garrison soldiers are quite numerous, not one of them could take on the knight, and the 2 factions are now at a stalemate. We've come over because we heard of the news and hope that someone can save old Hugo, quick," explained the man quickly. "Isn't this island the dominion of the Norton family? On what grounds is Viscount Aslan collecting taxes on?" Howard asked. The man didn't overlook Howard just because of his youth and said, "Viscount Aslan claimed that he was entrusted to collect taxes by the Second Highness of our kingdom." "Entrusted?" roared Charade angrily. "This is already the dominion of the Norton family. Why the heck would the Second Highness send people here to collect taxes? I'm not too clear about this. However, I've heard that 5 years ago when Viscount Aslan first came over, he only collected a 10% production tax. On the following year, he collected 20% and said that the Second Highness had raised their taxation rate and even stated that they would collect poll taxes. On the 3rd year, he came over to collect 30% of our income as tax and said that it was because the Second Highness wanted to raise an army. And apart from the poll tax, he introduced an alcohol tax, a port tax, and so on. The taxes for the previous 2 years were 50% and it also came with property tax, transport tax, mountain and forest tax, and a fishing boat tax, with unifying and restoring the Christian Empire as the excuse for the raise, recalled the man. Good soul. Charade was so mad that he would blow up at any moment at hearing the ridiculous taxes that even he had never dared to imagine, let alone enforce. What was the point of enfeffing that dominion to the Norton family if the tax rate was that high? Then what other tax did he say he wanted to collect today? And why did the mayor refuse it? Lorist asked. Well, I'm not too sure about the specifics either. But I did hear some rumors saying that the Norton family that haven't shown their faces even once also has another dominion apart from this island. It's said that since their dominion is too far away, the taxes that should be levied on them are not given to the Second Highness. So, Viscount Aslan was sent over here to collect the taxes that the Norton family owed the kingdom. If that were really the case, even if we handed over every single belonging of ours, that wouldn't be nearly enough and we would have to end up in debt. I heard that everyone would have to pay 3,000 gold fords in order to be clear of that debt. That's why we're all gathered here with the intention of saving the mayor and also to express our objection to the ridiculous situation, said the sailor nervously. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Lorist was so mad that he was laughing uncontrollably. I see, so they can even come up with ridiculous excuses like that. That has really expanded my horizons. Usually, for an island like that which was thousands of kilometers away from the enemy nations with no close relation to the main kingdom itself, not only should the kingdom not collect any taxes, they should be subsidizing and supporting the folk of the island instead to make sure they stay loyal to the kingdom. Lorist was incredibly enraged as he wasn't sure if Viscount Aslan truly was sent there by the Second Highness or if he did it on his own accord. In the beginning, Lorist had no intention on actually coming over to manage Silao's island himself, and there was no need for the Second Highness to send anyone over to collect taxes from the Norton family either, since he could just record the debt and claim it at another time as was usually practiced by most nobles. Lorist believed that it was possible that the Second Highness wasn't aware of this situation, meaning that Viscount Aslan would be in deep trouble. Blow our anthem and show our banners. I want to let everyone on Silao's island know that the Norton family, and their Dominion Lord, is here. Lorist instructed as he turned back to face his subordinates. Yes, my lord. Chapter 222 Arrival of the Dominion Lord. The third bonus chapter of the week is brought to you by Alan W. from the USA. This was a rather long one, so is the next chapter. The sudden anthem blown from the horn resounded throughout the crowded plaza. There was one long note, two short ones, followed by another long one, and that pattern repeated 3 times in total, signifying the arrival of the Dominion Lord. The people all turned to look and started chattering all over, all wanting to know what was going on. As the crowd slowly stepped aside, they revealed a path straight to the center of the plaza. Faced with the fully armed family guards, the crowd of people revealed looks of fear and automatically shirked to the sides to make some way as they understood that a person of high standing was present. The battalion leader of the guards, Jim, and 9 other guards held up their spears, each with a swallowtail flag bearing the crest of the Norton family upon it, and lined up into 2 rows, protecting Lorist and the others at their middle. Els and Pat stood in front of Lorist, whereas Howard stood to his right, carrying a horn. Behind him were Charade, Jusk, and Dulles. Freyar on the other hand ordered the 10 other sailors to line up in 4 rows to follow the rest from behind. You, come over here, Lorist said to the sailor who was gradually stepping backwards. What's your name? The sailor slumped to the ground limply and said, Me, my lord. Please forgive me. I shouldn't have offended you. A shiny gold ford was tossed in front of the sailor. Lorist waved to him and said, This is your reward. You didn't offend me in the slightest. Stand up and lead the way. Looking at the gold ford beside him, the sailor was sent into a daze. However, he quickly snapped out of it and took the coin before taking a bite on it with his teeth out of habit. After that, he saw that the guards who were staring at him were trying hard not to laugh and hurriedly stood up before bowing towards Lorist. My lord, I'm called Porter. It is my pleasure to be of service. Lorist didn't say anything and merely pointed to the front. Conscious of his role, Porter moved to the front of the troop and began to call out loudly, "Scram, make way! The Dominion Lord is here." "Porter, what did you say?" "Dominion Lord? From where? What did you say?" "Count Norton, our Dominion Lord, is here." The center of the plaza was surrounded by lots of people. Porter was waving his hands and saying something to a few other guards armed with pikes and shields but wearing no armor. Els stepped forward and called out, "Who are you people? Why are you blocking the way?" Porter hurriedly said, "Sir, this is the garrison force of Whitebird Town. Since they're the garrison force, step aside. The Dominion Lord is here, why aren't you getting in line to receive him?" The few unarmored garrison guards hurriedly stepped aside and bowed towards Lorist and the others who were passing by. The center of the plaza that was surrounded by people wasn't that big, and right in the middle was a wooden structure on which an old man looking to be around 60 with white hair was tied up naked. He had a rather well-built physique, but at that moment, 3 long bleeding whiplashes could be seen on his body. Beneath the wooden structure, around 100 or so grey-armoured soldiers equipped with pikes, swords, and shields could be seen standing off against around 200 other armed members of the garrison force who didn't have a standardized uniform, who stood in front of the rioting civilians with 10 or so other garrison soldiers trying to maintain order. The garrison force here is not bad. They actually know enough to bother to maintain the order of the crowd, Lorist mused in a surprised tone. Currently, everyone within the plaza had their eyes focused on Lorist and the rest's arrival. Pointing at the old man who was tied up on the wooden structure, Lorist asked, "Porter, is that man Mayor Hugo?" Porter hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, my lord. Old Hugo is a fair and just person, and every one of the townsfolk have deep trust in him. 5 years ago, when the Second Highness departed, he left behind a huge pile of trouble. It was all due to old Hugo's efforts in leading the rest to rebuild Whitebird Town and restoring its order that the rest of us have somewhere to rely on. That's why everyone chose him to become the mayor." Lorist nodded and said, "Els, Pat, go and fetch old Hugo over here." "Yes, my lord." Els and Pat walked casually over to the wooden structure as if they couldn't see the people surrounding it, causing some of the intimidated armed guards to step aside gradually. Pat slashed the ropes tying old Hugo up with his sword, causing the old man to start falling. But Els stepped forward and caught him as he said, "Are you all right? Can you walk?" Old Hugo said, "I'm fine for now. I just feel a little stiff after being tied up for so long, but it won't stop me from walking." Pat said, "Come with me. Our Lord wants to see you." A few of the armed guards snapped out of their stupor and attempted to obstruct them. Els didn't even bother to look at them and shouted, "Scram! Those who block our path will die. Those are big words coming from your mouth. Who are you people? Leave the old man here obediently," said a knight who stood to the forward left direction of Els and Pat, wearing green-colored armor. With a loud hum, he drew his sword and projected his golden blade glow onto it. He was actually a gold-ranked knight. "Hey! Locke, isn't this the official armor of the Andanak royal family's local defense legion? So they really are sent here by the Second Highness?" Charade muttered. "Joe," Lorist said, "be careful. Don't hurt the bystanders." The long arrow shot out like a bolt of green lightning and knocked straight onto the center of the golden blade glow of that knight. His sword snapped immediately, with the arrow deflecting off it and burrowing itself into the ground not far away. The knight wearing the green armor stepped 3 steps back as if he had received a huge blow and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood all of a sudden. Never would he have imagined that a single arrow could be so mysterious and arcane to the point that it could snap the sword in his hand while sending a huge wave of battle force into his body at the same time, gravely injuring his internal organs. The injury of the gold-ranked knight greatly startled the other soldiers, and the men who obstructed Els and the others' way quickly dodged to the side, being able to do nothing but stare wide-mouthed as Els and the others returned to Lorist. "My lord, I pay my respects to you," May I know who you are and why you have come to Whitebird Town? Old Hugo said as he clasped his chest and lowered his head to Lorist. I am Count Norton, your Dominion Lord. Are you the mayor that was chosen by the people of Whitebird Town, Old Hugo? Lorist said as he eyed the healthy and fit 60-year-old man. Old Hugo revealed a look of surprise as he stared at Lorist and said, My lord, are you really Count Norton? Forgive me for my insolence, but could you perhaps show me the proof of your rank and dominion? Howard kept the horn he was holding and took out the certificate Lorist received when he was entitled from a leather bag. As old Hugo had learned to read, he inspected the documents and breathed a sigh of relief, before bowing to Lorist and saying, I welcome your arrival, Dominion Lord. I am indeed the mayor that was elected by the folk of Whitebird Town, Hugo. I shall hand the right to rule Whitebird Town to you right now. There's no need for that. Continue to fulfill your role as the mayor of the town. I will adjust your position as I see fit after I understand more about the situation of the Dominion, Lorist said, before turning to look at the garrison force. Old Hugo, who's the regiment leader of this unit? I'd like to meet with him. Old Hugo said as he turned to his back and looked at the garrison soldiers of Whitebird Town. Victor, get your ass over here right now. Are you not going to greet our Dominion Lord who has just arrived? A man wearing a set of torn, old leather armor limped forward from the group of soldiers and walked towards Lorist. He casually greeted the group as he said, Leader of the Whitebird Town garrison, Victor, reporting for duty, my lord. Lorist looked straight at the man called Victor, causing the latter to feel intimidated by Lorist's sharp gaze and lowering his head to avoid direct eye contact. You have done rather well and managed to remember to instruct your men to maintain the order of the situation despite facing off against the enemy. That is extremely praiseworthy, Lorist said. My lord, Victor used to be a military officer of the Fierce Gale Legion. Had it not been for his injury that caused him to retire from that army, he would definitely qualify as a regiment leader, Old Hugo added. What about you, Old Hugo? You seem to have the look of a military man yourself, Lorist said with a smile. My lord, I used to be one of the logistics officers of the Whitelian Legion and I came back here after it was disbanded. Whitebird Town is my hometown and I have left it for 35 years to serve as a soldier. It's already incredibly fortunate for me to be able to survive and return here compared to my other comrades who died on the battlefield, Old Hugo said as he sighed. Oh, the Whitelian Legion, hey? It seems that you're no outsider, Old Hugo. A few of my family knights used to be part of the Whitelian Legion as well, like Potter Fang, Lode Wales, and Malak. Do you know them? Lorist said, with his interest piqued. Potter Fang? Of course I know him. I heard that his hometown was somewhere in the Northlands. Even Lowe's has become your family knight too? Oh, that's right, he was good friends with Potter Fang after all. But the truly surprising thing is how that iron-faced Malak also became one of your knights. He's always so emotionless and only cares for the regulations and doesn't bother about friendship or favors at all. I recall that there was once when Malak caught Lowe's when he was drunk and caned him 10 times personally. At that time, Lowe's cried out that Malak wasn't his friend, but Malak said that it was precisely because he considered himself a friend of Lowe's that he had to personally cane him to ensure that he remembers his lesson. Old Hugo described the three perfectly as if they were as familiar to him as his own family jewels. My lord, we have lots of time after this to talk. Let's settle the main issue first and disband the townsfolk for now. It's not like we can leave them here like that after all, Charade said as he interrupted Lorist and Old Hugo's conversation while pointing at the other soldiers wearing grey leather armor. All right, Old Hugo. Let's talk later. I want to see what they have to say about coming to my dominion to collect taxes, said Lorist as he made his way forward directly towards the group of armed soldiers with the rest following behind him hurriedly. I am Count Norton. Have your leader step out to speak with me. Even though the armed group numbered around 100, not one of them were bold enough to resist Lorist. Other things aside, the mere sight of Lorist's guards who were armed with silvery grey metal armor had blinded their sights. Additionally, the gold-ranked knight that brought them on the mission was even gravely wounded by a single arrow, completely squashing the slightest remaining bit of their intention to resist. When Lorist said that he wanted to meet their leader, they instantly turned their heads to look at the fallen gold-ranked knight. "He's your leader," said Lorist, troubled. He thought that the soldiers were brought over by the so-called Viscount Aslan and didn't even consider that they were led there by the gold-ranked knight wearing the armor of the Royal Local Defense Legion. Lorist walked towards the knight and asked, "Who are you and why have you brought your soldiers to the dominion of my family?" The gold-ranked knight looked at Lorist and said, "A bloody count like you actually dared to ambush me? Do you know the consequences of your actions?" Lorist spit on the ground without a single care in the world and said, "Well, it's true that I don't know the consequences. All I know is that you have come to the dominion of my family with soldiers without any permission or invitation, and that, to me, is basically a declaration of war. I'll give you one more chance to tell me who you are and where these soldiers are from. Otherwise, I will hang all of you like I would bandits. Try it if you dare. Do you not fear the repercussions of incurring the rage of Second Highness Auguslo that will burn your family to ashes?" grumbled the gold-ranked knight stubbornly. Whack! Lorist gave the gold-ranked knight a slap without warning and said, "The rage of the Second Highness? Ha ha ha! Wow, I'm so scared. Now that I've touched you, what will you do?" The gold-ranked knight cried out in an angry frenzy before launching himself with both his hands stretched out. "I'll show you." Ugh! The gold-ranked knight suffered a blow to his abdomen at that moment and curled up like a cooked shrimp. "Phoo!" grunted the knight as his right face suffered another punch, before he spat out two of his teeth. Gah! The knight suffered yet another strike on his chest, causing him to kneel on the ground. Even though he felt like puking, he couldn't do so with his face full of bloody tears. Lorist stretched out his hand to grab the gold-ranked knight before giving him another 7 to 8 slaps on the face, causing the knight's head to swell up like a pig's head, before he was tossed to the ground unconscious. "Discard your weapons. I will count to 3 and anyone who hasn't done so will be killed without question," Lorist said as he turned to the black leather-armored soldiers. 1. Before he even said 2, continuous clattering could be heard as the soldiers all cast their weapons to the ground. Given that the gold-ranked knight that was far superior than them was beaten around by the Dominion Lord like a sandbag, the soldiers knew that Lorist wasn't joking around. Of the 100 or so soldiers, the strongest one only had iron-ranked battle force. Anyone who resisted would only be causing trouble for themselves. Lorist didn't expect that the soldiers would give up so easily and he said with a surprised tone, "You guys are rather wise. And to think I was ready to hang a few of you imbeciles. Can't you even let me release some stress? Tell me now, which one of you here is the squad leader?" The rest of the soldiers thus turned to look at one man who was sweating profusely. "Do you want to step forward yourself or do you need me to escort you here?" Lorist said with a laugh. The man with a fearful look instantly kneeled before Lorist as he said, "Me my lord. Please have mercy. Why are these soldiers so pathetic?" Lorist didn't think that him beating up the gold-ranked knight would cause the rest of the soldiers to be so shocked. "Tell me about you guys." "My lord, I am the squad leader of the Iblia Kingdom's 1st Legion, 3rd Division, 1st Regiment, 2nd Company's 7th Squad. I'm called Silat and our forces are stationed at Jilin Harbor. Gold-ranked Knight Feuermant is our division commander." "That's him over there," said Silat as he pointed at the gold-ranked knight who laid sprawling on the ground. "We have received orders from him to come assist Viscount Aslan to collect taxes on behalf of the Second Highness." "My lord, please have mercy, we are just following orders." "Collect taxes? Then where is Viscount Aslan? Why hasn't he come here to meet me? I want to hear why the Second Highness sent him here to my dominion to collect taxes," Lorist said as he gave the rest of the soldiers a look and noting that not one of them seemed like they could be the Viscount. "Wait, Viscount Aslan should be coming forward to receive me, the Dominion Lord. But despite that, the soldiers and the gold-ranked knight here didn't even consider that. Isn't that a little weird, thought some of the soldiers who turned to look around for the Viscount. After a few moments, someone cried out, that Viscount has escaped. Curses! We were duped. The soldiers all began to cry out in anger. Escape? Where would he hide on Sai Lao's island? Jim, bring 2 guards and 4 sailors back to the port to keep watch and tell Wilson to not let a single person board any ship. Anyone who resists shall be sunk right away. Yes, my lord. Victor, as the garrison force leader of Whitebird Town, have your men lock these soldiers up for now, but don't treat them as prisoners of war yet. I believe that they are also the victims of fraud, so don't treat them badly. Prepare some food for them for now to settle them down, understood? Lorist instructed. But my lord, we can't afford to feed them, Victor said. Lorist laughed and said, Howard, give this man 10 gold fords and have him give his men 1 small silver coin each as their reward for defending Whitebird Town. I believe the rest will be enough for the other soldiers to have a huge meal. 10 gold fords could be exchanged for 1,000 small silver coins. With each garrison soldier receiving 1, the rest would definitely be enough for everyone to have a huge meal for the next few days. Victor finally lowered his head and bowed as he said, Thank you, my lord, for your gracious reward. I will settle these soldiers down for now. All right. Old Hugo, disband the townsfolk here. I won't provide food to anyone who stays back. Old Hugo clasped his chest to salute Lorist and said, Understood, Dominion Lord. Chapter 223 Tax Collector. Here's the first regular chapter of the week. Some good old face slapping for those who like that kinda stuff XD. The townsfolk all had deep respect for old Hugo and it only took a few lines from him to disperse the crowd of up to 3,000 people. Within less than half an hour, only tens of people remained at the plaza. My lord, please follow me back to the town hall for a seat, old Hugo said as he pointed at a 3-story, brick and wood building not far away. The town hall was rather old and simple with the first floor's main foyer having a few old and worn tables and an old sofa which had been patched up multiple times. Dominion Lord, usually, we would be on the 2nd floor as the first floor here is mainly used to manage the affairs between Whitebird Town and the nearby villages while the 3rd is used as a storage warehouse. We store all the wealth we've gathered up over the past 5 years there and I will bring you the inventory to check right away, said old Hugo. There's no rush for that, old Hugo. First, tell me about the situation of Sai Lao's island during the past 5 years. I have to apologize to you here as the original dominion of my family is located at the very borders of the Northlands and it's incredibly inconvenient for us to travel over here. That's why we haven't bothered to visit our new dominion, Sai Lao's island, during that time. In a sense, it can be said that I didn't carry out my responsibilities as a Dominion Lord, and I am truly sorry for neglecting my subjects here, Lorist apologized as he sat down on a stool he found while inviting old Hugo to do the same. Dominion Lord, please don't say that. I have long been in the military and have heard about the impressive reputation of the Norton family of the Raging Bear. The Northlands is thousands of kilometers from this place and between here and there is the enemy nation, the Madras Duchy, so the inconvenience of transport is definitely something that isn't within anyone's control. This is definitely not your fault, old Hugo said as he waved his hands fervently. Right now, that's no longer the case. The family has managed to set up a port at the Northlands and we have come by ship on this trip. In the future, it would only take 1 month to travel over here. Old Hugo, let's begin talking about the situation here. All right, Dominion Lord, old Hugo said before he began to recall. I only returned to Whitebird Town after my retirement from the Wittelian Legion during the 3rd month of year 1765. Back then, I was 53 years old and Sai Lao's island was still the principality of the Second Highness. I remember seeing the Second Highness looking in the direction of the imperial capital at the port often. 2 years after I returned, a messenger suddenly came and according to him, the Second Highness managed to grasp power and influence over the affairs of the kingdom and enfeoffed Sai Lao's island to the Norton family. Many of the Second Highness's men left the island after that and took with them almost everything. Even the garrison force was disbanded and their equipment taken away, leaving Sai Lao's island completely unattended to and sinking into chaos. 1 month passed just like that and Whitebird Town had completely become garbage with nobody overseeing it. Every day, somebody would get into fights and the inhabitants of the town could no longer continue to live like this. It was at that time that something happened. A small boat came to the island and its crew wanted to resupply themselves here. It was then when the sailors realized that nobody was in charge and began to lose all inhibition and go wild. Within only 3 days, they already killed 7 townsfolk and even captured quite a number of women. At that time, I realized that 3 of the sailors breached into my neighbor's house and intended to rape his wife and daughter. So, I couldn't resist the urge anymore and killed those 3 bastards with my sword. And so, the townsfolk began to eliminate the sailors of that small boat with me and proceeded to elect me as the mayor of the town to take charge during the absence of the Dominion Lord. At that time, I felt that since I've returned to my hometown, I might as well do my part to contribute to it. That's why I rebuilt the garrison force of Whitebird Town and tried to restore order. At the same time, I elected multiple other officials like a security officer, a secretary, a tax collector and an accountant. These tables that you see are their usual workplace. When Sai Lao's island was still the principality of the second prince, the tax rate was at 50%. I don't know how much the usual tax levied by your family is and I didn't know where to ask, so I just used the old system set by the Second Highness and paid the officials with it. The records of all transactions are detailed in the accounts, so you can inspect them at any time. Apart from that, when the Second Highness was still here, there were 7 other different taxes, namely, a poll tax, an alcohol tax, a boat tax, a fishing tax, a leather tax, a salt tax and a trade tax. At that time, the yearly income generated by Whitebird Town only amounted to 2,000 gold forts and the lives of the townsfolk was still decent and they wouldn't have to worry about food as long as they worked. When Viscount Aslan first came over to collect taxes, he was still reasonable and only took 10%. But on the second and third years, he incremented the main tax by 10% each year and even took over collecting the alcohol and poll taxes. 2 years back, Viscount Aslan raised the main tax rate to 50% and not only did he take over collecting the 7 other taxes, he even introduced 6 new ones with the excuse being the restoration of the empire. I've made my objections heard before but Viscount Aslan said that I wasn't a person appointed by the Dominion Lord and was elected by the townsfolk, so I didn't hold any legitimacy. Having no other choice, I could only request him to detail the taxes we needed to pay in an invoice. Dominion Lord, during the past 2 years, the whole of Sai Lao's island paid 5,700 plus gold forts each year to Viscount Aslan, almost more than 2 times the original tax we had to pay. Wait a second, old Hugo, didn't you say that Whitebird Town only had a yearly output of 2,000 plus gold forts? Then how did Viscount Aslan come up with a figure of 5,700 gold forts? Lorist asked. Oh, my lord, in some sense, the Whitebird Town is the administration center of the whole island. Before the arrival of the Second Highness, the island only had 3 villages and 1 town. But after His Highness came, he brought along with him another 4,000 or so people with half of them living in Whitebird Town and the others forming another village nearby. When the Second Highness left, he enfeoffed the island to you, my lord, and more than half of the people that followed him here left the island with only around 1,000 who refused to leave and wanted to continue living in that village. A few years later, quite a lot of immigrants came over again and the current population count of Sai Lao's island is at 12,000 people. During the year before, the tax collected rose to 4,000 gold forts and coupled with the extra miscellaneous taxes introduced by Viscount Aslan, the total amount levied is around 6,000 gold forts. However, we were unable to collect that much and if we continue to pay Viscount Aslan like that, we would be losing more than 700 gold forts every year, explained old Hugo. Why was the total tax set at 6,000 gold fords despite you being unable to collect that much in the first place? What is going on? Charade interrupted and asked. Old Hugo shook his head hopelessly and took out a map of Sai Lao's island. Dominion Lord, please take a look here. Not far east from Whitebird Town is Seaview Manor. That place is the most luxurious area on the whole of the island, and every evening when the sun sets, the beach right in front of Seaview Manor will reflect golden beams of light. The beach's beauty can rival even that of the Platinum Beach in the Sichular province of the Madras Duchy. However, its area is much smaller. Even so, it's still a great place to spend summer and have fun near the ocean. That manor was the original residence of the Second Highness. But when he left, it was occupied by a few other nobles of the kingdom, and they turned the whole manor into their own place for luxurious living, and we aren't even allowed to approach it. Milord, you've probably seen those extravagant ships when you docked at the port, right? Those ships are the ones used by those nobles when they come here to have fun. Also, over here, half a day's travel from the town is Farama village, where the men of the Second Highness that remained behind stay. Even though the people there occupy one of the richest fields, they refuse to pay any taxes at all, with the reason being that they are the men of the Second Highness and have served him through high and low, and anyone who demands taxes from them is being disrespectful to the Second Highness himself. We've been unable to deal with those people. But Viscount Aslan doesn't care about these things, and he puts all the taxes Seaview Manor and Farama village owe on us. We're unable to do anything about it as none of our complaints are heard. After that, Hector came up with an idea for us to form a fishing team and sell the catch to merchants. That way, we were able to make up for the deficit and even have some extra funds for the garrison force's food. Milord, that Viscount Aslan has been captured by us, Jim reported when he entered. Where did you catch him? Charade asked. He brought 2 of his attendants and attempted to escape by ship, but their sailors were all drunk at the town pub and were unable to set sail. When we came to the port, we notified Captain Wilson, and some of his sailors said that they saw attempting to board. After we checked, we found and apprehend them, Jim said. Bring that dogshit Viscount over here. I want to hear how he plans to explain this to me, Lorist instructed. I object. I'm a noble, you cannot treat me so rudely. Jim only went out and came back in within a moment with a skinny man dressed in noble robes. Perhaps because he heard Lorist call him a dogshit Viscount, he became incredibly mad. Jim had to drag him by his clothes all the way into the tent. Old Hugo, who's that Hector you just mentioned? Lorist said as he ignored the loudly complaining Viscount Aslan and continued to chat with old Hugo. Dominion Lord, Hector is our head secretary, and he graduated from the Mobur Academy of the Empire and served as an apprentice instructor there before. But when the academy was ruined in the days of the Civil War, he came back with the Second Highness to Whitebird Town with his family and took up a position as the official for the transport of goods. When the Second Highness decided to leave the island, he didn't want to follow and remained at Whitebird Town. I appointed him to be the head secretary of Whitebird Town as he is well versed in writing official documents, old Hugo replied. Oh, old Hugo, you've all done well. I am very thankful for your presence on Sai Lao's island that stopped the situation here from sinking into chaos. As your Dominion Lord, I offer you my gratitude and respect for your hard work. The Norton family will definitely not forget your efforts, Lorist said as he stood up and saluted old Hugo. Charade, Els, Pat, and Jim, who were within the room, did the same. This, my lord. Old Hugo only stammered, not knowing how to react at all to the situation. Lorist waved his hand to indicate that old Hugo didn't have to keep up formalities before turning around and taking a look at the pale and frightened Viscount Aslan. He said with a warm smile, Viscount Aslan? I've long heard of your great name. I am the Dominion Lord of Sai Lao's island, Norton Lorist, and I'm incredibly glad to finally be able to meet you. Lorist's smile caused Viscount Aslan to develop a wrong impression. Perhaps thinking that Lorist was merely a man from the rural Northlands that hasn't had much real-world experience, he felt that Lorist would be really easy to deal with. The skinny Viscount straightened his robes and said in an arrogant tone, "So you're Count Norton who came from the Northlands? As a noble, you must apologize to me and reimburse me for that kind of treatment. Your family's soldiers violated my status rudely, and that is not an offense that a noble like me can overlook. You must punish your soldiers right here in front of me in order to obtain my forgiveness. Otherwise, I will definitely sue the Norton family for violating the pride of nobles in the noble court and make your barbaric acts known to all the other nobles of the kingdom." "Oh no, how scary. I definitely cannot bear to have that happen," Lorist said as he pretended to speak in a fearful voice. He turned to Jim and said, "Are you the one who offended Viscount Aslan? Come over here. I will punish you." With Jim in front of him, Lorist gave him 2 light slaps on the face and said, "You idiot, how could you force the noble and revered Viscount Aslan to appear before me in such proper fashion? Look at him, he's overstepping his bounds right now. You should have stripped him naked and covered his whole body with horse feces before dragging him over. Only then will he beg us to give him a torn rag to protect his noble pride with and not make such excessive demands of us." Lorist lightly slapped Jim's face twice again and said, "Do you remember this lesson now? Remember the feeling of these slaps well. That is your punishment." Jim laughed out loud and said, "I have learned my lesson, my lord. I will never repeat this mistake again." Lorist nodded and said, "Very well, stand to the side." "Yes, my lord." Everyone within the tent burst out in laughter, with only Viscount Aslan staring wide-eyed with his mouth agape. "Objection! I want to object." Lorist walked over and gave him a harsh slap on the face, causing the skinny Viscount to turn 180 degrees and his face to swell up with his lip broken. He even spat out a few of his teeth and fresh blood could be seen flowing out of his mouth before he fell to his butt onto the ground dizzily. "Object my ass! Yours truly still hasn't even mentioned the debt you owe me, and yet you dare to complain up front? Let's go over all your mistakes. First, I am a landed noble of the rank of a count and you're only an honorary viscount. Be it rank or status, I am far superior than you in either regard. You actually dared to put the blame on me in front of my face and ask me to give you respect and accuse me of violating your noble pride? Are you joking? Your pride is worthless. In my eyes, a viscount like you is nothing but a pile of crap." Stretching his right foot out to stomp of the viscount's face, Lorist said, "And you still dare to object? Are you challenging the honor and pride of the Norton family? It has just been a few short years, yet the nobles have forgotten how the roar of the raging bear sounds like. How regrettable! I believe I must remind the nobles of the kingdom the consequences of incurring the rage of the raging bear." Viscount Aslan flailed around and said, "I am the tax share collector Yufta Second Highness. I was ordered to come here. You still dare to talk back?" Lorist couldn't understand what the Viscount was spouting and increased the strength of his step, causing the Viscount to let out cries of pain. "Ah, where was I just now?" Lorist asked as he forgot what he was just talking about. "My lord, you were going through the mistakes of the Viscount, with the first one being his lack of respect for you and his challenging of the Norton family," Howard reminded. "Ah, that's right. Second, on what grounds have you come to collect taxes on my dominion? From whom did you get the guts to do that? I will definitely hang all the members of your family for this," Lorist rebuked. The Viscount suddenly turned quiet as he took out a small golden threaded beast skin scroll from his robe and waved it in the air. "What is this?" Charade said as he took the beast skin scroll and unrolled it. Clicking his tongue, he said, "My lord, this Viscount was truly sent here to collect taxes. This is the appointment letter signed by the Second Highness." Kicking the Viscount away, Lorist said, "Get up. I have questions for you." Taking the scroll Charade handed over to him, Lorist saw what the scroll stated. "Viscount Aslan Rabiasan shall collect taxes from the dominion of Count Norton and Gillen Harbour on behalf of the Andanak Kingdom and carry out his duties with pure dedication to his utmost abilities and make his contribution to the restoration of the Empire." The letter was signed Chrisen Auguslo, the Second Highness's name, dated on the 23rd day of the 5th month of year 1768 along with the private stamp of the Regent of the Andanak Kingdom belonging to the Second Highness. Ah, I didn't think that Viscount Aslan here was truly appointed by the Second Highness as a tax collector. And to think that I thought you were a con man. Lorist said as he finally understood what the Viscount was trying to say despite the stinging pain in his mouth. You actually dared to treat me like that. You Nortons better be ready for the rage of the Second Highness. He'll definitely turn your family to ash with his 300,000 strong army. Viscount Aslan cried out as he struggled to stand up and held his pained face while giving Lorist a hateful stare. 300,000 strong army? Hehe, I'm so afraid right now. Seems like a puny Viscount like you is cared for so much by the Second Highness that he would mobilize the whole army for you. Is that why you've been raising the tax rate ridiculously? Speak! Lorist shouted, causing Viscount Aslan to jump in fear. Didn't you read the appointment letter? Viscount Aslan said stubbornly. Hehe, since you're a tax collector sent here by the Second Highness, why did you try to escape? I wasn't escaping. I was just getting on my ship to get my appointment letters so that I can prove my identity. It's your family soldiers that offended me first. Is that so? Since you're still insisting that you're innocent, no worries. We'll find out after we head to the royal capital and bring you in front of the Second Highness. I'll see if he really did instruct you to increase the tax rate. We'll know by then. Els, Lorist called out. My lord, please give me your instructions, Els said as he stepped forward. Have Jim work with you to bring this dogshit Viscount to the wooden structure outside. Strip him naked first and give him 30 canes. Since he dared to cane old Hugo 3 times, we'll pay him back 10 times as much. After that, cover his body with some glue and feathers. Don't forget how the folk of the Northlands treat fraudsters and liars, Lorist instructed lazily. Yes, my lord. I know the custom of the Northlanders well. Liars are covered with feathers and paraded around for everyone to see. We will definitely do so accordingly, Els replied. Understood, my lord, Jim agreed casually. After that, Viscount Aslan squealed out like a pig that was about to be slaughtered. No. You can't do this. I am a noble. I'm the tax collector appointed by the Second Highness. Chapter 224 Hector. Hey guys, second regular chapter of the week coming your way. Enjoy the read. Me my lord, Viscount Aslan is indeed the tax collector sent by the Second Highness. Old Hugo muttered as he stared at Viscount Aslan being dragged out of the building. Not long after, cries of pain and ear-cracking whipping sounds could be heard, followed by the cheers of the onlookers. He didn't understand why that young Dominion Lord, Count Norton, dared to treat the Second Highness's tax collector like that without any hesitation. Either he was inexperienced or he truly knew what he was doing and didn't have a single care for Second Highness Auguslo, who was at the peak of his position and feared like a tiger by all the other nobles of the Andanak kingdom. Either way, old Hugo was worried that the young Dominion Lord would incur the wrath of the Second Highness and cause the innocent fish of the pond to perish along with the city fire. Even though Grindia didn't have the exact saying per se, there were similar idioms that carried the same meaning. Old Hugo was worried that Count Norton would just run off and leave the people of Whitebird Town to suffer the consequences. Hehe, old Hugo, don't worry. I have my own reasons and thoughts for treating Viscount Aslan like this, Lorist said with a smile to the old man. As you have spent most of your life in the army, so you might not understand the traditions and customs between nobles and don't know the responsibilities of a tax collector. In actuality, as the mayor of a town within the Norton family dominion, you have right to refuse unreasonable taxation unless you were specifically ordered otherwise by a dominion lord like me. A tax collection officer's responsibilities include collecting the taxes from the various areas under the jurisdiction of the royal family and stopping corruption and tax evasion. To dominion lords, their authority only concerns inspecting the economical situation of their dominions and collect any due taxes from us as a tribute for the royal family. They have no authority at all to increase tax rates and must definitely gain the approval of a dominion lord like me first before they do anything. As he dared to introduce more taxes and increase the main tax of Whitebird Town, is he treating our dominion like the territory belonging to the royal family? That act of his has already infringed upon the honor of the Norton family, and that goes against the customs regarding the interaction between a senior and junior nobles. Even if I hang him, the royal family won't be able to do anything about it. In a few days, I will bring this Viscount to the Second Highness and ask him whether his actions are carried out per his orders. I will make sure that the Second Highness personally orders this dogshit Viscount to be hanged, and he will, unless he intends to offend all the other nobles by violating our sacred customs by protecting the Viscount. No matter what, this Viscount is definitely a goner. You might not understand the behavior of the nobles well enough, and I don't blame you for that since you only served in the army before. The more you tolerate their selfishness, the more ridiculous they will act. Like today, this Viscount even dared to bring soldiers into Whitebird Town. Since he didn't gain permission from me to do so, that can be considered a declaration of war. That's why I definitely won't let this slide. Don't worry, if the sky falls, the Norton family will be here to bear it for you. For now, just call your subordinates over here to make some introductions. This is the chief knight of our family, Charade. Everything concerning the administration of Silao's Island will be temporarily his responsibility. Alright, Dominion Lord. I will call them over right now. Since Lorist was so confident, old Hugo could only keep his worries to himself and call the rest over. In a few moments, old Hugo returned with 5 other people. Dominion Lord, this is old Mike, my accountant. He had worked for 20 years for the Carey Merchant Guild in the imperial capital and only came back to his hometown here after it closed down. Old Mike was an old man with balding white hair even though he only looked around 54. It was probably because he taxed his mind so often as an accountant that his hair fell that quickly. The next person was a 49-year-old skinny, tall man. He stepped forward and introduced himself, Dominion Lord, I am Kristen, the security official of Whitebird Town. Old Hugo added, Dominion Lord, Kristen here used to work as an undercover inspector for the security bureau of the former empire and he has handled all sorts of cases. His wife is a Whitebird Town local, so he settled here after the empire broke apart. Lorist nodded and made a mental note on Kristen. Even though the family set up various patrol forces within the towns it controlled, the forces can at most handle small cases like drunk people getting into brawls and still lack the ability to properly investigate and crack criminal cases. As the Dominion continues to develop, the population will increase as well and it will require a lot more people and procedures to maintain order. The third man who stood forward was a red-faced old man. Old Hugo said, Dominion Lord, this here is Old Hart and he has been the tax collection official for Whitebird Town all this time. During his 40-plus years on the post, he has gotten to know almost everyone on Silao's Island. The fourth person was the limping garrison captain Victor and he reported, Dominion Lord, the soldiers are already settled down and I stationed a squad of garrison troops to keep watch on them. The last person was a pale-faced youth who should be around 5 to 6 years older than Lorist. He stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, Dominion Lord, I am Hector, the main secretary of Whitebird Town. I'd like to add that your treatment of Viscount Aslan is a little rash. Are you not worried about the vengeance of the Aslan family? The vengeance of the Aslan family? Lorist said as he laughed out loud. Well, tell me more about what you understand of the situation at hand. Dominion Lord, even though Viscount Aslan is only an honorary noble, his brother Count Aslan is a proper landed noble. Additionally, the Aslan family is one of the first to side with the Second Highness and they are well trusted by him. Not only is Count Aslan a gold-ranked knight, he is also the commander who rebuilt the royal family's second local defense legion and his family holds great power and influence. This is why even though I knew clearly that Viscount Aslan's requests were excessive, I could only advise old Hugo to endure it. After all, your family hasn't had any contact with us back then, and I was worried that old Hugo would be put to death if he dared to resist. In fact, a few other accusations could be made on old Hugo for being a mayor picked by the townsfolk without the official sanction of the ruling family. Hector paused for a while before he continued, Dominion Lord, I'm actually quite uninformed about the might of the Norton family. But I've heard rumors that 5 years back, your family's northbound convoy helped the Second Highness out tons, but the original dominion of the Norton family is really too far away. The Second Highness also holds a really high position in the kingdom nowadays and has built himself 6 legions with up to 300,000 soldiers to prepare for the reunification of the former empire. At this crucial time, if you, Dominion Lord, think that you can rely on previous favors and friendship to avoid repercussion for your actions, I'm afraid that the Second Highness wouldn't be too pleased with this. I believe the case of Viscount Aslan's treatment should be given more serious consideration. Charade laughed out loud and said, Hector, I hope you can understand one thing. The Norton family is not relying on anything like favor or friendship, but our own might. Milord has his own reasons for treating Viscount Aslan the way he did. However, I am interested in what you said about the Second Highness's 6 legions of 300,000 soldiers. Can you tell me more about that in detail? You are. Hector muttered as he gave Lorist a weird look. That knight that just spoke up only wears a silver-ranked badge and isn't even a gold-ranked knight. How can he interject so casually like that? This is Chief Knight Charade of our family. He will be in charge of all affairs concerning Sai Lao's island, introduced Lorist once more. Oh! Hector said as he suppressed his curiosity and nodded in acknowledgement to Charade. Sir Knight, I don't really know too much myself, but during these past 2 years when I dealt with the fish merchants, I heard a lot of rumors about the Second Highness. 5 years back, after the Second Highness went to war with the Red Lees Kingdom and the Madras Duchy, he reformed the various legions of the royal family's local defense army. After disbanding the Fierce Gale Legion, he organized the local defense army into 3 separate units each with up to 56,000 soldiers. After that, he formed 3 other reserve legions each with 42,000 soldiers and another 5,000-strong Royal Knight Brigade. According to my understanding, the taxes that all the nobles have to hand to the royal family has increased to 30%, with the territory belonging to the royal family themselves charging up to 70%. All the wealth gained through the increased taxes will go towards funding these 6 legions. The Second Highness even announced that he hopes that the people of the Chrisen Empire, whether they be nobles or commoners, endure for the next few years, and promised that he would make up to them for it after unifying the empire. Lorist couldn't help but laugh out loud and pat on Howard's shoulder uncontrollably. Howard, did you hear that? This is the epitome of Alpha Strike mentality. The Second Highness wants to replicate the achievements of the first Chrisen founding emperor, Chrisen I, and is ready to use his 300,000 soldiers to unify the empire. But it's a shame that he forgot that times have changed. Right now, he's alone in his effort, and if he fails, he will no longer be able to retaliate and the Andanak kingdom will end at that time. Milord, even you are doubtful of the chances of the Second Highness's war plans? Hector asked. I'm not just doubtful. I am completely certain that the Second Highness's plan to unify the empire has 0 chance of success. Putting other things aside, in the time of the first Chrisen emperor, it was the Warring States period and each kingdom was akin to a modern-day barony. Chrisen I's 300,000 strong army naturally was able to sweep the floor with his enemies, and even if tens of kingdoms unite together to resist, they wouldn't even stand a chance against the army's assault. It must be noted that at that time, the most elite force of a kingdom was lesser than 100 men, so how would they even stand a chance? But now? Even you were able to find out about the Second Highness's movements through mere rumors from merchants, so the nations at the border would definitely be keeping their guards up as well. Even if the Second Highness manages to conquer a few cities, he would suffer heavy casualties. And if he bumps against a foe that has a clear mind and is able to manipulate his enemies well and can stop the Second Highness's army from obtaining the necessary supplies, if the Second Highness continues to stubbornly persist in his struggle, how long can the poor commoners of the Andanak kingdom last? I suspect that the kingdom would collapse even before half of the 300,000 strong army is eliminated. Howard looked to be in deep thought. Charade asked, "What I'm curious about is this. The Second Highness and the Red Lees Kingdom as well as the Madras Duchy signed a ceasefire for 5 years, but it's already expired. Since he already has an army of 300,000 prepared, why isn't he taking the opportunity to start the battle for unification right away? Isn't he letting this chance go? The longer he waits, the more the Madras Duchy and the Red Lees Kingdom will be able to build up their defences." Hector said, "Perhaps, I know the reason to that. A while ago I heard the merchants say that the third prince's sickness is getting rather bad and he doesn't have much longer to live. The Second Highness might just be waiting for his father to pass on first before launching the battle of unification. I'm guessing that it's because he wants to be crowned the monarch after the unification. If the third prince doesn't die, the crown has little chance on falling on the Second Highness's head." He's blinded by his lust for power," Lorist commented. At that moment Jim and Els entered with smiles on their faces and said, "My lord, we have completed your orders and Viscount Aslan's body has been covered with fish glue and feathers. Right now, he looks completely like a weird bird being tied up on the wooden structure by us." "All right," Lorist said while nodding. "Old Hugo, how many people did you say are at Seaview Manor?" "I'm not too sure about this myself, but judging by the number of guards there, I'd say around 100 or so is there," Old Hugo replied after giving it some thought. "Jusk, Freyar, the two of you shall bring Els and the other guards and sailors for a trip there and bring everyone at the manor over here. Anyone who resists shall be killed without quest. Actually, try your best to catch as many alive as possible. I suddenly feel that we will be needing much manpower over here for many things," Lorist said in a frustrated tone. "My lord, will you be fine here after we leave?" Freyar expressed his worries. "It's all right. It's not like you guys don't know my abilities. It'll be enough for me to have Knight Charade and Howard here. Also, Victor, bring 100 men from your garrison force over there as well," Lorist instructed. "Dominion Lord, the Whitebird town garrison isn't equipped with even leather armor and are barely armed with only a pike each man. How can we even stand a chance against the fully armed guards of the manor?" "We can't do anything about that," said Victor as he refused Lorist's order. "I'm not asking you guys to go on a suicide mission and don't need the garrison soldiers to attack the manor. Just leave that to my family's soldiers. The reason I asked you go there is because you know the terrain better and will be able to stop anyone from escaping. Other than that, you just need to bring along some rope to tie up the prisoners with. If the attack doesn't work out, I will allow the garrison soldiers to retreat first," Lorist said as he met Victor's gaze. Convinced, Victor said, "All right, Dominion Lord. I will gather my men right now. I hope our excursion will not be for naught." "My lord," Freyar said as he stepped forward. He pointed to the map of Silao's island on the table and said, "After taking Seaview Manor, should we attack and conquer that Farama village as well?" Lorist shook his head and said, "There's no need. We are a little short on time, so all you have to do is to attack Seaview Manor and capture the nobles and others that are there. I will be waiting to deal with those insolent idiots tonight. As for Farama village, I will bring you guys along with me there tomorrow. Nobody in our dominion will be allowed to go unpunished after challenging the Norton family. They didn't pay their taxes for 5 whole years? Very well. All right, my lord. Then we will leave right away," Freyar said before bowing to Lorist with the rest and leaving the building. "Dominion Lord, if they really make that trip, then we won't only be offending the Aslan family. You should know that after the Second Highness left the island, the ones who remained at Seaview Manor are the descendants of some of his noble attendants. They can at most be considered to be causing mischief like all youngsters do. If you really punish them seriously, then you will be considered to not be giving the Second Highness any face and will also be offending the other noble attendants of the Second Highness," Hector warned hurriedly. He's quite an interesting fellow, said Lorist to Charade. He doesn't understand that we only bother to give the Second Highness face because he is our senior noble and we've never once feared the might or power of the Second Highness. As long as others don't offend us, we won't cross them either. But since someone is knowingly causing trouble, then our only response will be blood and fire. Charade, this guy is a talented fellow. Don't let him continue working as a mere secretary, let him stay by your side to train instead. Yes, my lord. I already know what to do with him, Charade replied. Good, then I'll leave this place to you. You should research more about the situation of Silao's Island, Whitebird Town, and the other villages here and think of how we can develop this dominion. After our forces return in a few days, we will head straight for the imperial capital, so go get on with your work. Howard, let's go take a walk. All right, my lord, said Howard gleefully. Chapter 225 Whitebird Restaurant. Here's the first bonus chapter of the week courtesy of Josh S. from the UK. Thank you so much for the support. There was once again hundreds of people gathered at the plaza, but this time around all of them were there to look at the feather-covered Viscount Aslan. Lorist didn't bother to join in the commotion and merely brought Howard to a small alley and looked at the sights of Whitebird Town in a casual manner. The road they walked on was made up of huge rocks with cobblestones squeezed in between with various houses and buildings built from clay lining its sides. Even though the structures didn't have a uniform outlook, they looked rather clean and there wasn't any trash to be seen all around. The two sides of the alley were lined by the walls of the buildings and from time to time, fish racks could be seen with some fish placed upon it and left to dry. The breeze brought with it a slight fishy smell. The alley was quiet and curvy. After a while of walking, they reached the end of the road and had to turn into another path within the town. That path was wider than the alley before it and could even allow carriages to pass through. On one side of the road was the tideland with some plants growing on it. The tide had already receded that time and tens of people carrying something on their backs and picking stuff up on the tideland could be seen. The adults walked barefoot with their pants rolled up and used the wooden sticks in their hands to poke around the muddy ground while the children ran around and played naked. Master, this place is so different from the Northlands. The sights here are so pretty, Howard said. Lorist looked into the distance and replied, this is an island after all and it is very different from the Northlands. The Northlands are mostly desolate with the skies high up and the clouds thin. But this place on the other hand is like a pearl in the middle of the sea with wide skies and blue sea water, it is indeed a great place. It's a shame that Second Highness Auguslo doesn't have an eye for these things and didn't know about the value of this place when he was here and even abandoned it to us for an incredibly low price. How laughable! Howard tilted his head in confusion and asked, Master, why do you think so? Transport to and from Silao's Island is inconvenient and its farmable area is also rather small. I feel that the Second Highness made the right choice to abandon this place and left for the imperial capital. It's about perspective, Howard. You must change yours. Farmable land is not the most important cornerstone of a nation or family's might. I've told you before that the main expenditure of war is manpower and resources. The present is really different from hundreds of years ago when one knight and his few attendants could dictate the tide of war. Battles on the scales of tens of thousands are no longer new on the continent of Grindia, and that's why I don't approve of the Second Highness's preparation to reunite the empire with his 300,000 plus troops. The Andanak kingdom currently has 6 provinces and the Second Highness has used up almost one whole province to feed his soldiers. They're only barely hanging on just by relying on the local produce, and you've also heard that the tax rate of the territory of the royal family has been raised to 70%, which can already be considered tyrannical. If this goes on, the commoners will definitely not be able to hold on. No matter what grand excuse the Second Highness uses, that doesn't change the fact that he's barely sitting still on the sides of the volcano. You'll understand it right away after looking at the map. Silao's Island is actually the central hub of this region of the sea, and controlling this island is akin to controlling the thousands of kilometers of shores nearby. From an offensive standpoint, we can attack the Andanak Kingdom as well as the Red Lees Kingdom's coastal provinces. From a defensive standpoint, we only have to retreat back to Silao's island and there's nothing the enemy can do about us. Naturally, our family will first require a strong fleet. That is only the military considerations. Howard, think, what will happen if we convert Silao's island into a central trading hub? Lorist asked. Howard thought for a bit and replied, just like the offensive standpoint, our family can ship the salt we produce to the coastal provinces and trade it with money or other required resources. Even if we don't have enough farmland on this island, we can still trade for huge amounts of food for our use, is that right, Master? You're half correct. Our family still needs to form a strong fleet first. If we can have full dominion over the waters from this island to the Northlands, we can use Silao's island as a starting point for our merchant vessels to travel to any other coastal city on the continent of Grindia. As long as trading continues, money will continue to flow to us and our family's might will also increase. That's why I feel that the Second Highness made an idiotic decision to give up on this island. All he has in his mind are outdated ideas, Lorist insulted. Master, I feel that you've been getting more and more confident in the recent days. Just like Nightjisk said, you're starting to have a more domineering aura and is starting to feel more like an actual Dominion Lord, Howard praised. Patting on his disciple's head, Lorist said, "Oh, your ass-kissing skills have improved. Howard, you must remember this well. Confidence must come from the might of the family. The stronger the family is, the more you can back your confidence up with. In the case of Viscount Aslan's treatment, we can afford to not give the Second Highness any face. While he can instill fear in other nobles with his 300,000 strong army, it is useless against us because we understand that even if we end on pissing the Second Highness off, he can't do anything about us given our might. Think about it. A few years ago when we were still leading the convoy back to the Dominion, could we have imagined that a day like this would come? At that time, don't even talk about the Second Highness's 300,000 strong army, what about that Count Cor something? His force of around 10,000 soldiers was enough to make us jump with worry. But during the past few years we stayed put within the Dominion to development it like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. The Duke of the Northlands, Duke Loggins, and the second prince thought that we've become a ripe persimmon that can be squeezed for juice. Right now however, Duke Loggins is already ill and bedridden and doesn't have long to live and the second prince just became our prisoner. The reason we don't use the same alpha strike mentality is because even if we occupy huge amounts of territory, without developing them, they would not provide any benefit for us. Just like right now, even if our family forces were to be wiped out, the family can still form a second one, and perhaps even a third. It is because we have this foundation that we don't fear our enemies. Development is the only correct way, understood? Development is the only correct way? Master, this saying is a little of a mouthful, but I guess it does make sense. When I heard that the Second Highness had a force of 300,000 soldiers, I didn't even feel any dread at all. I guess you're right that our families might allow me to not be bothered at hearing about the 300,000 troops, Howard said as he nodded, before his stomach grumbled. Lorist snickered and said, "Kid, you should have said so if you were hungry. Come on, let's find a place to grab something to eat. I already forgot about eating after we got off the ship and getting so busy." Past the corner ahead was a wooden, brown plaque which had a picture of a white bird with the words Whitebird Restaurant engraved upon it. I didn't think that a small town like this would have a restaurant. I thought that sailors would usually frequent inns or taverns for food and drink. Let's go check it out, Lorist said. The restaurant wasn't that big and it was obvious that the wall dividing the living hall and the dining hall was knocked down for more space. 6 small square tables could be seen with each of them covered with a linen cloth with blue boxy patterns and had small baskets placed on them with bunches of wild flowers within. While the small restaurant was rather simple, it was unusually clean. It was currently around 3 in the afternoon and only 2 tables by the walls were seated by other guests. One red-nosed, fat old man saw Lorist and Howard enter and was dumbstruck, before he said, "Hey, look who's here? Isn't that the Dominion Lord who just arrived at our Silao's island? I didn't think that the Dominion Lord himself would come to a small restaurant like ours." The red-nosed man's whole face was slightly flushed red, probably because he had drunk quite a bit of alcohol. Lorist didn't mind his crude manner of speech and instead nodded to the other customers before smiling and saying, "Even though I am indeed the Dominion Lord, I have to eat and sleep too. Is there anything wrong with me coming to a restaurant when I'm hungry?" After he said that, he found a table and sat down before waving for Howard to come over as he asked, "May I know how I can order food over here?" That red-nosed man looked at Lorist for a good while before he shouted towards the stairwell, "Nadia, there's a customer here. You won't imagine it. The Dominion Lord is here for a meal. Also, don't let little Martha come downstairs. Dominion Lords are all fiendish perverts and he'll definitely take Martha away if he sees her." Howard was enraged by that comment and was just about to thump on the table and curse at the old man, but he saw Lorist smile and shake his head. Lorist said, "Don't you think that old man is rather cute? He made us aware of the presence of a pretty girl by asking her to stay upstairs." A stocky woman hurriedly came over and bowed to Lorist with respect before she asked, "My lord, what do you wish to order? Is there something you can serve right away?" "My lord, we have some steamed bread, meatballs, sausages, smoked fish, and some grilled food along with seaweed soup, conchas, crabs, breaded and fried small crabs, loaches, mashed potatoes, baked apples, and seafood pie." "Then I'll have a seafood pie, meatballs, steamed bread, smoked fish, and 2 servings of seaweed soup. And give me one of those breaded crabs or something. I'd like to give it a try. Also, what drinks do you serve here?" Lorist asked. "My lord, we only have our self-brewed fruit wine here and it tastes rather good." "Then I'll have that too, and some fresh fruit if you have some." "All right, my lord. Please wait a while, I'll start serving the dishes right away," said the stocky middle-aged woman before she hurriedly left. It didn't take long for Lorist and Howard to be able to take a look at the beauty Martha. She was only around 17 to 18 years of age and she had long, chestnut brown hair with large, grey eyes and some freckles beside her nose, giving her a rather energetic and rowdy feel. Paired with her fair skin and slender figure, Lorist rated her 80 out of 100 points. Martha was there to serve the dishes and she gave each of them a brief introduction. Lorist was surprised that the food served by a small restaurant like that would taste that good and focused on eating without caring much for staring at the beauty. In the end, the dish Lorist liked the most was the fried breaded small crabs. The crabs were first washed before being dipped into some batter and bread crumbs and deep fried until they become golden brown in color. Each bite off the crab let out a satisfying crunch and its brittle shell only served to enhance the mouth feel. Paired with the sweet and sour fruit wine, the crab tasted magnificent and Lorist ordered 2 more servings after finishing the first until he was satisfied. "The food you served were all really delicious. Sum it all up and tell me how much they cost," Lorist said to the beautiful Martha with a satisfied tone as he wiped his mouth with a white linen cloth. "My lord, your presence here is already bestowing us an incredible honor. This meal's on the house as our welcoming treat to you, my lord," said the bowing stocky woman from behind Martha. "Hee, forget it. I'm a Dominion Lord but I won't eat anything for free," Lorist said as he took out a large silver coin and pasted it on the table. "Is this enough?" "Oh, no, my lord. This is too much. Your food didn't cost more than 3 small silvers. 1 gold ford was worth 20 large silver and each large silver was equal to 5 small silvers. Keep the change as your tip. Howard, give them 3 more gold fords, we'll be ordering 70 people's worth of food later tonight. There's a ship called Flying Fish of Dawn at the port and I'll have you send over 21 meals there, with the remaining ones sent to the administration building of the town. If there's any money left over, I'll use it to buy some of your self-brewed wine. Also, after you finish cooking the meals, notify us at the administration building and I'll send some garrison soldiers to help you transport the food, Lorist instructed. The stocky woman stared at the 3 gold fords and 1 large silver on the table in a daze before she nodded hesitantly. All right, my lord. I will do as you say. After filling up their stomachs, the 2 of them strolled about the town once more and quite a number of strangers bowed to Lorist when they recognized him and Lorist greeted them back with a warm and friendly smile. It was only after his facial muscles were sore from all the smiling that he decided to head back to the administration building. The sky was already turning dark. Freyar and the rest were back with the troops and a busy commotion could be seen right in front of the administration building. Apart from a huge group of onlookers, there were another 400 or so men and women who had both their hands tied behind their backs, kneeling on the ground. My lord, we've returned with the rest of the people from Seaview Manor and left only a squad of 10 sailors there to watch the place, reported Freyar who was standing at the entrance of the building. How were the casualties? Lorist asked. My lord, we didn't sustain any casualties, but some of the guards at the manor resisted capture and after we killed some of them, the rest attempted to escape, only to be stopped by Pat and Els. In the end, we killed 27 of their guards and not one of the 8 nobles who occupied the manor managed to escape. They've all been captured by us. Who are these people tied up over here? My lord, these are all the servants and maidservants of the manor. Didn't you ask us to bring everyone here? We've done just that, Freyar replied. Ugh! Lorist grunted as he patted his forehead. He didn't think that those nobles would actually treat the Seaview Manor as their own home and brought so many of their servants there. Why are the ones watching the place our sailors? What about the garrison soldiers? Lorist asked as he wondered why he couldn't see even a single garrison soldier with them. Did the 100 or so soldiers leave the moment a fight began? Oh, they went back for dinner and said that they would switch out with another group after finishing, explained Els. I guess that's fine, Lorist thought while stroking his chin. My lord, we've worked for the whole day and only had something at the Seaview Manor to fill up our stomachs. What do we do about dinner? Pat said as he walked over with his armor still bloodied. It was said that the last resisting guard was cut into 2 halves by him. I've already ordered food from a restaurant nearby. I think it's about time they sent it over, Lorist said as he looked at the darkening sky. My lord, there's a woman who says that the food is done and is asking us to go collect it, reported a guard, right as the food was mentioned. All right, I'll go. I'm already dying of hunger, Pat said as he turned and walked away. After that, a loud shriek could be heard, startling everyone present. When Lorist went over, he saw the beauty Martha sitting on the ground crying, with Pat troubled and not knowing what to do. What's going on? Seeing Lorist there, Martha suppressed her cries embarrassedly and explained in a stuttered voice that she was shocked by Pat's bloodied look and how he walked towards her with a fierce and murderous aura. After resolving the misunderstanding, Lorist sent Pat with some other guards to follow Martha to collect the food and asked him to clean his armor off at the restaurant. After that, Lorist entered the administration building and heard a voice screaming out when he opened the door. You actually dared to attack us. The Reed family will definitely not forgive you for this. This is a declaration of war against our family. Lorist entered with a gloomy look and said, What the heck are you doing? I heard that their families are rather strong. Heed my orders, have the loudest one caned 100 times with the rest given 50 canes and leave them hanging for 1 night. Remember to use more force. I don't mind even if they end up dying. The few guards present quickly hauled the loudest brat outside before cries of agony and pain rang out. Night Charade, did you become soft after staying in the family dominion for the past few years? The title you got at the Andanak Kingdom, Charade the Demon, doesn't fit you at all. Said Lorist strictly. My lord, I only wanted to ask him who instructed them to occupy the manor in our dominion, said Charade while shrugging helplessly. Did you even need to ask? Seeing that they brought so many servants and guards with them, it's obvious that their family leader was the one who did all this. They took advantage of the fact that our dominion is far away and thought that we wouldn't be able to manage this place. It's enough if we know which family is behind it. We'll settle the bill with them when we reach the imperial capital. Also, night charade, screen the rest of the people outside and we'll move into Seaview Manor tomorrow before we bring some troops to give Farama village a visit. We must squeeze the pus out of the wound to make it recover faster, Lorist said.